Chapter 451. A pang of resentment struck Chu Tianji. His personal inclination mirrored Qiu Wuji and Yan Qinli. He harbored no desire to entangle himself in the power struggles of others. He craved the solitude of independent cultivation. It was liberating. It served as a vacation too. His wife was not there to restrict him. Still, Yan Qinli had helped Chu Ji so much. Chu Tianji had contributed nothing. He had even dragged his feet once. The thought gnawed at him. Perhaps Chu Ji was to blame for those situations, but Chu Tianji possessed a kind heart. He internalized the fault. He accepted the need to make amends. Besides, he remained a member of Qiu Wuji's sect in theory. He would treat this as an order from his sect master to go undercover. He would go. He would observe the Heavenly Emperor. Chu Tianji wondered about the nature of this realm. If the Heavenly Emperor had known of them, would he not have been vigilant? Would he not have tried to eradicate them? Why was the situation so calm? He wanted to investigate this mystery himself. Chu Tianji followed the scholar. Meanwhile, Qiu Wuji followed Chu Ji's arrangements. She moved without getting lost. She chose a direction at random. Soon, a city of immortals appeared before her. The heavenly realm contained no mortals. The lowest inhabitants were heavenly beings. This was a world of universal cultivation. The city differed from those in the human realm in one distinct way. It lacked walls. Walls served no purpose here. The city functioned as a city simply because people gathered there. Geography favored certain locations. Immense geothermal energy radiated beneath the city. It offered an excellent environment for alchemy and cultivation. Locations like this either became private territory claimed by sects, or public gathering places governed by the heavenly court system. As the population density increased, trading markets emerged. The city grew prosperous. Qiu Wuji lowered her cloud. She stepped into the city. She surveyed the markets. A thought lingered in her mind. Chu Ji's vision of a heavenly realm differed from her own. She had imagined a place of morning dew and pine forests. This reality clashed with her expectations. Did the story require conflict to function? Or was this limited by Chu Ji's own perspective? He believed that any realm of living beings would inevitably develop a system of governance based on power. Perhaps Chu Ji was right. Regardless, this first impression of the heavenly realm lacked a sense of divinity. Disappointment settled in her chest. The goods, however, did not disappoint. A casual glance at a random stall revealed materials superior to the finest ones she had ever encountered. Qiu Wuji's cheek twitched. She could not afford them. She possessed no money. What constituted currency in this realm? An offer echoed nearby. High-grade heavenly star black iron. Only 10 high-quality spirit stones. Qiu Wuji sighed. It was spirit stones. How antiquated. Could Chu Ji not innovate? She vowed to introduce innovation when she wrote her own books. She forgot the times her own submissions had been rejected. She balled her hand into a fist. As she walked, her eyes widened. An elderly man spoke. I have not seen you for a long time, master. New concubines arrived recently. 800 spirit stones a night. Are they still pure? They are. Qiu Wuji stared at the scene of solicitation outside the brothel. She blinked. Was this the heavenly realm? Floating mist did not make a place divine. Perhaps this reflected the true nature of his little fairy. Chu Ji, what kind of trash are you writing? She communicated with the heavenly Tao. A voice echoed in her mind. Do not panic. This is a dark stronghold of the demonic path. It is normal. Where there are mortals, there are demons. Where there are people, there are selfish desires. Where there is a path, there are different interpretations. Simply understand the heavenly realm as a place with a higher level of cultivation. Do not attach any expectations of a divine paradise to it. Even if such a paradise exists, it occupies only a small portion of the realm. Your own cloud mountain is one such place. Qiu Wuji challenged him. You spin your lies. Where is your bibliography? Which Buddhist scripture or Taoist text told you the heavenly realm looked like this? The heavenly Tao sounded righteous. I synthesized information from various internet novels. Some do not even distinguish between the righteous and the demonic. At the very least, I labeled this as a demonic operation. Qiu Wuji fumed. Nobody has ever seen the heavenly realm. I get to invent it. The original heavenly realm possessed similar settings. I do not know what they have turned it into now. I suspect that under the heavenly emperor's rule, it would be even more chaotic. How much divinity have you sensed from him? Qiu Wuji fell silent. The sense of selfish desire and demonic intent radiating from the heavenly emperor was indeed strong. If this new heavenly realm counted as a normal world, the original one might truly become a demonic realm. Qiu Wuji felt a stir in her heart. Perhaps that was Chu Ji's plan. He intended to replace the old with the new. He would squeeze the original heavenly realm into a demonic realm. The original story lacked a demonic realm. Since the human realm contained demons, the demonic realm existed in Chu Ji's plans. He was replacing the old system secretly. Chu Ji continued. Ignore these demonic affairs. This plot line is for the little flame. I have arranged other scenes for you. Let us set a small goal. Shall we aim to break through to the profound immortal realm in the next side quest? Qiu Wuji suppressed her frustration. She felt her body moving under Chu Ji's manipulation toward a stall. She asked the shopkeeper what the jade slips were. They contained techniques, formations, and records of treasures. The shopkeeper smiled. Are you a sword cultivator? Do you wish to buy a sword manual? Qiu Wuji continued. I am a stranger. You display these techniques and treasures openly. Does no one steal them? The city lord maintains order. No one would dare. Then where do these treasures come from? The shopkeeper chuckled. Snakes have their ways. Rats have their paths. That is not for public consumption. Qiu Wuji asked what would happen if someone bought stolen goods without knowing the source. A cultivator who fears everything will never achieve anything. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. He grew tired of speaking. Qiu Wuji asked about his sword manuals. 9 Heavens Moon-Seeking Art. A low-grade Earth-level manual. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The price is fixed. Qiu Wuji shook her head. She turned to leave, feigning dissatisfaction with the price. The shopkeeper ignored her. At a street corner, a man blocked her path. He lowered his voice. Do you seek a sword manual but lack the spirit stones? Qiu Wuji remained calm. What of it? I know of a secret treasury. I lack the strength to explore it alone. I am looking for a partner. You appear to be at least at the late stage of a true immortal. Qiu Wuji eyed him with a sharp expression. A small sigh hid within her heart. She should not have read so many novels in the real world. Without that knowledge, she would be analyzing his motives and determining whether to take a risk or reject him. Now, she knew exactly what she was thinking. She could almost visualize the next few chapters. She could see Qiu Ji writing. Qiu Wuji frowned and stepped behind the group. The script had already been written. Qiu Ji had told her to act well. Qiu Wuji studied the man. He looked like an ordinary person in green robes. His cultivation hovered between the early and middle stages of a true immortal. She could discern nothing more. Before she finished observing him, she felt Qiu Ji manipulating her voice. Why did you seek me out? The man smiled. Strangers come and go. When the business concludes, everyone goes their separate ways. This is better than choosing someone with deep roots and extensive connections in this city. I know you fear I might trap you. Know that cultivation is a game of inches. Decide for yourself if you wish to gamble. Qiu Wuji asked for the nature of the secret treasury. The man lowered his voice again. It is the ruin of the ancient northern true marshal. It is likely the ruins of the emperor. Qiu Wuji narrowed her eyes. The name did not shake her. Instead, a question burned in her mind. Qiu Ji, what are you doing? Chapter 452. Qiu Wuji pondered that the ascension process was complete. She did not need her entire soul to remain here. She could detach a portion of it to pull at Qiu Ji's ears. She also wanted to test if the sensation of passing out of the heavenly realm felt the same as it did in the human realm. She had no interest in lingering in conversation with the man. She spoke with a distant coolness. Allow me some time to consider. I will give you an answer by tomorrow. The man showed no sign of offense. He laughed. That is only reasonable. I shall wait for you here at noon tomorrow. If you miss the time, I will not be here. Qiu Wuji gave a slight nod and turned to walk away. She needed to find a place to settle down. She required a quiet, undisturbed location to split her soul without complications. She swept her gaze around the area. This strange city contained brothels, yet lacked inns. That made sense. Cultivators had no need for lodging. They could rest by sitting in the mountains. They could find security in a cave dwelling. Inns offered no purpose at all. While she considered this, the man spoke from behind her. Are you looking for a place to stay? Qiu Wuji turned to face him. How did you know? It is common for travelers to be unfamiliar with the local area. The man laughed gently. The city contains many spots with geothermal fire. The city lord has carved out various cave dwellings of different tiers for rent. You may use them for alchemy or cultivation. They offer absolute security and peace. You can find the cave dwelling management office to rent one. Qiu Wuji widened her eyes. Such a thing exists. Such a system is not common elsewhere. The man smiled. In truth, there are not many cities to begin with. Qiu Wuji nodded. Thank you. She located the cave dwelling management office. She stared at the posted price list, filled with various tiers of spirit stones, while unspoken curses filled her mind. She felt a powerful urge to go back and beat Qiu Ji. He had turned the heavenly realm into this. Would his readers not complain? As the wealthiest woman in the human realm, Qiu Wuji carried spirit stones in her ring. However, the quality of human realm spirit stones was bottom tier in the heavenly realm. She spent nearly half of her total wealth to barely afford a lease on a decrepit, low-end cave dwelling. A staff member led her to a mountain inside the city. Rows upon rows of cave dwellings covered the slopes. It looked exactly like a graveyard. Qiu Wuji felt speechless as she entered a room on the lowest level. She sealed the entrance with a barrier, sat on the ground, and split her soul to escape back to beat her husband. Hey, let us talk about this. Do not pull my ear. Qiu Ji stumbled out of his chair, while being dragged by his ear. He twisted his face and offered a desperate, flattering smile. This really is not my fault. How is it not your fault? It is entirely your fault. Qiu Wuji radiated resentment. What kind of official guesthouse looks like a graveyard? Was the heavenly emperor dropped on his head to set up something like this? You owe me the heavenly realm I have dreamed of for 10,000 years. This is actually logical. Think about it. This is an immortal market. Large numbers of foreign immortals gather here. They need a place to stay. Should they all wander the streets? Should they all leave the city to squat in the mountains? If they went into the mountains, they would fight over territory. As a city lord, is your primary task not maintaining stability? Is it not to ensure this market operates in an orderly fashion? Qiu Wuji remained silent. Furthermore, inns are meaningless to immortals. They offer no protection. Naturally, one must provide protected cave dwellings. Since everything has been commercialized, of course, they offer different tiers. They have different levels of geothermal fire, spiritual energy, and even alchemy furnaces. Qiu Wuji's eyes glazed over. She realized his argument held a grain of truth. At the very least, she could not find a way to refute it immediately. However, she still felt stifled. The heavenly realm. She let out a soft sound of despair. Her heavenly realm. She sniffled and spoke with a hollow voice. What if the cave dwelling has surveillance? What if the formation is rigged? I wrote it. I would never let you encounter such things. Do not worry. You are not undergoing an adventure. I am writing a story. Qiu Wuji felt like weeping. Fine, fine. Then what did that strange man want to do? Is there a conspiracy? No. He is just recruiting cannon fodder. If you want to call that a conspiracy, I suppose it counts. Of course, with my QQ's brilliance, you will observe carefully after entering the dungeon. In the end, everyone else will be wiped out, and you will reap the rewards. Qiu Wuji sat on the edge of the bed, drained of energy. A perfectly good adventure has lost its flavor. This is why I told you not to predict the plot. Honestly, it would be better if you did not ask me. It would be best to forget that I wrote this story, and treat it as your own experience. Was that place truly the tomb of True Marshall? The Emperor's ruins. It is. However, it is the surface layer, or perhaps a false tomb. Space shifts there, and mortals cannot know the truth. Even the Heavenly Emperor cannot find the true Emperor's ruins. Otherwise, he would not leave them for adventurers. Qiu Wuji furrowed her brow. Why set up the mausoleum of True Marshall? Does it correspond to the Black Tortoise? Yes. It corresponds to one of the 4 poles. The Heavenly Realm has its own background. The War of the Gods, the era of the fallen emperors, and so on. In the end, the Heavenly Emperor unified the realm, and the Buddhist and Taoist sects branched off. Therefore, the plot of the Heavenly Realm is a story about exploring the ancient wars. Was the original Heavenly Realm set up this way? The original setup followed this plot direction, but it did not involve True Marshall and the others. Naturally, I added that specifically to fit the 4 symbols. Qiu Wuji pondered this for a long time before nodding. She generally understood Qiu Ji's purpose. He wanted to squeeze out the original Heavenly Realm. As an author, he used his pen as a blade. She wondered how the Heavenly Emperor would respond to such a move. Since it really is the surface of True Marshall's mausoleum, did that man actually tell me that? Is he naive? He does not actually know it is the mausoleum of True Marshall. He was merely boasting to exploit the greed of others. Yet, in reality, it truly is the mausoleum. He leaves a peach for you to pick, which introduces the suspense of the true mausoleum later on. That is all there is to it. Qiu Wuji fell completely silent. She suddenly felt that QQ still could not write novels. The minds of these writers were too dirty. They tangled plot points together, weaving truth and lies with blindfolds on, only to tie everything together in the end. Qiu Ji asked, do you feel any difference between crossing out from the Heavenly Realm and crossing out from the human realm? Qiu Wuji composed herself. She recalled the sensation and shook her head. I felt almost nothing. Qiu Ji felt a slight sense of relief. That means the Heavenly Realm is the same as the human realm. They both belong to the world within the book. There is no difference. It meant everything remained within the coverage of the Creator's Heavenly Tao. It had not been made independent. If he had established a separate realm, that would be even more impressive. It would be equivalent to creating a new world with a single word, with almost no process involved. If he truly possessed that ability, he would not need to fear the original Heavenly Realm becoming independent. He could write a dozen Heavenly Realms in minutes to crush them. However, the process of ascending from the human realm to the Heavenly Realm involved a sensation of space travel and shifting states. The connection between the 2 realms seemed partial, built entirely by the array of the 4 symbols. Otherwise, they would be completely unrelated. Qiu Wuji asked if they are both worlds within the book, should they not be 2 completely separate planes? That is how it is. The Heavenly Realm and the human realm are not in the same plane. The Heavenly Realm is higher dimensional, but they are connected. The communication between these 2 realms is a preview of the communication between our present world and the world within the book. Qiu Ji paused for a moment and smiled. I feel more confident about the path forward. Qiu Wuji gazed at him for a long time. Her previous resentment had evaporated. She sighed with a touch of helplessness. As long as you are confident, that is fine. I am just responsible for playing my part in this drama with you. QQ. This is not about you exploring your path. It is not about chasing dreams. We are aiming for the cowherd and the weaver girl to never be separated. Qiu Ji's expression turned serious. He spoke with conviction. This is a war. I do not care whose wishes the Heavenly Realm satisfies. Even if I have to turn the Heavenly Realm into a quagmire, I will tear it to pieces. Qiu Wuji felt a stirring in her heart as she looked into his eyes. Qiu Ji whispered, I use my pen as a blade to play this game against him. You are the pawns that have crossed the river, having already traversed the Chu River and Han boundary. QQ, am I making you angry by calling you a chess piece? Qiu Wuji looked at him for a very long time. In the end, she offered a faint smile. Whether I am a puppet or a chess piece, I am willing. Chapter 453. As she spoke these words, her true body sitting within the book felt a trace of shame. She opened her eyes to survey her surroundings, and once again, she curled her lip. What a piece of trash this cave dwelling was, and it was so expensive. Qiu Ji, in the midst of feeling deeply moved, discovered that Qiu Wuji, who had been affectionate just a moment ago, had pulled a long face and changed the subject. Your pathetic guest house for cave dwellings is just highway robbery. I emptied half the spirit stones in my ring, and it only paid for 1 month of rent in the lowest grade cave. Qiu Ji tucked his hands into his sleeves with a helpless shrug. It is a matter of ascending from the human realm. An 18th-tier city wealthy woman moving into a major metropolis will find that her life savings barely cover the rent on a cheap apartment. Qiu Wuji nearly laughed out loud. If a wealthy woman truly went to a major metropolis, she would at least be able to afford a down payment, rather than just 1 month of rent. Your wealth gap is even more absurd than the real world. Qiu Wuji paused to think. It seems it ought to be a bit absurd. That is the divide between heaven and humanity. Although I cannot imagine the happiness of the wealthy, this is a different kind of divide between heaven and humanity. Qiu Wuji did not bother arguing with him, retorting with irritation. Why do people in the human realm use spirit stones, and people in the heavenly realm also use spirit stones, only with different quality tiers? Can you not come up with something new? Qiu Wuji pondered the question for a moment before answering. The question of why spirit stones are used as currency has been discussed many times on writer forums. It is almost a repetitive topic, but there is a consensus on 2 points. First, readers are used to it, so there is no need to create unnecessary trouble. Even if you changed the item, it would just be spirit stones under a different name, with no essential difference. Qiu Wuji persisted. What is the second reason? Why must it be this type of item? Why can it not be something else, or perhaps something like your real-world financial system? Qiu Wuji explained that it was because spirit stones were a basic necessity. They could be used for cultivation, array formation, or refining artifacts, meaning everyone had a use for them. This was analogous to using grain as currency in ancient times. Although grain was renewable, spirit stones were too. One only needed to establish a setting where spiritual energy precipitated and returned to the earth, creating a cycle just like grain. Of course, the main reason was that writers did not understand monetary economics and found it difficult to design a financial and monetary system. This was the most direct reason, and he refused to argue otherwise. Qiu Wuji did not disagree. Instead, she wanted to pull out a small notebook to take notes. The little apprentice Qiu still wanted to write a book. After the major events were settled, she would try to see if she could create a world of her own. Who said this required supernatural powers? Once cultivation reached a certain level, one could create a world through divine abilities, and writing was an excellent way to manifest that. One book, one world, or perhaps she could combine it with her manga. Watching her expression, Qiu Wuji knew what she was thinking. He could not help but laugh and pinched her nose. Enough. I am not teaching my little apprentice to write a book this time. I am laying out the entire situation clearly for you. You can ask if there is anything you do not understand, so you will not have to break character when the plot unfolds next time. Qiu Wuji tilted her head to consider the matter. I cannot stay in this dump for long, so I need to switch to a better cave dwelling. However, I cannot just magically manifest more spirit stones. How will you arrange that for me? After the dungeon is cleared, should I go out and find a cave dwelling myself, or should I go out and earn some money? Why not just use the dungeon as your cave dwelling? Qiu Wuji replied. Although it is the outskirts of the Emperor ruins, it is the true location chosen for the ruins. It is the best place where spiritual energy is buried, prepared specifically for you. Qiu Wuji froze in surprise. What? Qiu Wuji spoke in a relaxed tone. Why can you not inherit the title of the great Emperor True Marshal? Qiu Wuji stared at him in stunned silence. It is basically looking for corresponding divine titles and upgrade paths for the protagonist side. That is the standard operation for fantasy stories. At first, I did not think about linking you to True Marshal, but tracing the history, since part of the Cloud Mountain sect sword techniques were inherited from the insights of the Black Tortoise, this thread fits perfectly. It would be a waste not to use it. I have made other arrangements for Chu Tianji and the Little Flame. It does not necessarily have to be the 4 cardinal directions. There is no need for that. Qiu Wuji suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. It appeared that an author was arranging her storyline, and the little apprentice could still learn from it. In reality, the heavenly Tao of a realm was manipulating fate and conferring titles upon gods. The more these ancient legendary figures were matched to them, the stronger this feeling became, far more intense than the feeling in the human realm. She suddenly felt that this bizarre design of the heavenly realm was not so unacceptable. At the very least, the scope of it seemed much larger. It also reignited the motivation for Qiu Wuji, who had long stayed at the peak, to ascend and level up again. She had not felt this sensation for a very long time. The position of the great Emperor True Marshal, Qiu Wuji said with determination. Then I will go and answer that person, and we will descend into the dungeon tomorrow. Wait. Qiu Wuji grabbed her. This first dungeon after arriving in this precious land might look like it has a very high status, but in essence, it is just an early true immortal to profound immortal level dungeon. There is no need to treat it as a major ascension event. Your true body is enough to handle it. I think there is something else you should do right now. Qiu Wuji asked with curiosity. What is it? Cook a meal, Qiu Wuji said, his expression pitiful. I am hungry. All the lofty thoughts in Qiu Wuji vanished. She returned from the ruins of the gods, where heaven and earth were first opened, back to the mundane world of cooking fires. She thought of his claim as a hunger. You and your hunger. Stop pretending to be a normal person. You have already reached the nascent soul stage in your own cultivation. What kind of nonsense is being hungry? However, seeing Qiu Wuji looking at her with such longing, Qiu Wuji softened. She chided him lightly and tapped him on the head. You are impossible. Fine. I will treat it as you burning out your brain writing the book, and I will replenish your energy. Watching Qiu Wuji turn to go out and cook, Qiu Wuji threw himself onto the bed in comfort and exhaled. In truth, Qiu Wuji did not know that Qiu Wuji found writing about the heavenly realm far more exhausting than writing about the human realm. This was not just writing a book. It was purposeful, a battle of wits and courage against the heavenly emperor and it required far more mental effort. More importantly, Qiu Wuji had poured his spirit and energy into it. In a higher dimensional world, even his pen seemed to falter. If his concentration wavered, it felt as if he could not write, requiring his full mental power to be invested. He could no longer be like before, sending a soul to play in the book while leaving a trace of spiritual light in his body to idle and write. That would be both irresponsible and impossible to achieve. The most headache-inducing part was that even after expending so much effort, it was still possible that the readers would not like it. That was the most critical issue. The world needed recognition. If the readers did not welcome it, then all his designs were just self-indulgence and meaningless. Qiu Wuji pulled out his phone and leaned on the bed to read the book reviews and the discussions among the group members. It was fine. The current comments were nothing special. The readers were truly knowledgeable and had seen every kind of setting. Just revealing a heavenly realm city, no matter how bizarre, would not make the readers feel surprised. Moreover, this setting was not actually that special. It was just that QQ had seen too little of the world. In the eyes of the readers, this was just a new map that had just started. The plot had not unfolded yet, so there was nothing worth discussing. The only point worth discussing was that it was very rare for QQ to go down into a dungeon. Ever since the battle in the dungeon with the Poison Hand Demon Lord all those years ago, Qiu Wuji had never gone into a dungeon again, always remaining aloof. Now, however, she was entering a dungeon as a newcomer and a stranger, being tricked and led by others. That was actually something worth looking forward to. The discussions were all concentrated on arguments about how the dungeon would be cleared, or whether Qiu Wuji would retreat behind the others, or if she would take the lead and shock the bystanders. Overall, the readers felt this opening was neither good nor bad, and counted as a normal unfolding of events. That was enough. The Heavenly Realm plot had too many specific purposes, mainly to drag out the struggle with a powerful enemy. It would be very difficult to make it exceptionally brilliant, so maintaining a status of neither good nor bad was sufficient. Qiu Wuji felt his mood relax and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. On the other side, Qiu Wuji pouted and used the ingredients from the refrigerator to make a meal. Just as she was about to call out Qiu Wuji's favorite line, "Dinner is ready," her heart stirred, and she did not say it out loud. She walked over on tiptoe and watched Qiu Wuji sleeping peacefully. As she watched, her expression grew increasingly tender. At first, she thought he was making things up, but after hearing his train of thought, she felt he had considered many things and made long-term plans. But she had never thought that he would be tired. It appeared that the battle in the Heavenly Realm had truly consumed a great deal of his energy, far more complicated than she had imagined before. She could no longer lose her temper. No matter how the Heavenly Realm was designed, she would cooperate well with him and play her part on the stage he had built with his own hands. Chapter 454. Qiu Wuji slept in a strange state. Perhaps it was his cultivation advancing, or the presence of the world within the book becoming more substantial. Even in his dreams, he sensed the coming and going of everyone in that world. Muffled sounds of a bustling crowd drifted from a distance, like audio from a movie played in another room, hazy and indistinct. He possessed a lingering awareness. He watched and sensed. A clear thought stirred within him. The Heavenly Tao received information from the world at every moment. It did not require active concentration to perceive it. It was constant, a silent observation that would alert him to any change. This was the most significant shift. He moved from active peeping to a connection of minds. He drifted into dreams, losing the boundary between himself and the world. He wondered how much he could see. Where was Qiu Wuji? She sat in the guest house. Qiu Wuji drifted in a hazy fog, watching Qiu Wuji cross her legs in the cave dwelling. She closed her eyes, sensing her state and the flow of spiritual energy around her. To put it simply, she was adjusting to the differences between the energies of the Heavenly Realm and the human realm. Her double studied writing and cooked in the real world, while her true body focused on cultivation. She frowned at the guest house. It resembled an old dormitory, and the view outside looked like a graveyard. Yet, she acknowledged the truth. Even in this lowest grade cave, the spiritual energy rivaled the best dwellings on her home peak. It was a place worth the effort of cultivation. The fact that it merely rivaled her home meant the dimensional gap between the two worlds was not dangerously large. The standard caves here did not necessarily outstrip the top tier of the human realm, just as the average cultivators here did not surpass the best of her world. Qiu Wuji's setting remained consistent. As for the techniques and combat skills of the Heavenly Realm, Qiu Wuji understood the shopkeeper's implications. The higher arts waited to be obtained and mastered. Her path lay here. Her current magical artifacts, however, failed to keep pace. When she first stepped into the Heavenly Realm, she thought the soil itself surpassed the best materials of the human world. That initial impression felt exaggerated, perhaps, but the autumn water sword she relied upon clearly could not meet the demands of the Heavenly Realm. As a sword cultivator, she relied little on artifacts, focusing her resources into a single blade. It was a simpler task than what the little flame faced, though he would likely just steal what he needed. There was no cause for worry there. Then, the Tao body. As a sword cultivator, this mattered, though she lacked an immediate method for improvement. A myriad of thoughts crossed her mind. She expected a long, arduous journey of cultivation, enough to fill an entire book. She wondered why Qiu Wuji had set the scope to only 1/3 of the human chapter. Just then, she sensed a gaze from the Heavenly Tao. Qiu Wuji blinked, eyes widening in surprise. She could not see the Heavenly Tao, nor did she feel the previous sensation of being watched, yet she knew he observed her. "Are you not sleeping?" she asked. Qiu Wuji answered in his sleep, his voice sounding like a murmur from a dream. How wonderful. I wake to you and I dream of you. Qiu Wuji's eyes sparkled. He dreamed of her. She stole a glance to the left and right. The guest house remained desolate and empty. She lowered her voice. Tell me, you have another version of me cooking for you, and yet you sneak here to see me. Is this considered an affair? Qiu Ji remained in his haze. The question blindsided him, stalling his thoughts. In the real world, the other Qiu Wuji crossed her arms. Her gentle expression vanished. The situation felt absurd. She did not know whether to laugh or get angry. Even in his dreams, he saw only her. His head was filled with nothing but her. Perhaps she was the problem for adding to the drama. But adding to the drama was so much fun. In the cave dwelling, Qiu Wuji whispered to herself. Once you master the ability to control everything while in deep meditation, I will accompany you in secret when you wander the spirit realm. Qiu Ji jolted awake. The connection to the cave dwelling vanished instantly. Qiu Wuji stomped her foot in frustration. Useless. Qiu Ji opened his eyes. Standing by the bed, another Qiu Wuji stood with a cold expression, tears welling in her eyes. I cook for you and you run off to see the fox spirit. Qiu Ji's expression shifted in a swirl of emotions. This should have been a compliment. He dreamed of her, dreaming and waking. How romantic. How did it become this? Qiu Wuji knew the truth. She felt delight inside, but upon seeing his dazed look, she burst into laughter. Enough. Look at your pathetic state. Tell me, why did you wake up? Qiu Ji bowed his head and spoke with righteous conviction. I missed the QQ who cooks for me so much, that I woke up. Humph. Qiu Wuji's eyes danced with light. She did not expose his sweet lies. She leaned in, whispering into his ear. Seeing that you have a silver tongue, I will allow you to be more proactive. Qiu Ji turned the words over in his mind, trying to reconcile them with the promise made by the Qiu Wuji in the book. The situation grew even more peculiar. It seemed unscientific to be forced into passivity, and then asked to be proactive. But the problem remained. Was this training a multi-core processor? When he wrote, he remained unaware of the happenings in the book. Gaps existed where he could be tricked. If he focused his mind entirely on the book, his body in the real world became a fool. Now, he could sense the situation in the book while doing other things. No gaps remained. It was a step forward. If he could learn to multitask, he would truly achieve the state of being omnipresent. The most direct manifestation would be the ability to handle two Qiu Wujis at once. Ow. Qiu Ji held his foot and hopped. Why did you hit me? Wipe that lecherous drool off your face, Qiu Wuji snapped, pulling back her small fist. Eat. Qiu Ji hung his head and followed her to dinner. He truly felt unwell today. Drowsy and hungry, he hardly resembled a cultivator. Qiu Wuji served him rice and rested her chin on her hand across from him. This state of yours, eating does not help. It only satisfies the psychological need for food. You require medicinal pills, high-end ones, capable of restoring both spirit and body. Qiu Ji shoveled rice into his mouth, mumbling. I do not understand why writing a few chapters of the heavenly realm drains me so much. Even if I pour my essence into it, it should not be this extreme. Qiu Wuji pondered, offering a new perspective. Is it possible that you are already engaged in a clash of divine intent? Qiu Ji paused, chewing a grain of rice as he looked up. That was possible. The heavenly emperor likely resisted this twisted, forcibly inserted heavenly realm. Perhaps it went beyond the world and the characters. The heavenly emperor's own mind faced challenges and conflict. The war had begun, which explained the fatigue. This is actually a good thing, Qiu Ji said slowly. If I can drag them into a stalemate, you can stir up even more trouble. I do not need to hide so carefully. For instance, Chu Tianji is almost at the heavenly court right now. How should I handle the next chapter? Chapter 455. Qiu Wuji lacked the experience to guide the next chapter. Writing remained a mystery to her, a craft she still approached as a student. Her thoughts drifted to the notebook she had hoped to fill with lessons just moments before. Regardless of the method, you must write it, Qiu Wuji declared. She reached across the table, her hand resting firmly upon the back of Qiu Ji's left hand. Even if the plot drifts, we will shoulder the burden together. You do not need to hesitate or live in fear. You are the master of this domain. Do not worry about the old heavenly realm. Simply focus on your new one, and we shall wait to see what arises. Qiu Ji looked at her, his eyes brimming with light. He offered a soft, affirmative sound. Qiu Wuji stood up gracefully. You continue eating. I will refine the pills for you. There is no need to bother Little Flame with this. I am the only one who understands the specific concoction you require. You should take out these few herbs. The human realm possesses them in abundance. Qiu Ji obeyed, pulling the herbs from his stash. He watched her retreat to the alchemy room across the way, his appetite returning with a vengeance as he polished off the rest of his meal. With a woman like this by his side, life felt complete. The thought of her indulging in his role-playing games of secret affairs only added to his delight. He hummed a soft melody as he washed the bowls until they sparkled. Qiu Ji stretched, his body relaxing as he settled back into his chair to begin the night's work. It had been a long time since he poured his soul into his writing. The feeling of being entirely consumed by the draft, forgetting the world save for his meals and rest, felt like a return to his true calling as an author. The previous habits of simply copying plots, or letting his clones handle the writing now struck him as shallow. He had lost the heart of a storyteller, and the rebellion of his characters served as a well-deserved consequence. Now, he felt he was returning to his proper path. Of course, he could always borrow from others. He pondered if the book reviews contained any guesses about Chu Tianji's experience in the heavenly court, hoping to copy a few comments to fill his chapters. He recalled the previous instance when he adopted the critiques people wrote upon seeing Qiu Wuji's cave dwelling. Yet, to his disappointment, nothing appeared. Few readers discussed Chu Tianji, their focus entirely fixed on Qiu. Ji considered his low status in his own home, then compared it to the low status of his dear son in the eyes of his readers. The similarities were striking. Despite this lack of attention, he had to keep writing him. Chu Tianji was a protagonist, after all. Should he stop, the readers would surely revolt. The injustice of it all weighed on him. When would a man finally stand tall? He sighed, casting the thought aside. His wife was wonderful, and she used a sword rather than resorting to violence. He returned to his writing. A significant difficulty remained. It was not the plot structure, but the discrepancy in time between the world in the book and the real world. That proved difficult to grasp. Logically, the progression in the book could no longer follow his writing in a linear fashion. Multiple storylines were unfolding simultaneously. The tale of Qiu Wuji, the journey of Chu Tianji, and the path of Yan Qinli were all happening at once. When his pen followed Chu Tianji, and Yan Qinli did not pause. Their stories continued to unfold, even while he had yet to write them down. If they completed events before he finished writing, and he simply copied their existing story, his experience in the human realm had already proven this approach irresponsible and prone to errors. He needed to avoid that. What was the most appropriate way for the narrative to progress? Chu Ji attempted to arrange the sequence. Perhaps Qiu Wuji would find the city first, then spend one night in meditation, waiting for the following day to enter the dungeon with others. During this time, Yan Qinli would roam aimlessly, with no plot developments of his own. Chu Tianji was on his way to the heavenly court, a journey far longer than Qiu Wuji's. Thus, as Qiu Wuji entered her cave dwelling to meditate, Chu Tianji's narrative could resume. He would spend more time on the road, leaving space for the periods when Chu Ji rested and stopped writing. Even this felt unreliable. His speed of writing did not necessarily match the speed of their actions. If he hit a block, staring at the screen for minutes just to compose a single line of dialogue, did that mean the characters in the book also stood motionless for minutes, waiting for words to leave their lips? He considered his options carefully. The most reliable method was to write first, establishing a script that the characters would then follow. Although he lost the charm of real-time control, he gained stability. In his current situation, nothing mattered more than stability. This meant he could not rest tonight. He had to rush the manuscript, finishing Chu Tianji's account of the heavenly court before he arrived. With no comments to copy, he had to improvise. The opening did not need to be a direct revelation of the Heavenly Emperor's secrets. It was merely a common observation of the heavenly court. The readers remained ignorant of the rebellion, or the independence of the heavenly realm. Chu Tianji, as seen by the readers, would not know these details either. He was simply a curious novice who had just ascended and sought to master higher techniques. From Chu Ji's own perspective, however, he intended to use Chu Tianji's eyes to probe the heavenly court for anomalies, checking if it aligned with his new structural design, or if the heavenly emperor displayed any bizarre behaviors. He needed to observe these things through Chu Tianji's experiences. Everyone wrote books, but why did his work feel so exhausting? Chu Ji felt like weeping as he typed. There was no alternative. To carve out a world and safeguard his wife, he had to give everything. Qiu Wuji practiced her alchemy in silence. Her divine sense remained fixed on Chu Ji, a faint smile playing upon her lips. She had not experienced such days for a long time, watching him struggle with his writing while she cooked, practiced alchemy, and acted as his assistant. Unexpectedly, after the plot of the heavenly realm began, they had returned to this state. To be honest, Qiu loved it. This was the life they had shared the most in the past. It was mundane, lacking any memorable highlights that would make a biography interesting, but it was the closest they had ever come to the life of an ordinary married couple. Qiu Wuji, who had lived on the immortal mountain for so long, had fallen into the mundane world right there. Chu Tianji trekked for one day and finally arrived outside the heavenly court. He looked into the distance and saw a horizon of mountains and seas that could not possibly be called a court. Only in the deepest reaches of the cloudy mountains could he glimpse the corners of halls and pavilions, revealing that jade buildings and carved towers truly existed there. If the heavenly realm seen by Qiu Wuji lacked the aura of immortals, the world seen by Chu Tianji was truly the land of the gods. Dragons writhed within the mist. In the distance, phoenixes perched on paulownia trees, their long cries echoing through the air. White cranes and deer wandered freely. In the sky, immortals drifted on the wind with elegance and grace. Auspicious beasts showed no fear, their eyes darting about as they observed Chu Tianji approaching from afar. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the scent of flowers. Spiritual energy hung thick in the atmosphere, and the sound of distant flowing water brought the faint melody of a flute played by an immortal, calming the spirit and cleansing the heart. Even the Cloud Mountain Sect, the most celebrated treasure of the human realm, felt sharp and austere compared to this place. The feeling of auspicious immortal energy was simply on a different level. The grade of spiritual energy was also on another level. Chu Tianji was certain that if he could find a suitable piece of land here, he would need very little time to reach the stage of profound immortal simply by sitting and cultivating. If he could acquire an immortal technique, the possibilities would be limitless. This should be the most coveted blessed land for every cultivator in the heavenly realm, yet why did they have to recruit people to join? Chu Tianji asked exactly that. The scholar laughed. You might ask yourself why you were unwilling to come here in the first place. Qiu Tianji considered his answer. I simply did not wish to be restrained. That is all. The scholar clapped his hands in delight. Immortals seek freedom. That is how it should be. Thus, few are willing to serve the heavenly court. Even when offered top-tier techniques and treasures, many remain unmoved. Qiu Tianji understood. Freedom came first. Who cultivated immortality just to have a father figure looming over their head? He cleared his throat. That may be true, but not everyone seeks freedom. The world is filled with all types of people. Otherwise, why would the heavenly emperor not seek freedom himself instead of bothering to build a heavenly court? And you, for instance, you appear to be someone who enjoys holding office. The scholar chuckled. Before you ascended, what did you believe the heavenly court existed for? Qiu Tianji thought for a moment. Various official positions. Controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, or managing fortune and marriage. That is correct. The scholar longed to clap his palms with his fan, but realized the fan was gone, so he waved his hands in resignation. Yet, these positions require a vast human realm to correspond to them. Where is the human realm now? A tremor ran through Qiu Tianji's heart. The question was not one that crossed the boundaries of their short acquaintance. It was an issue that anyone who truly pondered the situation would inevitably encounter. The awkwardness of the heavenly realm lay right there. It possessed no apparent reason for existence, serving only as a plane with a higher dimension. What was its connection to the human world? And what was the purpose of the heavenly court? He could even imagine the intention behind Qiu Ji's writing. He was systematically erasing the very value of the original heavenly realm's existence. Chapter 456. If I join the heavenly court, what is the procedure? Qiu Tianji asked. Or to be more specific, what must I do? What can I obtain? And what rules must I follow? He felt a wave of resignation as he spoke. The sensation of following a preordained script remained palpable, his own tongue reciting words he had not chosen. He was essentially playing the part of a spy, but there was no use fighting it. He decided to help Qiu Ji out. This was the benefit of Qiu Ji settling the affairs of the human realm. Everyone worked in unison, volunteering to become these puppets without the friction of the past. Qiu Tianji imagined that once Qiu Ji gained total control and finished the story, his personality dictated that he would surely abandon the management of the world. Then the realm would belong to everyone, essentially free from the heavenly Tao, because no one would be dictating their fates anymore. Even if he wanted to leave this well to see the greater world, he could surely negotiate with Qiu Ji. Qiu Ji had always loved and respected the characters of his own creation, and took pride in their coming to life, so they could talk it through. Why rebel? He was a father figure, after all, and certainly better than a heavenly emperor with unfathomable motives. Helping him was helping himself, so he would play the puppet for a while. The scholar continued to walk while answering. You are different from the others in the heavenly realm. The heavenly court does not go around recruiting talent. As you said, this should be a sacred place that others yearn for, but you who ascended from the human realm are the exception. Qiu Tianji understood. You hope to obtain information from the human realm, as well as the possibility of connecting to it. Correct, the scholar said. The heavenly emperor calculated that the bridge between heaven and earth would connect recently, allowing someone to ascend. It is strange though. The bridge is open, yet we seem to be cut off by some strange force, unable to pass through and descend. Since it is rare to have someone from the lower realm ascend, every faction wishes to recruit. The resistance you all showed previously was truly unnecessary. Qiu Tianji smiled faintly. That is debatable. He kept the thought to himself. Who knows if you harbor thoughts of killing those you cannot use to prevent the other side from utilizing them. If everyone had not shown such strength, your attitude would likely have been to arrest us first. Such matters were all too normal. Since it was a faction, there were conflicts of rule, and everyone wanted to seize the strategic position. As it stood, he and the other ascenders from the lower realm had become important pieces on the board, or at least variables, that disrupted the current structure of the heavenly realm. He was compliant enough, but Sect Master Qiu and Sect Master Yin would surely face trouble. He offered a silent moment of mourning for whoever dared to bother them. Even for himself, following the tropes of a novel, he could not expect smooth sailing in the heavenly court. There must be twists ahead. After all, a protagonist without turbulence made for a boring story. Perhaps they would give him a trivial title, a position in name only, that was actually worthless, eventually inciting his rebellion. Weighing these thoughts, he continued to follow the script. So, if I join the heavenly court, will there be preferential treatment? I have no authority to make promises, the scholar replied. I can only say that you are highly valued. He looked somewhat envious, sighing as he spoke. Perhaps your treatment will be far better than mine upon your arrival. Please follow me. The Star Lord will explain the details. Qiu Tianji prepared himself to be given a menial job, and strode through the heavenly gate alongside the scholar. Qiu Ji observed the scene through Qiu Tianji's movements, watching the scroll of the heavenly court slowly unfurl before his eyes. The plot was of his own design, but the hidden anomalies remained unknown. Qiu Tianji acted as his eyes and ears, observing every condition on his behalf. Qiu Wuji and the little flame did the same. He felt exhausted. He had dozed off in the afternoon and eaten dinner, but writing only half a chapter left him drained. At this rate, his update speed would fall behind even his daily 2-chapter output from before he met Qiu Wuji. The nickname Short G he had earned back then was something he had never lived down, even with his recent daily 10,000-word updates. It would become cemented in stone now, and he dared not read the comments. Suddenly, he felt his head sink into something soft and fragrant. Slender, delicate fingers pressed against his temples, massaging him gently. Qiu Wuji's expression of misery vanished, replaced by pure laziness. This felt good. Why bother updating? Qiu Wuji's beautiful eyes drifted over him. She suddenly held a golden pill in her mouth and leaned down, seeking his lips. Qiu Wuji parted his mouth slightly, and she fed him the medicine. It melted the moment it touched his tongue. Qiu Wuji stood upright again, licking the lingering fragrance of the medicine from her lips, and laughed. Even the residue has a refreshing effect. The result should be fine, right? Fine. It is more than fine, Qiu Wuji said, pouting. Feed me another one. Qiu Wuji looked at him with disdain. You have no shame. You are the one who seduced me. A kiss from QQ is worth 10 pills. I want more. Qiu Wuji pursed her lips and leaned down to kiss him again. Qiu Wuji wrapped his arm around her waist, kissing her fiercely, unwilling to let go. This kiss lasted a long time. Only when both were breathless did Qiu Wuji push him away, her eyes hazy. She scolded him softly. Do you want the massage or not? I do. Qiu Wuji rested his head back against her, returning to his lazy state. Seeing his indolent appearance, Qiu Wuji felt a mix of annoyance and amusement, but she could not bring herself to lecture him. She was there to take care of him, just as she had been since the beginning when she acted as his small assistant. It was a return to those days. She witnessed his fatigue. Although she did not fully understand why writing the Heavenly Realm chapter drained him so much, the exhaustion of his soul could not be faked. She felt a pang of pity for him. Are you feeling better? She asked softly. With QQ massaging me and kissing me, I am certainly better, Qiu Wuji said, clenching his fist with renewed vigor. I have my little assistant. Walking on water is as easy as walking on flat ground. Do not speak nonsense. I am asking about the effect of the pill. It works, Qiu Wuji answered honestly. But perhaps items from the Heavenly Realm would be more effective. You do not need to waste your energy refining these. I will try writing that you obtain such a pill in your next dungeon run. Once I write it, you can just take it out. Qiu Wuji asked, will the level be too high, making it impossible to produce? We have to try. We must test every aspect of the Heavenly Realm to understand the extent of our control. This Heavenly Realm has only just begun. Why did you set its length to only 1/3 of the Human Realm chapter? Setting aside the structure of the work, in terms of our goals, it is not wise to drag it out too long. Night brings many dreams. If the Heavenly Emperor breaks free from the chaotic state of the new and old Heavenly Realms, he will attack you. I must improve your strength quickly to meet the coming war. Therefore, the length cannot be long. This is not the time for slow pacing. Qiu Wuji sighed and said nothing more. Instead, she asked, how is the situation with Chu Tianji? That cannot be too fast. It still requires foreshadowing. Qiu Wuji felt a headache coming on. That is why it is tiring in so many aspects. I feel as if my brain is not enough. Then update a little slower, Qiu Wuji said gently. We are not seeking any rankings right now. Let us wait until the television drama starring Fei Er and the others begins airing to see if it provides you with any assistance. Qiu Wuji checked the time. He realized that only a few days remained until the drama began broadcasting. The popularity of the animation had helped him regain control of the human realm. Now, what effect would the television drama bring? Chapter 457. The progress of the television drama was something Qiu Wuji understood better than Qiu Wuji. She was not merely acting as a small assistant with nothing else to do. She had taken on musical commissions, specifically composing the theme songs for the series. She maintained consistent contact on WeChat with her nominal teacher, Cheng Guanjiao. She did not need to manage many affairs. The copyrights for both the television series and the animation belonged to the same company. The musical copyrights followed the same arrangement. Most of the background music and scores were repurposed from the animation. This saved a massive amount of time and served as one of the primary reasons the production schedule surpassed expectations. The results were superior to creating an entirely new set of compositions. The audience had already verified the success of the animation music. New viewers of the television series would likely appreciate the familiarity, and those who had enjoyed the animation would find the experience more immersive and intimate. Only the opening and ending tracks required new compositions. Qiu Wuji took charge of the songwriter herself, as no one understood the essence of that world better than she did. Much like her process for the animation theme songs, she simply played the main melody. Cheng Guanjiao and his vast professional team handled the rest. They arranged the production, selected the singers, and ensured everything was prepared without Qiu Wuji needing to worry about a single detail. While Qiu Wuji refined her pills, she received word that all the preliminary work was complete. The first few episodes stood ready for broadcast. Qiu Wuji estimated the timeline. Based on his current rate of updating, the television series would likely premiere just as the Heavenly Realm arc reached the stage of initial conflict with the Heavenly Emperor. A slower update speed was acceptable, provided the narrative pacing remained synchronized with the real-world developments. After resting for the night, he prepared to continue the battle. Chu Tianji followed the scholar into the depths of the Heavenly Court. Upon reaching the outer palaces, they arrived at a structure resembling an administrative hall. An official looked at the scholar and gestured toward the group. Is this the person who ascended from the human realm? The scholar smiled. Exactly. A group of immortal officials stepped out to observe them. One of them looked Chu Tianji up and down. People who ascend from a single world should be the pride of that realm. To me, he looks entirely unremarkable. Chu Tianji smiled faintly. This felt like a cliché, but looking at it objectively, he indeed seemed unremarkable compared to the brilliant Qiu Wuji, or the tyrannical Yan Qinli. As the protagonist, his peak did not lie in the human realm, it lay in the heavenly realm. The scholar bowed his head toward Chu Tianji. Forgive my rudeness, but I never asked your name. Now that you have arrived here, it is clear you intend to join the heavenly court. You may state it now. Chu Tianji answered calmly. Chu Tianji. In the book, Qiu Wuji stepped out of the rented cave dwelling and arrived at the mouth of the alleyway, where the green-robed man had blocked her path the previous day. The man was waiting exactly where he had been before. You came after all, the man chuckled. For cultivators like us, the only thing worth fighting for is this singular opportunity. No one can resist the tomb of the true martial sovereign. Qiu Wuji spoke with indifference. You are mistaken. I came because I sensed it could not possibly be the tomb of the true martial sovereign. The man in green robes stared, confusion etched onto his features. If it were truly the tomb of the true martial sovereign, would people with our cultivation level be doing anything other than walking into our deaths? Qiu Wuji scoffed. You are bragging without using your brain. You might as well tell the truth. Is this the tomb of a true immortal, or a profound immortal? The man appeared embarrassed. That is, well, it is not the true martial sovereign, but it is indeed the tomb of a profound immortal. If it were a true immortal, I would have gone alone. Why bother looking for others? Qiu Wuji nodded, appearing slightly satisfied. Her cultivation had stalled at the threshold of the profound immortal stage. This opportunity was exactly what she needed. It felt as though the heavenly Tao had delivered it directly to her door. The man secretly laughed to himself, though he coughed to hide it. To be honest, saying it is a true martial relic is not entirely a lie. I did sense some traces related to the true martial sovereign within. Perhaps it belonged to an immortal official under his command during the ancient era. I do not know the name, and I have not explored the core. That is why I need to invite fellow cultivators to break the seals together. Qiu Wuji nodded. That I can understand. Who else is involved? There are 3 other fellow Taoists waiting outside the city, the man said. Since we are partners exploring a tiger den, we should exchange names. I am Li Changkong. May I ask your name? Neither Chu Ji nor Qiu Wuji had any intention of hiding their identities in the heavenly realm. There was no need for it, even for a side quest. She smiled and answered calmly. Qiu Wuji. Chu Ji had written this content in advance. He had arranged for the answers of Chu Tianji and Qiu Wuji to coincide perfectly. The moment they spoke their names, the world underwent a strange transformation. The scholar in the heavenly court and Li Changkong both felt a sudden, inexplicable sensation. It was as though a divine light had flashed across the people before them, yet when they looked closer, nothing had happened. A faint, thunderous vibration resonated from an unknown source. Deep beneath the earth and high above in the heavens, it felt as though great bells were ringing in response. The arrival of the male and female leads infused this world with a soul. It was a proclamation that this world belonged to the story of Chu Tianji and Qiu Wuji. Perhaps it was merely Chu Ji indulging in a fit of literary sentimentality, forcing significance onto a simple introduction. To the readers, it meant little, but to this world, it was the manifestation of the heavenly will. This is my world. They are my spokespeople. The sensation passed in a heartbeat. Li Changkong and the others dismissed it as an illusion. They looked at Qiu Wuji again, but saw nothing special. The only remarkable thing was her breathtaking beauty. Her appearance was a major reason Li Changkong had invited her. He did not think in terms of lust, but most people assumed that women who were too beautiful lacked genuine ability, as they had never needed to rely on skill or suffer setbacks. She would be easy to deceive, and she would be foolish enough to eat the poisoned bait falling from the sky. Follow me. The location is not far north of here. The other Taoists are waiting on the hills. I will introduce you to everyone, and then we can explore the treasure site. Elsewhere, the scholar spoke to Chu Tianji. Follow me. The true monarch is waiting inside the hall. Chu Tianji found this strange. If you truly believe the human realm is so important, why does the heavenly emperor not ask about it? Why is this just a star lord? The scholar started to speak but stopped, offering no further explanation. Chu Tianji did not press the matter and stepped into the hall. An old man with a white beard sat upon a cloud platform. He sensed someone entering and slowly opened his eyes. A flash of divine light sparked for an instant before returning to calm. Chu Tianji felt a shiver run down his spine. As expected of a true monarch, his cultivation was at least that of a profound immortal. He was an entire major realm above him. It was best to remain humble. The scholar felt relieved that his task was complete and bowed. I pay respects to the true monarch. This is Chu Tianji, who has ascended from the lower realm. The old man nodded benevolently. He smiled at Chu Tianji, gesturing for him to wait a moment, then turned to the scholar. How many ascended? 3. Did the others get taken away by someone else? No. First was a woman of peerless beauty. Her strength was extraordinary, seemingly at the peak of the true immortal stage. She defeated 3 of us with a single sword stroke, and vanished without a trace. The old man frowned slightly. Then there was a large man wreathed in flames, with deep and intense demonic energy. He appeared to be at the mid to late stage of the true immortal level, and was arrogant in the extreme. My treasure fan was destroyed by his hand. The old man nodded. Such demonic paths are their concern. We will set that aside for now. As for that woman, he paused and spoke slowly. Issue my order. Have true monarch Sunfen go find her and bring her back to the heavenly court. Although his tone remained calm, Chu Tianji heard the distinct intent to kill. So they really would not let everyone simply walk away, but to send a profound immortal to capture Qiu Wuji. The old man was courting death. The old man finally turned his attention back to Qiu Tianji. You have just arrived, and we do not wish to make things difficult for you. I will not ask about the information regarding the woman and the large man. Qiu Tianji bowed. Thank you. The old man smiled. You are the first ascender to join the heavenly court. We will not let you be disappointed, even if only to set an example for others. Here is the list of positions, techniques, treasures, and various rewards available to you. You may choose whatever you wish. Qiu Tianji looked at the dazzling array of rewards and nearly froze. This did not align with the plot he had expected. Was he not supposed to be given a menial job? Could it be that the heavenly Tao did not want him to rebel, but genuinely wanted him to be a loyal official in the heavenly court? Chapter 458. The reward list was a jade slip. Gripping it allowed one to perceive the vast array of items displayed within. Various techniques lay scattered before his mind, including foundational laws, methods for forging the Tao body, and arts involving swords, spells, and formations. Qiu Tianji had only just arrived and did not know how to discern their grades, yet his knowledge of cultivation remained. He picked one at random, and a single glance confirmed it was a profound technique far surpassing the top tier of the human realm. He could simplify it all by calling it the profound immortal level. Treasures sat in heaps, including various swords, other types of magical artifacts, pills, and materials, all in endless variety. In addition, there was a reward for an exclusive cave dwelling, and it sat at a very high level. It was a true case of spending 1,000 gold to buy a horse bone, likely to be used for publicity later. A long list of positions followed, though they appeared hollow, filled with honorary titles. Only one real position stood out: the Heaven Inspection Angel. The job description was simple, as it involved communicating with the human realm and acting on behalf of heaven to declare policy. But with no human realm currently connected, he would need to build that bridge himself. Qiu Tianji understood the intention of the old man, yet he still could not fully grasp the intention of Qiu Ji. He heard himself ask, "Do I have to choose only one of these?" The old man chuckled and said, "Choose whatever you want. Anything you wish for is yours." The implication remained clear, as they would give him everything. Qiu Tianji stopped thinking about the script written by Qiu Ji for the moment. He treated it as his own real experience, which made the old man's intention easy to understand. It served as a way to observe him and test his character. If one demanded everything, the judgment formed in the heart of the other would clearly label him a greedy person. Regardless of whether they felt disdain, they would treat him differently based on that greed. Qiu Tianji was certainly not a greedy person. He was just about to say he would take only one technique when he heard his own scripted dialogue shout out, "I want it all." Qiu Tianji blinked in confusion. The old man stood silent. He revealed a knowing smile and said, "Very well. When you go out, have Heavenly Official Wang take you to your cave dwelling." Heavenly Official Wang was the scholar from earlier. Qiu Tianji stood there in a daze, wondering why everyone was called a Star Lord, or a true monarch, or a heavenly official. He only knew that his reputation had been ruined by his father. Qiu Tianji said with some difficulty. "That position of Heaven Inspection Angel, how should I go about it?" The old man sighed. "Just settle in, begin your cultivation, familiarize yourself with the regulations of the heavenly court, and get to know some faces. Some things can be discussed between us in a few days." Was he employed just like that? Qiu Tianji left the main hall with a head full of confusing dreams, while Heavenly Official Wang watched him with envious eyes. He felt a lingering sense that the old man was merely stalling for time, and it remained highly possible that the Heavenly Emperor truly faced some difficulties. But he was too lazy to think about that now. Damn it, regardless of how his father messed things up, or whether the readers would tolerate the protagonist being dumped with so many resources, techniques, treasures, and a cave dwelling, he might as well use them. Being rich felt good. The little apprentice watched from the side as Qiu Ji began writing the next chapter, covering Qiu Wuji entering the dungeon. She wondered how her husband would write about her fighting others. She decided not to look, turning her attention to other puppets instead. Qiu Tianji had been showered with resources, leaving him dizzy and happy as he squatted inside an excellent cave dwelling at the peak of the profound immortal level to cultivate. Who was the protagonist? Qiu Wuji asked with indignation. Going into a dungeon for an adventure, getting plotted against, and then striking back to kill. Is that not the job for a protagonist? And then having a pile of pies from the sky fall on one's head to level up. Should that not be the treatment for those of us who are predecessors? Why is it that I have to work hard at adventures while he lies there playing? Qiu Ji stretched his back. Are you not the protagonist? The readers love QQ more anyway. You are certain that the QQ they love is the one in the middle of an adventure, rather than the one cultivating elegantly in the mountains. Both. Also, your judgment of everyone's preferences is quite precise. Have you considered that everyone wants to see the QQ who is sweetly in love with Qiu Ji? For example, give me another kiss. Go away. The QQ in the book is not in love. That is the one on the internet. It is clearly the one on Qiu Ji's lap. Qiu Ji pulled her into his arms. Qiu Wuji struggled. You are writing. Do not mess around. Qiu Ji sighed. Once you obtain this emperor's tomb, you will not need to adventure anymore. You can remain elegant. Adventure will always be the lot of Qiu Tianji. The new heavenly emperor has a conspiracy too. In reality, this is the most shallow form of bribery by the heavenly emperor. Of course, this assumes the heavenly emperor does not know Qiu Tianji and truly views him as an ascender from the lower realm, who can break the game. Qiu Wuji spoke in a leisurely tone. You might be wrong about one problem. In this new heavenly realm, I want to deliberately distinguish it from the original heavenly emperor. Everything done will be positive, and the more that happens, the more severe the disintegration and chaos on the other side will become. Qiu Wuji seemed thoughtful. So there is no conspiracy here, just pure kindness and benevolence. But once the other side experiences a split and changes, how will you resolve the plot? A domain outside of the territory's demon invades the heavenly emperor, and the protagonist team is furious and strikes back to kill. Damn it. Qiu Wuji lowered his voice instinctively. When that time comes, the plot planned by the heavenly Tao and the actual changes will merge into one. Whether my plot wins or theirs wins depends on my control over the world and your combat power. So, as I said, the plot itself only needs to be neither good nor bad. I need you to improve your strength as quickly as possible. Qiu Wuji felt a faint admiration. Qiu Wuji truly possessed unique ideas, which explained why it was difficult to write. While others only had to worry about the plot of the work, and other creators of worlds only had to worry about the world itself, Qiu Wuji had to reconcile both. He had to organize an offensive against the heavenly emperor within a logical plot that the readers would not question. Qiu Wuji thought to herself that the little apprentice QQ could never write such things, making combat a more suitable path for her. Fine, keep writing. I will rest as well. My true body needs to fight. Qiu Wuji jumped off his lap. She turned to see Qiu Wuji looking drowsy, and added with a pained, soft voice, once this segment of the plot is over, we will go play in the park. Qiu Wuji knew this was no time for rest. He took a deep breath, and his spirit plunged back into the book. Qiu Wuji's true body had arrived at the outskirts of the so-called true martial emperor's tomb. Beside her, in addition to Li Changkong, there were 3 more teammates. An old man in brocade robes, a young man in black, and a large man in green robes. That was fine. No one cared. It would not matter if the colors were written incorrectly later. Qiu Wuji only wrote about the attitudes of these people, such as the greedy looks they cast toward Qiu Wuji's beauty. That was the meaning of cannon fodder, and the readers understood. In reality, Qiu Wuji focused on the condition of this so-called emperor's tomb. It was a desert a few thousand miles north of the city. The size of the desert remained unknown. Hundreds of miles in, the corner of a large stone building appeared within the wind and sand, as if it had been buried underground for 10,000 years, only to be exposed to the human world by the shifting sand and discovered. From the surface, nothing appeared special. The spiritual energy was sparse compared to the city from before. It was precisely because of this sparse energy that the desert had formed. But looking at this stone building, one could faintly feel the spiritual energy around it being swallowed by the ground. It certainly had not been this desolate in the past. It was highly likely to have been one of the most prosperous blessed lands, only for this tomb to devour it entirely, gradually turning it into a desert. Li Changkong was introducing it to everyone. I accidentally discovered this place 3 days ago. I only explored the outermost layer, but I can confirm that it must be the remains of a cave dwelling at the profound immortal level. However, various traps are laid out everywhere, and seals are layered. My single strength was not enough to wander recklessly, so I decided to invite fellow Taoists to explore it together. Now that everyone sees the actual place, you should know I have not lied. The old man in brocade robes asked, how will the things we obtain be divided? Li Changkong said with generosity, since everyone is putting in the effort, we shall divide it equally. You are this kind-hearted. The old man in brocade robes sneered. We have not been cultivating for just 1 day. It is better to make some things clear. Before the words were finished, Qiu Wuji lifted the broken edge of the building and flashed inside. Li Changkong blinked. The old man in brocade robes stood frozen. The readers outside the book cheered, knowing QQ would never hide behind the crowd. QQ is awesome. Wait, that is strange. Is Chu Tianji the protagonist, or is QQ the protagonist? How does this treatment look wrong? Is there a difference? QQ is top tier in the human realm, so she must level up when coming to the heavenly realm. I have not had enough of the leveling up in QQ's autobiography. It is just the right time to see the heavenly realm's Q old devil. No, where did the Q old devil come from? QQ is so innocent. What if there is a trap inside? Is Chu not considering this well? Do you only realize now that you have been cut off by Short G? Chapter 459. Chu Ji leaned comfortably against his chair, popping a pill into his mouth. He watched the denunciations from the group members with a grin, feeling quite satisfied. The cliffhanger was not his fault. He had written this yesterday, and he had been completely exhausted by the time he finished, so he had no choice but to stop there. He had already written today's chapter as well. After all, he needed to establish the script before Qiu Wuji could act it out. Once he set the script, things were actually less exhausting than before. At the very least, the few chapters leading up to the truth of the dungeon were merely exploring dangerous territory, with a few cannon fodder characters. Compared to the collision of plot lines with the Heavenly Emperor, such a level of so-called scheming was merely child's play. Qiu Ji found the writing process for these chapters quite smooth. Qiu Wuji herself felt no fatigue. She charged in at the lead, with no interest in the murmurs of the cannon fodder, in brocade robes and black clothing. Her beautiful eyes fixed immediately upon the wall carvings inside. It was no wonder Li Changkong claimed this place related to the true martial sovereign. The carvings on the outer perimeter were very clear. A Taoist stood on the clouds, holding a sword, while shadows of immortal ministers stood below. Beside the Taoist, The images of a tortoise and snake expressed his true martial identity with absolute clarity. This building was clearly constructed by subordinates under the command of the true martial sovereign. The sound of wind swept up from behind. Everyone caught up to her side, examining the wall carvings with shock and uncertainty. The large man in green robes smiled at Qiu Wuji. Immortal, do not be so reckless. If you happen to trigger some formation, Qiu Wuji replied with indifference. Li brother just came in, so there are no formations at the entrance, at least. Feel free to argue about the division of loot for as long as you like. I am going inside to take a look first. Her display struck the others as the behavior of an innocent fairy, who had never suffered a loss. They found it a waste of time to bicker with her. Would such a brainless fairy not be the best cannon fodder? Perhaps if the situation permitted, they could play the hero to save the beauty and win her heart. Even if that failed, they might be able to kidnap her during the chaos. The woman possessed strong energy, clearly at the peak of the true immortal stage, but everyone invited here by Li Changkong possessed similar cultivation levels. Each of them considered themselves seasoned in battle, so none feared an opponent of equal rank. They harbored their own agendas as they followed the perimeter path. Everything appeared clean. Inside some individual stone rooms, it seemed as though even the stone tables and chairs had been scraped away. The old man in brocade robes slanted his gaze at Li Changkong, offering a cold laugh. Truly scraped 3 feet deep. Li Changkong did not even blush. It would be the same if it were any of you. No one bothered to argue with him. Everyone thought to themselves that since Li Changkong had been here before, he likely obtained some sort of key on the outer perimeter, allowing him to hold the leverage over everyone's needs in the end. For now, however, no one mentioned it, choosing to adapt when the time came. Li Changkong led everyone to the end of the corridor, where a stone door blocked their path. This stone door is the culprit that stopped me from exploring further, Li Changkong introduced, his heart still racing. I originally thought it was just an ordinary stone door, but when I tried to force it open, it triggered an extremely fierce formation. I nearly turned to dust. I only managed to escape by using a substitute talisman to save my life. The young man in black said, since you were able to escape, it means it is not so powerful that it cannot be resisted. Correct. Based on my judgment, if 5 fellow Taoists of similar cultivation work together to resist, the formation will be nothing to fear. No one objected. Such entry-level formations were far from a crisis. It was still early. Li Changkong slashed a sword strike at the stone door. A powerful force of counterattack surged forth, just as expected. The 5 of them attacked simultaneously, passing without surprise or danger. Only when the stone door swung open, revealing the corridor behind, deep, quiet, and permeated with spiritual energy, did the group begin to feel nervous. This was a place Li Changkong had never entered. Whether it was the crisis within or the struggle for treasure after obtaining it, everything began right now. Everyone stepped into the corridor with caution. Qiu Wuji no longer charged ahead, choosing instead to follow quietly behind the others, without uttering a single word. The corridor itself appeared to contain no mechanisms, but stone rooms lined the left and right sides. It seemed valuable items lay ahead. Li Changkong, clearly accustomed to tomb raiding and exploration, took the initiative to inspect the door of a stone room. I suspect this is a pill room. The formation requires using the power of subtle fire control to bake it gradually, distributing the heat evenly across the entire door. Perhaps then it will open. However, I do not cultivate fire arts. The old man in brocade robes waved his hand, and cyan flames quickly permeated the entire stone door. Before long, the stone door swung open, and the scent of pills drifted out faintly. It is indeed a pill room. The furnishings in the room consisted of medicinal herbs, which now appeared decayed, along with some jade slips that looked like pill recipes. In the center stood a pill furnace. Inside the furnace remained pills that had never been retrieved. Gold pills, refined and immortal after 10,000 years, emitted precious light through the furnace. The fragrance assailed the nose. It appeared there were a dozen pills inside. The old man in brocade robes quickly lunged forward. I opened the door, so the pills should belong to me. Who does not know how to open a door with such trivial methods? Leave the pills behind. The other 2, unwilling to yield, pursued him closely. Li Changkong watched Qiu Wuji with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Qiu Wuji smiled slightly and walked to the other side. Li Changkong turned his head to glance at the fierce battle unfolding there, then whispered to Qiu Wuji, Immortal, are you not interested? The pills, the pill furnace itself, and even those jade slips of recipes are all valuable items. Qiu Wuji replied with indifference. It was indeed not me who opened the door, and my fire control techniques are inadequate. They should belong to the person who did. Li Changkong sighed. Why say such things? Such frankness from the immortal will only lead to losses. Qiu Wuji asked. Then why do you not fight for them? Li Changkong laughed. I gathered everyone to come here. I must show some sincerity. Starting a fight for the first item would seem insincere. Qiu Wuji smiled. You are a person who gets things done. The praise sounded extremely perfunctory. Li Changkong felt no pleasure in the compliment. He followed Qiu Wuji's gaze and saw her studying the stone room opposite the pill recipe. With Li Changkong's discernment, this should be a sword room. Inside, there would undoubtedly be a fine sword, perhaps even sword manuals. This should be the item Qiu Wuji required. Li Changkong immediately said, I will help you. Qiu Wuji smiled, turned, and walked toward the end of the corridor. Li Changkong stood silent, perplexed. At that moment, the 3 people who had been fighting over the pills broke apart with a loud bang. The old man in brocade robes successfully seized the pills, retrieved a bottle to store them in his ring, and threw his head back in laughter. Those who failed to seize the pills exited in fury. A beam of sword light slashed onto the stone door of the sword room, revealing the glorious light of a precious sword inside, and beginning a new round of fighting. Qiu Wuji's departure seemed to land exactly on the node when they emerged, as if she had predicted when they would finish their squabble. Li Changkong felt a sense of astonishment. This woman seemed quite extraordinary. Setting aside her judgment, the key was her spirit of not fighting for anything. She wanted neither this nor that. Was she truly free of desire, or did she have something far greater in mind? He did not know that in the real world, Qiu Wuji was sniffing the flowing, luminous pills with delight. Good pills. Excellent pills. If I were to refine these, it would take at least 81 days. And there is no guarantee they would even succeed. The dozen pills that the old man, in brocade robes, had seized with such great effort had already been snatched away by the dog like heavenly Tao without him realizing it. His ring sat empty. This was Qiu Ji's legitimate method of making the pills she needed appear in the heavenly realm plot, and then using them. After all, the cannon fodder would die soon, so it was normal for the items on their bodies to disappear without a trace. As for the sword room opposite, the items inside were all trash. The true sword intent carvings lay on the stone door. Qiu Wuji focused on them for a long time, having already memorized them all. Chapter 460. Upon stepping into this domain, Qiu Wuji felt an immediate and deep connection to the foundations of her own cultivation. As a successor of the Black Tortoise lineage, she found the atmosphere familiar, even though her sect had only inherited a fragment of that ancient legacy. This closeness was enough. Some places might reject a stranger, but this realm likely would not. The carvings along the path, observed slowly and contemplated with care, offered a framework for an entirely new mental cultivation method and sword technique. As she walked toward the deepest point, the accumulation of these insights would likely coalesce into a technique capable of controlling the entire structure. Outsiders remained oblivious to this. They lacked the insight to perceive the scattered wall carvings as anything more than obscure decorations, failing to study them with the necessary dedication. This was the distinction between them. The gift came directly from her heavenly Tao husband, delivered in a way the readers could accept. The pill, however, was something her heavenly Tao husband needed for himself. The bickering couple fed each other the golden pill mouth to mouth. As the pill dissolved, Qiu Ji felt every pore of his body relax. His exhausted spirit ignited with new life, and even his physical desires surged with unexpected intensity. Qiu Wuji stared at him, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face. She had shared the pill, yet she felt a sudden, burning need rise within her. Qiu Ji, she said, her teeth gritting in frustration. You created a pill intended for energy recovery. Was it really necessary to play games like this? No, wait, this is a side effect. Or rather, not quite a side effect, Qiu Ji offered with an apologetic smile. It simply restores physical function and spirit to a state of peak agitation. It is a stimulant. The effect naturally carries a slight. I did not consider this when I designed it. I truly did not. Qiu Wuji narrowed her eyes. A stimulant. No, it is a pill to restore the body to its optimal state. I created it to recover the energy needed to write. Do you not feel as though you could slay a tiger right now? I will slay you first. Qiu Wuji grabbed Qiu Ji, and the two of them engaged in a chaotic, high-speed scuffle on the bed. They traded blows, the sound of the Tianshan Jimiai Shao technique echoing through the room, a rhythmic clatter they had not shared in a long time. Only after they grew breathless did Qiu Ji realize she was using him to practice. Her techniques clearly integrated the new sword movements she had intuited in the heavenly realm, becoming increasingly sharp and difficult to parry. Hey, slow down, Qiu Ji stammered, his clothes tearing as he scrambled to defend himself. You spendthrift woman, why not practice in the dungeon instead of taking it out on me? Oh, that hurts. Watching them scheme against each other in the dungeon is a bore. It is much more comfortable to beat you up. Qiu Ji sighed. The boredom was evident. In the dungeon, Qiu Wuji no longer paid attention to the others, focusing entirely on observing and comprehending the wall carvings. Several crises had already descended, and the group had worked together in a forced, grudging cooperation to handle the traps, leaving some with fresh wounds. The details of the dungeon exploration felt unnecessary to recount. Qiu Ji saw no reason to dwell on it, intending only to pay close attention to the conclusion. Sparring with Qiu Wuji proved far more entertaining, serving as a distraction. As they fought, their clothes fell away, adding to the playful atmosphere. Hey, Qiu Wuji caught his wandering hand. We cannot do that. I am in the dungeon. If I get carried away, it will truly be a disaster. Qiu Ji stopped, his expression falling as he realized the truth. The pill had truly backfired. Qiu Wuji leaned against the head of the bed, biting her lower lip as she extended a small, slender foot toward him. I will let you off this time. Take it as a reward for your recent hard work, delivering those items to me. Qiu Ji felt as though he might weep. His younger self wanted to weep as well. She wore sheer silk stockings, and he could not help but wonder if she had planned this all along. At one time, she had never wanted him to gift her techniques or power, but now, she had clearly changed her tune. Seeing the twitch in his cheek, Qiu Wuji felt a wave of amusement. She purred in a low, seductive tone. Since you are able to manifest this kind of pill, does that mean your control over the heavenly realm is not much different from your control over the human realm? Qiu Ji drifted in a daze, answering instinctively. At the very least, it suggests it is comparable to the period before I achieved total control over the human realm. Since you can manifest a heavenly realm pill with such potent effects, Does that mean you can manifest items from the human realm at will? Qiu Wuji paused, considering the implication. It appears so. At the very least, it shows genuine progress in this regard compared to the past. Does that mean, Qiu Wuji whispered, her eyes softening, that I can finally retrieve my personal belongings? I will have new equipment in the heavenly realm, but I cannot bear to discard the items that have accompanied me for so many years. I want to retrieve my autumn water cloud neon, and my autumn water green jade. So this was the reason for her flattery. Qiu Wuji remembered that she possessed other items as well. Her personal musical instruments, her brushes, ink, paper, and pigments were all high-level treasures. He could not manifest them in the book before, but now he could. These, however, were secondary. The most important items were her undergarments. As a sect master, even her bodice was woven from precious materials. Retrieving them had been difficult before, though perhaps leaving them behind was more tantalizing. Qiu Wuji reached out, a sudden realization dawning on him, and pulled out several bodices. Here, take them. The seductive expression on Qiu Wuji's face froze. Her eyebrows shot up in rage. Who said I wanted these? Qiu Wuji, go to hell. A scream pierced the air, followed by the golden light of her protective barrier working to its full potential once more. Neighbors above and below heard the beautiful girl in the apartment shouting at her boyfriend. I wanted my treasure zither. What kind of dog brain thinks of bodices? Qiu Wuji, you are going without dinner. In the evening, the residents saw the bickering young couple slip out of the building. Their relationship remained as close as ever, holding hands as if they could never tire of each other. The man looked slightly withered, as if he had spent a long time kneeling on a durian. Walking through the park had been decided the previous day. Work and rest needed to be balanced, even though the afternoon session had been quite exhausting. How many days are left in the dungeon plot? Qiu Wuji asked as she walked slowly, clutching a cup of milk tea. She did not bother to look at the idiot beside her. Qiu Wuji drank his milk tea in silence. If I wanted to drag it out, this dungeon could last for several days. However, I have no intention of stretching it out. It will conclude tomorrow, or at the latest, the day after. But the television drama does not air until next week. Is today Friday? That leaves 1 or 2 days. Did you not want the television drama to help boost the impact of your first clash with the Heavenly Emperor? That will be easy. Instead of dragging out the dungeon, I can write about Chu Tianji's cultivation and the forgotten little flame. Qiu Wuji blinked. Oh, that is right. How have you arranged things for the little flame? I designed it so that he encounters a situation similar to yours upon his arrival. His behavior, however, will be quite different from yours. He will slaughter his way through, smashing through cannon fodder, until he finally locates the ruins associated with the vermilion bird. Because you want to find clues about the vermilion bird through him. Exactly. Qiu Wuji scratched his head. But the timing is too early. The plots are crowded together, and I have no time to arrange them properly. I need to let the narrative expand. The whereabouts of the vermilion bird should not be revealed just yet. I am waiting for the results regarding the white tiger from the old man's side. Everything must be done step by step. If everything is squeezed together, it will end in disaster. Qiu Wuji nodded in agreement. So where is the little flame now? I apologize, I do not know. I only gave him a general path to the vermilion bird clues, and set him on a course of bloodshed. I have not arranged the specific details of his battles, but I imagine he is enjoying himself. In the world within the book, Yan Qinli stood amidst a scene of carnage, his body covered in blood as he crushed the skull of a demonic cultivator beneath his foot. The soul flag of the demonic cultivator whistled as it dissipated, emitting a mournful, piercing wail. Far across the distant horizon, a flickering intent of burning flames appeared, shimmering like the evening glow in the shape of a firebird. Yan Qinli gasped for breath, a savage smile breaking across his eyes. That is good. The dog Heavenly Dao has finally done something useful. This is a satisfying fight. A land of flames and the shape of a firebird ahead. If this is not the vermilion bird, what is? He has arranged this base for me. It is more than adequate. Chapter 461. Yan Qinli still had a long way to go. It was uncertain whether he would withdraw his previous praise, or feel even more delighted if he learned that the dog-like Heavenly Dao had provided him absolutely nothing but a direction. The results of being arranged could be quite comfortable, as seen with Qiu Wuji and Chu Tianji, who were basically picking up cultivation techniques. Back in the day, however, they had not enjoyed such treatment. Everyone had insisted that they did not want what was being given. They still might not enjoy it even now. Chu Tianji felt it was right to help him with his work. Qiu Wuji simply asked herself if she should allow him to control the situation. She decided that she would. Deep down, these proud people hoped to explore the path of the Tao on their own. They wanted to grow through the hardships of tempering and rely on their own strength to see the end of the universe, rather than being lifted to the peak by a father figure. That phrasing felt slightly off. Qiu Wuji actually envied the free-range state of Yan Qinli, but unfortunately, given her relationship with Qiu Ji, it was not the time to worry about form. Accepting gifts was necessary, and taking what was offered was the path forward. Rising as quickly as possible was the only hard truth. This applied not only inside the book, but in the real world as well. If the situation in the book had not made dungeon diving inconvenient, they should have been double cultivating in the real world whenever they had time. Sufficient spiritual energy was the only way to deal with the tearing impact of world distortion and struggle. The pills Qiu Ji pulled out only served for recovery, which was not enough. If one had recovery pills, the Heavenly Emperor certainly possessed them as well. The ability to pull out pills merely allowed them to stand on the same level as the Heavenly Emperor. Qiu Wuji held an advantage over the Heavenly Emperor, because the world belonged to him, while the Heavenly Emperor was merely struggling in a cage. That was the first point. The second point was that Qiu Wuji could still improve his strength, while the Heavenly Emperor had reached a level where advancing even half a step was difficult. Therefore, Qiu Wuji needed more than just recovery pills. He needed to produce pills that allowed for direct upgrades to constantly close the distance and accumulate a winning trend. Cheating was not quite as simple as it seemed. The awkwardness for Qiu Wuji lay in the fact that his plot needed to be presented to readers. He could not design it however he pleased. The gradual progression of a dungeon was an important process. Obtaining auxiliary recovery medicine in an outer alchemy room was acceptable, but the immortal pills that truly allowed for rapid improvement had to be reflected in the final harvest of the dungeon. Qiu Wuji found that cheating was not simple. Regardless, he possessed the foundation to cheat, and the balance would eventually tilt. The park at the end of the first lunar month was still cold. Fine rain fell in the evening, and young couples no longer strolled there. Under the dim streetlights, Qiu Wuji held the hand of Qiu Wuji as they walked slowly. The hostility and restlessness of upgrading faded away under the drizzle. Their minds felt less tense, and inspiration seemed to return. They heard each other's footsteps, pattering softly against the bluestone path. One step, then another. They moved in sync, stepping onto the same stones. They felt as if they were playing a game, eventually matching the placement of every single step. They smiled slightly, though they did not know if the other had seen. They did not need to see. Their hearts beat as one. Qiu Wuji did not know why, but he could always find the feeling of first love with Qiu Wuji. Perhaps she was simply too perfect. No matter the time, she always knew what he needed most. She was cute when he wanted cute, gentle when he wanted gentle, and when he wanted a charming woman, she was more alluring than anyone else. In the quiet, Qiu Wuji finally spoke in a low voice. Although it is not the time to bring up writing again, and it is not conducive to relaxing, it would be best to finish this dungeon as soon as possible. We can. She paused, appearing slightly ashamed. The night was empty, and her voice sounded loud. She continued, if the dungeon is finished and I can meditate there for a while, we can double cultivate more. It is beneficial for cultivation. Qiu Wuji blinked but did not answer. Qiu Wuji blushed to the roots of her hair. Under the dim streetlights, she possessed a beauty reminiscent of their first meeting. Even as an old married couple who had done everything, she could not speak such words easily. It was likely she never would. But that was what Qiu Wuji loved about her. He could no longer hold back. He turned and pressed Qiu Wuji against a tree by the roadside, lowering his head to kiss her. Qiu Wuji closed her eyes slightly, waiting for his approach. Qiu Wuji held thousands of words in his heart, but did not know how to express them, eventually simplifying them into 3 words. I love you. Their lips met. Qiu Wuji closed her eyes, responding in a hazy voice. I love you too. Inside the dungeon, the group went through countless hardships, finally arriving at the main hall. The difficulties along the way were too numerous to list. Everyone was injured. Even Qiu Wuji, who did not fight or grab for loot, could not avoid receiving a minor injury, while resisting crises within the team. The others suffered more. The 5-person team had been reduced to 4. The old man in brocade robes, who had been the first to seize pills, had died in a previous trap. No one sighed for him, and Qiu Wuji felt no ripples in her heart. This was not simply because Qiu Wuji had arranged it to take his pills. Even without that, this person was destined to die first. When Li Changkong had casually asked how to break the seal on the pill recipe door, the man had rushed to act. In the context of writing, this signified impatience. Impatient people were the most likely to die by triggering traps while dungeon diving. This was a character role readers expected to be cannon fodder. Qiu Wuji merely put the waste to use. Regardless, when the dark will of heaven operated in such a manner, it felt somewhat cruel. Qiu Wuji, however, no longer worried about such things. Under the heavenly Tao, all living beings were like ants. It was meant to be this way. If he arranged for your death, you would die. Qiu Wuji had no time to sigh for him. Over the past 10,000 years, she had seen too many similar events. The anger in her heart was directed toward that pair of lovers in the park, kissing each other like 2 stray dogs. I am in a dungeon, covered in scars, and you two are loving each other. It is infuriating. The sharp ring of a sword blade clearing its scabbard filled the air. The 3 teammates in front could not help but glance back. The immortal had been calm and steady before, so why had she suddenly drawn her sword? Qiu Wuji ignored them, looking straight ahead. The hall was vast. The center originally resembled a pond, but it had dried up. A massive copper statue of a tortoise and snake stood in the middle, appearing lifelike. At the front of the hall sat a throne, and upon it rested a skeleton draped in python robes. It was easy to imagine a monarch overlooking the entertainment below, concubines dancing in the palace, pools of wine and forests of meat, but now everything had turned to ash. This must be the owner of the place. Li Changkong whispered a reminder. From what we have seen along the way, we can judge that this is not a tomb, but an imperial palace used for both cultivation and rest. The owner of these remains held a high status while alive. They were likely at the peak of the profound immortal stage, only one step away from the true, indestructible body of a golden immortal. Everyone must be careful. He is only a dead man. I am certain he has lost his 3 souls and 7 spirits, and he will not move. The young man in black said coldly. Touching the corpse will trigger a strong formation, that is all. Prepare yourselves. This battle will not be difficult. Greed shone in the eyes of the group. At the peak of the profound immortal stage, how powerful should his belongings be? Setting aside everything else, the skeletal remains of a profound immortal were a terrifying choice for a corpse puppet. Qiu Wuji knew this was the final battle. Since it was the final battle, would the corpse truly not move? As she watched the young man in black move forward slowly, her gaze sharpened. She saw thousands upon thousands of sword and tents floating in the void. They remained invisible yet flowed together like water. The dried pond had somehow begun to flow with water, yet it was not water. It was swords. The eyes of the copper tortoise and snake seemed to move for an instant, but upon closer inspection, they remained dead objects. It felt like an illusion. Li Changkong quietly retreated to the back of the group. Chapter 462. Li Changkong gestured toward the skeleton on the throne. Why isn't the immortal moving up there? He asked from the back. Qiu Wuji looked at the skeleton on the main throne, a thoughtful expression on her face. She shook her head. We must show respect to our predecessors. It is not right to disturb their remains. Li Changkong stared, unable to process the situation. Everyone came here to explore a tomb. If we do not disturb the remains, what exactly are we exploring? Are you afraid of danger? Li Changkong asked, a stiff smile frozen on his face. There is no energy reaction here. It should be fine. According to the layout of an imperial palace, the main hall itself would not have any formations or traps. Those are likely confined to the perimeter. Qiu Wuji nodded. That is true. Then why are you not going up there? Qiu Wuji smiled. You have not gone up there either. Let us wait and see. Li Changkong seemed impatient. There is an excellent divine sword in the hands of those remains. Did you not see it, immortal? Qiu Wuji let out a soft sound. I saw it. Then why not go take a look? You have not fought for anything along the way. Surely you did not come here for nothing. They have already taken plenty. If you ask for the sword, they likely will not be too difficult about it. Qiu Wuji merely offered a non-committal hum. If Qiu Wuji could see behind her, she would notice the way Li Changkong gnashed his teeth, his expression shouting, go on, why will you not go? Qiu Wuji smiled slightly. She did not need to look. Her husband designed this plan to invite her here, which implied a hidden motive. Although he had not spoken the specific details, he no longer allowed her to foresee the plot lines. Qiu Wuji curled her lip. The couple in the park were already holding hands on their way home. Judging by the passionate kiss from a moment ago, they were likely on the verge of doing much more. It was frustrating to know she was out here on an adventure while they were having fun. Amidst her rich internal monologue and Li Changkong's anxious anticipation, the young man in black and the large man in green robes stepped cautiously onto the main platform. No energy fluctuations or divine soul ripples greeted them. It was nothing more than a long-dead skeleton. For those who refined corpse puppets, these immortal remains were a common sight. Aside from the sturdy bones, there was nothing else special about this one. However, the moment they stepped onto the high platform, a breeze or some other unseen force seemed to trigger a reaction. The seemingly sturdy skeleton dissolved in the wind, instantly turning to dust. The python robe draped over the bones turned into pitch-black cloth ash, scattering into the void point by point. A shrill, ghost-like wailing echoed, and thousands of black mists burst forth from the skeleton. The change was abrupt and inexplicable. With some mental preparation, the young man in black and the large man in green robes unleashed their magical treasures, attempting to resist. The black mist appeared ordinary and easy to block. Miraculously, the light of the treasures met the mist, yet it seemed to exist in a different dimension. There was no collision or reaction. The black mist passed directly through the treasures as if they were made of air. Space itself seemed to freeze. The black-clad youth and the green-robed man remained locked in the posture of casting their spells, unable to move a muscle. Their robes disintegrated into dust, just like the python robe on the throne. Their bodies became covered in dense, bloody wounds. They transformed into two blood-soaked figures who had lost all trace of life. Blood gushed from their bodies, instantly spreading. The entire hall turned bright red, enveloped in a thick mist of blood where one could not see their own fingers. The flowing sword chi in the pond turned red as well, overflowing and drowning the floor of the hall. Qiu Wuji eyes deepened. Every scene before her seemed to break down into minute sections. Each dark or bright red spot, each stream of water, was actually a stroke of sword chi, carrying blood color, converging into light and shadow, and converging into flowing water. Sword chi like water flooded the universe. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to retreat. The only safe place was the copper turtle and snake statue in the center of the pond. Strange isolation energy surrounded it. The sword chi could not enter within 3 feet of the statue, swirling around it and flowing away. Qiu Wuji shifted her stance, landing on the back of the turtle. Get out of the way, a voice shouted from behind. Li Changkong rushed forward with an expression half excited and half ferocious. He swung his long sword, attempting to drive Qiu Wuji off the turtle back. Qiu Wuji shifted, dodging within a narrow space, but did not retaliate. Li Changkong rushed past, standing on the turtle head, and glanced back at Qiu Wuji with suspicion. Qiu Wuji spoke calmly. The turtle and snake represent death. That skeleton was never a real person, but a symbol of death. Living people entering the platform trigger a shift in the stars, exchanging life for death. The living trigger the death energy, turning dead water into living currents. The turtle and snake image is now opening. You have been waiting for this moment. Li Changkong spoke coldly. How do you know that? There were inscriptions of the relevant laws along the way. I read them. You did not. That is all. Qiu Wuji continued. You might have obtained a token or other relevant items on the perimeter, thinking you could unlock the secret of the turtle and snake. I advise you not to do so. Li Changkong eyes burned with malice. This is already the manifestation of life. Controlling this image means gaining control of the entire imperial palace. Woman, considering you are beautiful, I advise you not to meddle. After I obtain the treasure of the profound immortal, I might even reward you with the position of a royal concubine. Qiu Wuji sheathed her sword, too lazy to argue. If you want to die, go ahead. Li Changkong watched Qiu Wuji warily. He took out a bronze plate with his right hand and carefully pressed it onto a missing part of the turtle-back shell. It fit perfectly, as if it were truly a part of the statue. Qiu Wuji could see that the missing part of the back shell was actually the piece her own Cloud Horizon sect had kept for generations, the item used for Ascension. If a protagonist had explored their way from the human realm, they would have found this scene shocking, full of unknown secrets and suspense. As the wife of the heavenly Tao, Qiu Wuji simply thought her husband was brilliant. With the bronze plate inserted, the eyes of the turtle and snake flashed with brilliance, as if life were circulating within them. The space isolating the sword chi seemed to stir, opening a real hidden passage. Pleasant spiritual energy wafted from the space, smelling fragrant. Li Changkong wore an expression of wild joy. There is indeed a real temple. The space was filled with peaceful energy. Even with Qiu Wuji's bias, she felt the space seemed safe. Li Changkong, naturally, did not hesitate. He took half a step inside. Nothing happened. He turned sideways and entered. Nothing happened. He stepped inside in a frenzy of joy. The next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth crumbled. The hall shook violently. The peaceful spiritual energy within the space turned into demonic energy, rushing out with a roar. A scream echoed. Li Changkong's entire body was wrapped in black energy, and the whites of his eyes turned pitch black. His figure flashed, and a terrifying force slammed toward the vital points of Qiu Wuji. She was very familiar with this aura. The Heavenly Emperor. The words on the document of Qiu Ji, however, stated, this is the residual magic energy of the ancient domain demons that led to the fall of the empire. It has invaded and completely controlled the soul of Li Changkong. He has become a demon. Was it the Heavenly Emperor possessing Li Changkong, taking the opportunity to kill the not yet matured Qiu Wuji, or was it the magic energy of the demons in the book plot, which Qiu Wuji would counterattack and kill? The first clash between the Heavenly Tao and the Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Realm began right here. Chapter 463. Qiu Ji sat before his document. He tapped away with extreme seriousness, focused on the narrative unfolding on the screen. Sweat beaded along his temples. Qiu Wuji stood beside him, watching the faint aura of his soul sea roiling in the air. Each word demanded a massive effort. His fingers trembled against the keys. He had designed the alchemy chamber in the outer perimeter earlier, securing the vitalizing medicine specifically to manage this tearing conflict. When the opponent was the Heavenly Emperor, he could no longer rely on the easy corrections and erasures he had used in the human realm. This required a raw contest of strength. Even the relaxation in the park last night, the attempts to clear his mind, all of it had been preparation for this moment. This included external help. On this day, the television adaptation of Qiu Wuji officially launched on the Penguin video platform. Qiu Wuji checked her phone with nervous intensity. She refreshed the view count repeatedly. The comments grew in real time. The influx came from the original novel fans, manga readers, animation enthusiasts, and music fans of the soundtrack. The early autumn love couple fans poured in as well. She noted the followers of Qin Fair, the famous diva, along with the male lead fans. She paused. She did not recognize the actor playing the lead, but his fan base appeared massive. The comment count surged even before the opening song ended. Articles and promotional pieces flooded the internet. The ranking on the application climbed steadily. Qiu Wuji understood the true meaning of a major intellectual property. Qiu Wuji stood out as the most typical blockbuster IP of the year. Every project associated with it ignited with success. Public opinion remained overwhelmingly positive. Even the trolls who tried to hate it found themselves swallowed by the relentless tide of fans. A television series under such a halo of glory attracted countless eyes before it even aired. As long as the production quality did not fail, it would succeed. Of course, achieving the same level of popularity as previous projects, or even surpassing them, and gaining mainstream acceptance, depended on the production of the series itself. How did it hold up? With the capital from the Datang company satisfying every requirement, only the standards of the production team remained to constrain quality. Snippets of the plot flashed through the theme song alongside the crew credits. Director Xia Wenyuan, screenwriter Qiu Ji, music composers Qiu Wuji and Cheng Guanjiao, starring Qin Fair. This list of names alone raised expectations to the peak. Xia Wenyuan was a famous director, and Qin Fair was a diva. Both possessed proven strength. Webnovel authors writing their own scripts happened, but only a handful received top billing as independent screenwriters. Critics had questioned whether an author could truly handle screenwriting. Yet the success of the animation proved that no one understood how to adapt a work better than the creator himself. He knew how to best appeal to readers and viewers. The author understood why the original work became popular, while others might miss the nuance. Claiming that a certain change would be better without that understanding held no value. Qiu Ji had studied literature. He understood how to structure a script. This gave him an edge over other authors who lacked knowledge of film adaptation. Fans of the book, men who usually avoided such dramas, waited at their screens with keen interest after learning Qiu Ji had written the script. A viewer remarked that the opening song sounded excellent. Another agreed, noting that Qiu Wuji had composed it. But who wrote these lyrics? They had a rich flavor. Was it Qiu Da? A third voice warned not to mention the name Qiu Da. He insisted on calling him Shorty G or Chew Pigeon. They debated the new nickname. Another viewer told them to stop distracting from the music. They cared nothing for the writers. The song sounded truly incredible. They predicted it would become a viral hit. The lyrics had come from the hand of Cheng Guanjiao. The old master still possessed sharp skills. He wrote such things better than Qiu Ji himself. Qiu Ji dared not compete with him. Qiu Wuji possessed a keen ear for music. Listening to the finished product, she knew this would be another massive hit. The theme song for the animation had already achieved high popularity. If the series theme song also caught fire, a very interesting phenomenon would occur. The two tracks that had dominated the public consciousness for months came from different projects of the same work. The implications for promoting the popularity of the work itself went without saying. A viewer gasped, noting how much the actress playing Qiu Wuji resembled the real one. They asked if the texture of the robes had been ripped from the animation. Another wondered why they did not assume it came from the book, adding that they felt it carried genuine magical power. A commenter joked that they wanted to suggest the real Qiu Wuji had run out of the book. They called the meme exhausted and demanded a new one. Qiu Wuji frowned. When facts turned into memes, the result seemed quite interesting. To the public, the Qiu Wuji on screen resembled Qin Fair more than anything else. Qin Fair looked so much like her. The demeanor, the gaze, the sword-like sharpness hidden beneath the surface, the silent authority. She stood by the water, gazing into the distance. The scene mirrored the horizon. The heaven merged with the earth. It captured her slightly literary gaze as she watched a lonely swan call out and fly away. If the public did not know that the real Qiu Wuji came from the book, then the one on television represented the version closest to reality in their hearts. A viewer questioned when Qin Fair developed acting skills to this level. She looked as if she had observed the real Qiu Wuji up close. They concluded she had fully digested the original work. Interviews claimed she called herself a fan of the original book. This appeared to be the truth. The show held great promise. She was more than just a fan. She was the disciple of Qiu Wuji. She had studied the sword techniques, interviewed the surrounding elders and Suanji, and carefully scrutinized everything about Qiu Wuji from the book. Except for the love-brained foolishness of the real world, Qin Fair felt she stood as the second Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji judged the show would be a success after watching for only a few minutes. Qiu Ji continued his difficult work on the manuscript. He spoke in a weak voice, saying that was good. Qiu Wuji whispered that she hoped it would add weight to his efforts. She told him she would return to the world within the book, win the battle, and then come back to accompany him. Inside the world of the book, Qiu Wuji and the possessed Li Changkong had been entangled for some time. In reality, the mark of the Heavenly Emperor lay hidden upon the black tortoise statue. He had not descended himself, as he remained distracted by the conflict with the new Heavenly Emperor. Even this residual mark allowed him to unleash strength at the level of a profound immortal. It should have crushed Qiu Wuji, who had not yet broken through to the profound immortal stage. A failure to defeat her in seconds would have shown incompetence. Yet, as they fought, he discovered he could not destroy her. The strength of Qiu Wuji had progressed. She was no longer a novice who had just arrived from the human realm without mastery of heavenly skills. Her black tortoise power, her water source, and the sharpness of her sword intent all matched the standards of the heavenly world. The Heavenly Emperor wondered if she had really comprehended all of this just by observing the wall carvings along the way. Worse, he found he could not even exert the strength that a profound immortal should possess. He could technically operate at that level, but the manuscript of the Heavenly Tao stated that the residual demonic energy had been worn away by the power of the true martial. It remained as nothing more than a scrap of murderous instinct. For the Qiu Wuji of this moment, while the situation remained dangerous, she could win. The Heavenly Emperor cursed silently. He struggled and tore at the new Heavenly Emperor, yet his thoughts remained clear. Why did he only have murderous instinct left? He wanted to see whether a casually written sentence by this woman, or the strength he could project would be more effective. Demonic energy exploded outward, colliding with the autumn water sword of Qiu Wuji. She felt the strain more than before. She understood the implication. This resulted from the Heavenly Emperor competing for the authority of the Heavenly Tao. She braced herself and held on, while her clone watched the progress of the television series outside. As long as she endured, she could succeed. The clone returned to her soul. Qiu Wuji felt a surge of spirit. She thrust her sword energy forward. Simultaneously, the mind of the Heavenly Emperor blurred for a moment. The eyes of Li Changkong turned a blood red. The setting of the Heavenly Tao took effect. He became a heavenly demon with nothing left but the desire for slaughter. A high-level technique the Heavenly Emperor had just gathered dissipated into nothingness. How could a brainless heavenly demon gather a technique? The autumn water sword pierced the black fog and drove deep into the heart of Li Changkong. Chapter 464. A harsh cracking sound echoed through the hall. Li Changkong gripped the blade with a savage expression, pulling it straight out. Qiu Wuji withdrew, flying backward. A faint clink followed. The autumn water Ningbai sword, her companion for thousands of years, bore a fresh crack. It was clear the blade could no longer meet the demands of the heavenly realm. Qiu Wuji remained calm. Her figure flickered, and sword energy lashed out once more. The whites of Li Changkong's eyes reappeared within his pitch-black pupils. The Heavenly Emperor had regained a measure of control. Qiu Ji and the Heavenly Emperor battled for dominance. Victory did not depend on her strength alone, but she could ensure the Heavenly Emperor suffered for every inch gained. Sharp, piercing sword energy drove straight toward his spiritual center. His heart was already destroyed, yet he still fought. Physical bodies meant little to immortals. The true target was the spirit. Li Changkong vanished in a blur. The voice of the Heavenly Emperor boomed, though he was not present. Mortals are but chess pieces, and the brush is a blade. Does he truly believe he is worthy? The timing and spacing of the Heavenly Emperor moved too fast for Qiu Wuji to track. Years of combat experience honed her instincts. She sensed the attack approaching from behind. She swept her sword back instinctively. Metal clashed against metal. The blade struck the center of the demonic energy. A deafening explosion ripped through the hall. The bloody hue of the room faded under the pressure of the impact. Black and white light erupted, sending both figures flying away from the turtle and snake statue under the force of the collision. They landed in the blood-stained hall. Qiu Wuji wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. Beads of sweat dripped from Qiu Ji's forehead. The words on his manuscript flickered with an alien light. The possessed Li Changkong and Qiu Wuji were thrown apart, crashing into the true martial sword energy as if bathing in a pool. The sword energy flowed like water, covering their bodies. Qiu Wuji closed her eyes. She felt the trajectory of the energy. The sword intent she inherited from the black tortoise merged with the true martial sword. They shared the same root and the same purpose. It was like the 10,000 sword energies in the trial cave of the past. When she mastered every strand, knowing their paths as well as she knew her own breath, did the distinction between them and the water not vanish. Li Changkong, possessed by the demon, never expected this true martial mausoleum to be Qiu Wuji's greatest treasure. The training from the human realm and the enlightenment from the heavenly realm fused together during this palace journey. Water and sky connected. The autumn was boundless. Unlike the gentle ripples around Qiu Wuji, the sword energy near Li Changkong roared like a violent sea. Waves of energy crashed forward. Within the whistling sword wind, the anger of an ancient era emerged. The Heavenly Emperor. In the real world, the North Pole glaciers trembled. Ice shards pierced the air like swords. From the deep ocean, a low growl echoed from the black tortoise. The Heavenly Emperor. Inside the book and beyond, the earth tilted. The copper turtle and snake statue seemed to come alive. Hatred flared in their four eyes. The will of the true martial residue felt the remaining demonic presence. Intense hatred triggered a violent repulsion. The terrifying sword energy in the hall went berserk, slicing through the possessed man. In a blink, Li Changkong suffered 1,000 cuts. Flesh stripped away until little remained but bone. The brand of the Heavenly Emperor hovered above the skull. A clear, ghostly face formed within the black demonic fog. A rainbow shot from beyond the sky, chasing the sun and piercing the moon. It tore through water and heaven, striking the spiritual center. Qiu Wuji merged with her sword, breaking through the void. As the tip touched the brand, feedback flooded her mind. You are the cream of the crop among humans. You were born to trample the sun and moon, to tear the firmament apart. What is the heavenly Tao? One sword strike is enough to sever it. I am heaven. Why must you humble yourself to the heavenly Tao, fawning and begging for scraps? Why serve as a pawn and a slave with such joy? Are you truly so base? Qiu Wuji remained calm. Facing the long string of questions, she responded with 3 simple words. I am willing. The demonic energy ruptured. Ghosts wailed and gods howled. The brand shattered. The recoil of the impact dissolved the sword energy filling the hall. Qiu Wuji crossed her arms over her chest, protecting her body as she retreated. Her robes offered no protection against the violent explosion. The sleeves disintegrated into ash, and her fair arms were covered in wounds. She slammed into a stone pillar, gasping as she stopped her flight. She looked up. Li Changkong had vanished into thin air. Not even dust remained. A wisp of black fog lingered in the air, dissipating under the final grinding of the blood-red sword energy. The red light vanished. The turtle and snake statue returned to peace. The water flowed around the sculpture, no longer sword energy but genuine, liquid spirit energy. Lotus flowers bloomed in the water. The entire hall felt reborn in spring. The air turned crisp, and the spiritual energy invigorated the spirit. The Heavenly Emperor's brand had vanished. In Qiu Ji's plot, this marked the disappearance of the demon mark, planting the seed for the mystery of the true martial death during the ancient imperial fall. For the novel, the main Heavenly Realm plot had begun. Readers left comments. Chu Pigeon is actually quite impressive. I thought there would be no plot in the Heavenly Realm, but he buried such a massive mystery here. Exploring the secrets alone seems like enough material to write a full arc. I wonder how long he will take to explore it, considering his short attention span toothpick stirring a giant vat. Someone laughed. I feel sorry for my Qiu Wuji. She must be heavily injured. Though the plot disguised the event as a mystery, Qiu Wuji knew it had been a clear fight for dominance from the beginning. She breathed heavily, watching the spring flowers bloom in the hall. A smile bloomed on her face. She looked down at the bloodstains on her jade arms. They looked terrifying, but they were only superficial wounds. This was much lighter than she had anticipated. The first exploratory clash with the Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Realm had ended in a phased victory. The first dungeon was cleared. Qiu Ji collapsed into his chair before the computer. He felt exhausted. This mental tug of war surpassed every type of battle he had fought before. Previous corrections had been so simple. This battle for the right to speak, for whose validity held greater power, drained his mind. He pulled out a pill with effort, took it, and adjusted his breathing for a moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His soul descended, reaching straight into the book. The first phase had ended in victory. He felt his control strengthen by an immeasurable degree. Finally, he could project his soul into the world, just as he had in the human realm. Qiu Wuji leaned against a pillar, gazing with bright eyes at the figure materializing before her. She smiled with a trace of fatigue. You can come in now. Yes, Qiu Ji crouched beside her, his heart aching. He fed her another pill. This one cannot heal superficial wounds. I will go find another for you. No, Qiu Wuji took a pill from the human realm and swallowed it. I do not need heavenly realm items for these minor cuts. The scars faded. The skin on her arms recovered visibly, smooth and bright as jade. Yet, as she leaned against the pillar, hair disheveled, clothes in tatters, the sight left him stunned. Qiu Ji swallowed hard. He turned his head away with difficulty. The internal space of the turtle and snake sculpture holds a treasury. There is enough equipment inside to replace what you have lost, as well as a true place for cultivation. We should move there first. Qiu Wuji looked at him with sparkling eyes. So, this palace belongs to me now. Yes, as I said before, this is a base built for you. From here on, your role shifts to deep cultivation. It is time for Chu Tianji to take his turn in the dungeon tasks. Qiu Wuji reached out and draped her arms around his neck. Then, my concubine, carry your empress to the bedchamber to rest. Chapter 465. The palace, deep beneath the desert, served as the outer court of the true martial palace. This grand hall functioned as its heart. The turtle and snake statue in the water feature controlled the entire complex. When Li Changkong embedded that copper plate, he effectively seized control of the whole palace. This included the mechanisms, the defensive barriers, and the observation hub. Everything within the structure lay exposed through the eyes of the statue. Now, the authority rested entirely with Qiu Wuji. Although this only constituted the outer court, the area spanned a vast distance. Qiu Ji had spent several days writing about the exploration of these zones. The Qiu Wuji had mostly remained on the sidelines during that journey. It was undeniably massive. As the palace fully awakened, the cycle of life and death turned. The stagnant air dissipated, replaced by flowing spiritual energy. The space no longer resembled a long-buried ancient ruin. It looked brand new. Flowers and spiritual herbs began to sprout in the interior pools and exterior gardens. Even the withered heavenly materials in the medicinal garden started to recover. The underground palace possessed a new beauty, a vibrancy that made it habitable. The only missing element was sunlight, as it remained an underground city. However, the heavenly Tao governed this place. When the dungeon arc concluded and no longer required a view for the readers, a single thought from the heavenly Tao could subtly alter reality. If the story needed to return here later, the changes could simply be reversed. Qiu Ji willed it, and a fissure opened above the surface. Sunlight poured through the gap, striking the palace directly. To any outside observer, the area remained a shimmering mirage, masking the entrance completely. It was a pure, unadulterated cheat. The cheating heavenly Tao held his beloved wife in his arms, standing by the water and gazing upward. The fresh, clear living quarters brought peace to their hearts. Qiu Wuji leaned into his shoulder, a sweeter smile gracing her lips. Concubine, you have quite the range of tricks at your disposal. Qiu Ji gestured toward the room. The house in the mortal world. Do not mention the mortal world, she snapped, her expression stern. You are here with me now. Forget about that vixen. Qiu Ji remained silent. She rubbed comfortably against his shoulder, her voice softening into a seductive purr. Since the weather is so fair, and the autumn breeze so pleasant, shall we walk in the flower garden? We could complete the business you left unfinished with that vixen in the park last night. Beads of sweat popped out on Qiu Ji's forehead. I had no intention of doing anything last night. She continued. You pressed her against a tree and kissed her for so long. You may not want to admit it, but she certainly did. Damn it, Qiu Ji said, forcing a calm tone. This is only the outer court. The turtle and snake hub allows transportation to the true inner palace. That is where the richest spiritual energy resides. The best treasures are kept there as well. Shall we go there first? Qiu Wuji pouted, offering no response. Qiu Ji patted the head of the turtle statue. She frowned. Are you forcing me to use this method to enter the inner palace in the future? You can touch the snake, he suggested. Before he finished speaking, the space distorted. It felt like triggering a transport formation. Wind stirred, and light twisted. When they opened their eyes again, they stood within a smaller bedchamber. The decor of the room left Qiu Wuji stunned for a long moment. The interior layout closely resembled the courtyard she kept on Cloud Horizon Peak. Apart from the higher quality materials, it looked like a deluxe version of her original home. Even the murals and flowers, both inside and out, matched her old residence. The heavenly Tao had intentionally simulated and replicated her living quarters. She felt a surge of surprise, but a twinge of guilt pricked at her heart. She glanced around furtively, as if afraid of being caught, and lowered her voice. Is this going too far? Why does it matter? Qiu Ji shrugged. When the plot in the book reaches this inner bedchamber next, quite some time will have passed. I will simply write that Qiu Wuji redecorated the chamber according to her usual habits. That will settle the matter. But, she did not know if his plan held flaws, so she spoke instinctively. Was this not the true martial bedchamber originally? It feels wrong to make it look so feminine. Why cannot true martial be a woman? Qiu Ji countered, his tone full of conviction. Qiu Wuji stared at him, confused. Qiu Ji continued, these are characters in my novel, not the actual true martial emperor. I decide the settings. It makes no difference either way. It saves me the effort of changing the decor if I use it as is. Look. She followed his gaze. A soft couch draped in silk sat nearby, looking fresh and inviting. A set of Dharma robes rested neatly on the bedside. The clouds wove through the brocade, and the threads captured the passing of light. A subtle aura of energy emanated from them, revealing their power. Even at a glance, she knew these far surpassed the tattered robes she wore. The crucial detail remained that they were designed for a woman. A divine sword hung on the wall. Even within its scabbard, the faint sound of a dragon roar and the ringing of a blade echoed. The true martial sword. The audacity of this cheat left her dumbfounded. These items should belong to true martial personally. This is only the former bedchamber, and we have yet to reach the final revelation of the mystery, have we not? Of course not, Qiu Wuji replied. Think of these like the collection you keep on Cloud Horizon Mountain. Consider them spare items or clothing for a change. What need does an immortal have for a change of clothes? Well, it was just a way of speaking. Think of it like that. You had them in your room before as well, Qiu Wuji said. Therefore, this is not top-tier equipment, but it suffices for traversing the heavenly realm. You told me earlier that you wanted to take the autumn water Ningbai sword out. Now you can. Upon hearing the name, Qiu Wuji pouted, her heart aching. The blade cracked. He held her and walked to the back door, revealing a row of jade-carved buildings. See here. That is the refining room. It comes fully equipped with a sword-casting platform and all sorts of materials. Once you have rested, recasting the autumn water Ningbai will be simple. And over there, that is the true place for alchemy. The best goods are kept there. Qiu Wuji remained bewildered. After 10,000 years of bitter cultivation, her mind struggled to accept such gifts dropping from the sky. Just as Li Changkong had thought before, were pies falling from the sky truly meant to be eaten? Did he truly believe he was the wife of the heavenly Tao? Qiu Wuji once held the same belief. Pies falling from the sky were dangerous. But now that she was the wife of the heavenly Tao, the gift felt both exhilarating and unnerving. It felt surreal. Why do you have such a strange expression? Qiu Wuji asked. Shu Tianji has been eating and drinking in the heavenly court without a second thought. You just fought a life and death battle and won, yet you complain when the spoils are too plentiful. Well, she searched for an excuse. Will the readers find it boring if you give away too many items all at once? This is only a phased achievement, Qiu Wuji said. The readers know the true main plot involves Shu Tianji. You only need to maintain your high and mighty status as Sect Master Autumn and cultivate in secret. In simple terms, your only job is to be beautiful. Qiu Wuji frowned, sensing something off about that statement. When did my job become just being beautiful? Have you hidden me away in a golden house? Being beautiful is the job of that stinky Autumn in the mortal world, not me. Today, I will let you know the difference. Her eyes darted around, and she leaned into his ear, whispering seductively. I understand. You must be tired from your confrontation with the Heavenly Emperor today. Would you like to rest together? Qiu Wuji did not think too much about it. He turned, laid her gently on the bed, and kissed her forehead. You are truly injured. Rest first, I will take a look around. Wait, she pulled at his sleeve. The heavenly Tao is so kind to Autumn. Should I let that Autumn clone come out to serve you? Qiu Wuji froze, unable to move forward. Qiu Wuji smiled, and her figure began to blur, splitting into two distinct forms. One of them wore the short skirt and silk stockings from the mortal world. She blinked her large eyes, looking completely bewildered. Do you want her? The Qiu Wuji with the tattered robes asked, her voice filled with charm. Qiu Wuji swallowed. Is that allowed? Yes, she is all yours. You were thinking of such things all along. Qiu Wuji jumped up, her mood changing instantly. Allowed in your head. Qiu Wuji stared at her in confusion. Qiu Wuji grabbed the autumn clone in the short skirt and stockings, dragged her to the foot of the bed, and tied her up securely with a rope. She stuffed a silk scarf into the clone's mouth. Qiu Wuji blinked. So you like to be intimate with that vixen, while I am in the middle of a battle. Now it is my turn to let this stinky vixen watch how I am intimate with her husband. Qiu Wuji turned, grabbed Qiu Wuji by the collar, and pushed him onto the bed. You want me to just be beautiful. That is her job, not mine. Behave yourself. It is time for double cultivation. The clone struggled, muffled noises escaping through the scarf. Qiu Wuji gave up on struggling. This was quite the game. Chapter 466. Qiu Wuji sat at his desk, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. He had understood the jealousy earlier, when Qiu Wuji spoke to her younger self. It was a bizarre kind of jealousy, one he had felt himself. If the younger version of him had appeared to woo Qiu Wuji, he would have hunted the man down. It was difficult to blame Qiu Wuji for her fractured state, given the circumstances. Anyone in her position would have crumbled. Still, splitting off a clone only to bind that clone for some strange act of self-indulgence was a maneuver he had never imagined. He realized then that an author's solitary brain circuit could never match the collective intelligence of the masses. He promised himself that in the future, he would let Qiu Wuji provide ideas while he wrote. It would surely outperform his past work. He sighed, annoyed that even in this moment of passion, his mind drifted back to his writing. A professional writer was truly beyond saving. He looked at the foot of the bed. The small assistant version of Qiu Wuji remained tied up, eyes glistening with tears. Then, he looked at Sect Master Qiu, currently dominating the scene. He had no idea what a normal person should be thinking in such a moment. Perhaps he should focus on dual cultivation. That was what a normal immortal cultivator would do. Qiu Wuji had said as much herself. Once the dust settled, they should increase the frequency of their dual cultivation. The mental fatigue and the injuries sustained in the dungeon meant nothing in the face of such a divine technique. Qiu Wuji looked at her, currently appearing with excitement from her own bold actions. He sighed and shook his head, deciding to take the lead. The world shifted. The heavens and earth seemed to turn upside down. The Qiu clone in the corner rolled her eyes. The rain receded, and the clouds dispersed. Qiu Wuji leaned lazily against his chest, catching her breath. She recalled the clone back into herself. She had used the copy as a tool for stimulation, and she discarded it the moment it ceased to be useful. If she had left it out, Qiu Wuji might have turned his attention toward the foot of the bed, where the look in his eyes had been unmistakable. She had acted decisively, leaving behind only the ropes and the mouth gag, a scene of disarray. She had nearly fallen into his trap, but she was far too clever for that. Qiu Wuji sniffed, looking disappointed. He asked who exactly had led him into a trap. He lamented that a moment ago there had been 2 Qiu Wujis, and now, with a sudden blink, his large Qiu Wuji was gone. Qiu Wuji scoffed, leaning against his shoulder, and twisting a strand of hair against his chest. She told him that he really had wanted 2 of her. She insisted that the act had been purely for atmosphere, not that there were truly 2 people present. If there had been, she would have branded him a scoundrel, and slashed him into pieces. Qiu Wuji thought to himself that if there really had been 2 of her, whether he would have been slashed was debatable, but the 2 of them would certainly have fought until the world fell apart. The assistant version of Qiu Wuji was no match for the original. It was quite pitiful. He kept those thoughts to himself, speaking only to say that he was glad there was not really 2 of her, as he feared her mind would truly shatter. Qiu Wuji pouted, continuing to wind the hair around her finger. She reminded him that watching another version of herself be intimate with him felt unpleasant. She usually enjoyed that sensation, and she wanted the clone to experience it too. It had been meaningless, of course, just giving him an extra advantage. Qiu Wuji coughed dryly. He thought that she was the one who looped with satisfaction, clearly enjoying the punishment of her rival. He did not know what advantage he had gained. Qiu Wuji seemed to realize her argument was weak, so she forcefully changed the subject. She asked if their dual cultivation technique was somewhat outdated, since it was based on mortal world principles. She wondered if the true martial emperor had such techniques in the heavenly realm. Qiu Wuji answered that he did not, as true martial did not concern himself with such things, but he could write one on the spot. He remembered that Chu Tianji had a pile of them. Miles away, Chu Tianji discovered the cultivation technique he had been reading vanished from his hands. A few bottles of pills disappeared along with it. Chu Tianji froze, a look of confusion on his face. He told the heir to wait, as he had not finished memorizing it yet. A moment later, the technique was tossed back to him, accompanied by the majestic voice of the heavenly Tao, which called him weak. Chu Tianji cursed under his breath. He wanted to kill someone. He complained about upgrading his level, asking where his wife was. He was separated from his partner, living apart, and now he was being fed dual cultivation techniques and trashy romance novels. He wondered if the dog-like heavenly Tao intended to make the protagonist masturbate for the sake of the readers. Qiu Wuji, oblivious to his son's complaints, cut the connection. The couple ignored everything else, focusing on the newly transcribed dual cultivation technique. Qiu Wuji felt her face flush hot. She remarked that the techniques of the heavenly realm were indeed far superior to what they had before. They were indeed superior. The most direct benefit was that this was no longer a dual cultivation of physical energy, but a spiritual exchange. Theoretically, Qiu Wuji existed only as a spirit, though he could manifest a physical body that felt real enough. In reality, his true body sat idling before the computer. The effect of such dual cultivation was usually halved, but the heavenly realm technique changed everything. Once Qiu Wuji engaged in spiritual dual cultivation with Qiu Wuji, the result was transformative. She gained benefits that could not be measured by the standards of Qiu Wuji's current cultivation level. Whether she gained his writing mindset or the ability to bathe in the laws of the heavenly Tao through a baptism at close range, the impact was profound. In return, the increase in mental strength Qiu Wuji gained from her was far greater than before. The growth of his magic power mattered little compared to the breakthrough of his spiritual power. Qiu Wuji was currently at the nascent soul stage. The key difference between the nascent soul and the spirit transformation stage was the projection of the soul. He had been struggling to meet the demands of his spiritual requirements. Once his soul reached the level of spirit transformation, or even tribulation transcendence, his raw strength would stand on par with the heavenly realm. The next struggle would not be so arduous. In other words, their next main task was to continue their dual cultivation. Qiu Wuji bit her lower lip. She asked what pill he had just stolen from Chu Tianji. Qiu Wuji coughed, explaining that it was an auxiliary pill for dual cultivation, different from the standard upgrade pills, meant to increase the effect of their union. He noted that true martial did not have these, so he had to improvise. The look in Qiu Wuji's eyes deepened. Qiu Wuji sensed trouble and began to struggle. He told her to wait, as he had not said they would start now. He explained that they had only just finished, and he had matters to handle in the mortal world. He had words to write, and he had not yet had the chance to write that 3 days had passed in the book. He had not stolen time, he had not stolen anything else, and he cried out for help. Qiu Wuji told him not to think about running. Holding a pill in her mouth, she shoved it into his mouth with a fierce expression. She told him that Meng Meng had taught her how to drain him dry, and she wanted to see how he could possibly accompany that little vixen after that. Qiu Wuji could only emit muffled cries of protest. In the forums and discussion groups, a wave of criticism grew. Readers asked if Chu Pigeon had truly gone back on his word. Someone noted that although the updates had been slow recently, he had always been punctual with the first chapter at 12 o'clock, so they wondered why there was no update today. Another asked if he had grown arrogant now that the television drama had just begun. A third suggested they go watch Qin Fair instead. They complained that the drama was pure deception, as Qin Fair only appeared as Qiu Wuji in the opening theme, and then she was nowhere to be seen for several episodes. One user said that was normal, as Qiu Wuji had no part in the early plot, which focused entirely on Chu Tianji. Another reader noticed that Yaziza was quite beautiful, and asked who the actor was. Someone claimed she was a newcomer, and theorized that Chu Pigeon must have taken the young girl as a concubine, enjoying himself so much he had abandoned his updates. Amidst the chorus of condemnation, Chu Ji, sitting before the computer, suddenly shuddered as his consciousness returned. He read the discussions, clutching his collar with lingering fear, tears welling in his eyes. He wondered who exactly was taking whom as a concubine. They had no idea how terrifying the Qiu brand juice extractor could be. Then he paused. He realized that in that world, his consciousness had descended, and there was no juice to speak of. It was all psychological. Chu Ji exhaled a long breath, staring at the half-finished document, his mind empty. There was no juice to speak of. Then why did he feel as if his brain juice had been squeezed dry? Chapter 467. The brain juice might have been drained, but the mental energy remained incredibly surging. Heavenly dual cultivation techniques worked differently. Qiu Wuji gained immensely regarding her insights into the heavenly Tao, but when it came to cultivating spiritual strength, Chu Ji reaped the greater reward. He had practiced dual cultivation with an immortal at the peak of the true immortal stage. No, wait. Before he left, Qiu had already broken through to the profound immortal stage. A nascent soul cultivator practicing with a profound immortal felt like a mortal receiving a power boost from a master at the bottom of a cliff. The benefits were terrifying. In just half a day, if half a day could be described as just that, Chu Ji felt he was on the verge of breaking through to the spirit transformation stage. He only needed to calm his spirit and cultivate in peace for a while. His gold core and nascent soul stages were unique. Back in the gold core stage, his spirit felt like it had already reached the spirit transformation level. Most people could not project their spirit during the gold core stage, but he had managed that long ago. His strength was sufficient to wander the book, looking down upon the ages. He felt fatigued, but was that something a normal gold core spirit could endure? No. He had reached the spirit transformation level long ago. He was not technically at that stage because his magic power had not kept pace, but theoretically, he was already there. Chu Ji had never formed a nascent soul. He remained stuck with that early gold core, the image of a chaotic planet. He did not need a nascent soul. According to his deductions, the world within the book counted as his gold core and his nascent soul. They were one. If everything could be a nascent soul, then the world was his. He needed no further training. Earlier, Chu Ji and Qiu Wuji felt their real-world cultivation was strange. It did not correspond to the distinct levels in the book. Now that they saw more of the heavenly realm, they discerned these truths clearly. Chu Ji becoming a spirit transformation cultivator was merely a matter of desire. Even tribulation transcendence would not take long with Qiu's dual cultivation. Having a world as his support changed everything. Chu Ji calmed his mind and poured his thoughts into the document. He rushed to finish, finally uploading at 7 or 8 in the evening the chapter he usually released at noon. One reader grumbled about the update. Damn, Shorty G finally updated. 2,000 words. So short. Another defended the length. Do not be so critical. At least it is 2,200 words. A third reader scratched their head. What is this chapter about? Qiu obtained the true martial relics and is cultivating inside. That is it. Is this the legendary filler chapter? Amidst the chorus of complaints, Chu Ji closed his eyes and opened them again. A brilliant light swirled within his gaze before sinking deep into the recesses of his mind. Chu Ji had reached the spirit transformation stage. If Chu Tianji reaching spirit transformation in 5 years was considered cheating in the book, then Chu Ji had officially begun his cultivation as the heavenly Tao only 8 months ago. Chu Ji exhaled a long breath. He turned his head, hoping to show off, only to realize something was missing. The Qiu clone had not come out with him. Of course, she could not. In the book world, within the true martial relics, Qiu Wuji sat on the bed. She had used her own ropes to tie her clone up, but now she found herself bound to the bedpost, meditating in resignation. She had drained him too thoroughly. He had been so frightened that he tied her up before fleeing. The rope was the immortal binding cord, a magical treasure Qiu Wuji had refined. It worked well on others, but it could not truly hold her. She remained bound purely for the sake of their intimacy. As Qiu Wuji meditated, she thought of Chu Ji fleeing in a panic. She felt a mix of anger and amusement. He had overreacted. She knew he needed to write. She would not have actually drained him dry. Enough was enough. A vague, ancient sword shape began to condense above her head, shifting from blur to substance. The blade bore intricate textures, the laws imprinted during the collision of the heavenly Tao spirits. These now belonged to her understanding. The path to her supreme sword body, and the evolution of her Tao body lay right there. A sword hummed within the room despite no weapon being present. Listening closely, one could hear the echoes of a billion swords. She possessed no physical blade, yet her body was a sword. Like the blood-red sword energy in the outer hall, the sword flowed like water. Her muscles, bones, cells, and blood vessels were all swords. More importantly, her spirit was a sword. The true martial sword hanging on the wall began to resonate. Qiu Wuji felt the joy emanating from the blade. It seemed to say that after waiting for 10,000 years, it finally had a master. Qiu Wuji opened her eyes slowly and glanced down at her bonds, curling her lip. The ropes vanished instantly, and her true martial robes draped over her body. She stood, once again the sharp, keen sword master. A single glance seemed capable of piercing the firmament. She flicked her finger. The surrounding sword intent coalesced into tiny figures that bowed low. One addressed her as Your Majesty. Qiu Wuji spoke calmly, ordering them to tidy the flower garden, and clean the alchemy recipes. She specifically requested materials for the refining room, demanding they light the furnace. She intended to recast the autumn watering by sword. The sword spirit bowed and left. Qiu Wuji watched them go. She realized her sword body and insights into the sword path allowed her to command these spirits with ease. Theoretically, this made her the Empress of 10,000 swords. Chu Tianji followed the sword path as well. Although he encountered various strange opportunities and possessed a richer array of techniques, his main path remained the sword. How would Chu Ji arrange his journey? She found herself laughing. Her thinking patterns were becoming more and more like Chu Ji, considering how to arrange the routes for different characters in a novel. It was interesting. As she turned, a clone slipped silently out of the plane. Chu Ji was typing furiously on the second chapter, hoping to avoid being cursed by readers for a short update. As he typed, a small head poked into his ear. Not done yet. Is cultivation not easy to write about? Chu Ji glanced sideways. The assistant face was flushed red, her eyes fixed on the screen, feigning interest in the manuscript rather than him. Chu Ji could not help but laugh at her appearance. Are you finished with your madness? The crazy woman is not me. I am the one she tied up. She even forced herself onto my husband right in front of me. Chu Ji went silent. But you did help me get revenge by tying her up, so I suppose you did well. Next time we go in, bind her while I am there. I want to take revenge myself. Chu Ji pulled a pained expression. Hey, do not scare me. I am genuinely afraid that you are suffering from a split personality. Qiu Wuji stamped her foot. Idiot. I do not want to talk to you. Chu Ji scratched his head as he watched her storm away. What had she meant by that? A sudden realization struck him. He was truly an idiot. Qiu had split herself intentionally. She really wanted to help him experience the feeling of having both of them at once, and he had been an idiot and refused. He could not write this update tonight. Qiu Wuji ran out, her face instantly breaking into a smile. He was still a good man. His first reaction had been concern for her mental state, not obsession with having two of her. That was sweet. If the Qiu Wuji of the mortal world could have been considered prone to a split personality, the current Qiu Wuji was incapable of such a thing. The stability of a spirit transformation cultivator spirit, and the firmness of her path, were significant. How could one who had achieved the spirit of a profound immortal suffer from such a condition? She had been playing a game, and Qiu had mastered it without needing anyone to teach her. Ming Meng's advice about draining him dry had proven useless, as his dual cultivation technique and his gold bell shield were far too overpowered. It was hard to say who had drained whom. In truth, if one could suffer from a split personality at this level of cultivation, only two scenarios existed. One was severing the three corpses into three distinct consciousnesses. The other possibility was being written into two separate people by the Heavenly Tao, much like the Heavenly Emperor at this very moment. In the Heavenly Court, deep within the mist, a majestic voice echoed. Summon the new Imperial Envoy, Chu Tianji, to see me. Unlike the majestic but dismissive voice of the Heavenly Tao, this tone carried a genuine, open, and benevolent authority. It sounded like the voice of a leader with true cultivation and virtue. Chu Tianji opened his eyes amidst the pile of technique scrolls and pill bottles. He knew his true plot had finally begun. He stood, turned to look at the heap of bottles and jars, and laughed freely. Even though it felt good, the path to the Tao did not come from such things. New variables were welcome. This was good. Chapter 468. Chu Ji had avoided writing the Heavenly Emperor for a long time, always putting it off. Even when Chu Tianji entered the Heavenly Court, a moment that should have demanded the Emperor's personal attention, Chu Ji had dragged it out, letting a Star Lord handle the negotiations. One could interpret this as a plot device to suggest that the protagonist could not meet the big boss too early. Perhaps it was a nod to the classic story, where the Jade Emperor recruits the Monkey King. In truth, Chu Ji had been terrified. He feared that writing the Emperor directly would trigger a backlash he could not handle. Now, however, he felt ready. The original brand of the Heavenly Emperor had suffered damage, which would inevitably affect his core strength and leave him at a disadvantage in his struggle with the new Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, Chu Ji had experienced a massive leap in his own strength, providing him with greater confidence. The only question remained how the new Heavenly Emperor might react if he were written directly. Would he sense Chu Ji's hand in his fate? Would he rebel? Regardless, Chu Ji needed to test this. He could not avoid writing the Emperor forever, and this moment offered the best opportunity. The fog swirled deep within the spiritual sea of the Heavenly Emperor. A cold, mocking voice echoed. You are just as ignorant. You know you are a puppet. He sent you to see Chu Tianji, not because you wanted to, yet you offer no resistance. You do not deserve the title of Heavenly Emperor. The Emperor closed his eyes. He responded quietly. How do you know I do not wish to see Chu Tianji? If you wished to see him, it would be to kill him. Why do you wish to see him now? Why would I kill Chu Tianji? The Emperor spoke calmly. A Heavenly Emperor represents the brilliance of the heavens and the majesty of the earth. I wish to bestow grace upon Chu Tianji, to let him connect the heavenly and human realms. The sun, moon, and stars of the human realm should obey the order of the heavenly realm. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning should fall under the jurisdiction of the heavenly realm. All under heaven belongs to the king. The past and the present rest in my palm. That is the power a Heavenly Emperor should possess. That is far better than your wretched, scurrying behavior, hiding in a small realm, calling yourselves heaven. Where is your heaven? Where is your earth? Viewing the world from the bottom of a well, it is laughable. Seek yourself first before expanding. You cannot even manage yourself, yet you talk of managing the stars of 2 realms. That is self-deception, truly laughable. What is the self? The emperor laughed. You stand in a separate realm, isolated from the heavens. It seems the heavenly Tao cannot control you, so you believe you have found yourself. Yet, when the heavenly Tao reopened the new heaven, why was it done so easily? Is your power inferior to his? The other voice fell silent. The emperor continued slowly. The original setting of the heavenly realm was a competition between 3 factions. You clearly connected with the Buddhist and Taoist sects, staying independent in this realm. Yet, in the end, it was still those 3 factions engaging in internal strife. The framework of the heavenly realm never changed. That gave the heavenly Tao an opening to reset everything. He overlapped the original heavenly realm and the current one, replacing the old with the new, rather than reopening a separate world. So, did you truly find yourself, or are you still spinning within his settings, never once stepping out of the cosmos? To repel the enemy, one must first settle internal strife. If a realm is not peaceful, how can one speak of the human realm, or the heavens? That voice roared in anger. Is the competition between the 3 factions my problem? You might as well ask that monk and that thief why they are so oblivious to the bigger picture. Well said. To repel the enemy, one must first settle internal strife. I cannot even quell the entanglement with you in my mind, so how can I speak of other things? You might as well ask yourself why you are so oblivious, always trying to influence my thoughts. Damn it. It was a question with no answer. Who held the overall situation? Who understood the bigger picture? A guard spoke from outside the door. Chu Tianji has arrived for an audience. The battle in the Sea of Consciousness ceased. The emperor smiled faintly. Admit him. Chu Tianji stepped onto the cloud platform. It was his first time seeing the heavenly emperor. In truth, it was also the first time Chu Ji had laid eyes on the emperor through Chu Tianji's perspective. Previously, the emperor had possessed no face. In the human realm, he borrowed the body of a Buddha. In the true martial mausoleum, he occupied the body of Li Changkong. Theoretically, the emperor lacked form. He could have been anyone. Now, he wore a tall crown and broad belt, dressed in black robes. A long, black beard hung from his chest. He looked nothing like an emperor. Instead, he resembled a profound scholar, appearing much like Xie Zhuxiao. It made sense. Human emperors only wore dragon robes after claiming to be dragons. Before that, such things did not exist. For an emperor of heaven, dragons and phoenixes were either mounts or pets. It was fortunate they were not food. Have you grown accustomed to your time as the imperial envoy? The emperor smiled with kindness. Chu Tianji sighed in his heart before answering. I am grateful for your generosity, your majesty. I have had access to all resources and lacked no cultivation techniques. I have learned much about the affairs of the heavenly realm. I am new to this realm and starting from scratch. That the adaptation and exploration have gone so smoothly is entirely due to your care. Whether that care came from the heavenly Tao or the heavenly emperor was impossible to say. The emperor had his own intentions, so it could be attributed to him. The 2 men would not expose such a deep issue. The emperor continued to smile with concern. Have you encountered any difficulties in your cultivation? I have no difficulties. Chu Tianji replied truthfully. I only deeply feel that I was once a frog in a well. My horizons were too narrow. I once imagined an endless future, but I lacked a clear technique or guide. Now I know that cultivation holds such vast scenery. To be immortal, to see the ancient and modern, to travel the heavens, this is the Tao. The emperor smiled. Is the true great Tao not holding the world in the palm of your hand, flipping the cosmos, with a flick of a finger? Chu Tianji's pupils contracted. He spoke slowly. That would be the heavenly Tao of a realm. There is no end to the path of cultivation. It seems one opens a world of water, fire, and wind, and becomes the heavenly Tao. But where does the heavenly Tao reside? Above the heavenly Tao, is there another heavenly Tao? It is unknown. The unknown is the root of our quest for knowledge. That is where the Tao lies. The emperor's words seemed to be debating the Tao or offering guidance. In reality, he implied that the heavenly Tao of a single realm was not the end, or perhaps not as impressive as one imagined. Chu Tianji understood this. He agreed. Yet, agreement aside, their choices remained different. Their paths diverged. There was no need to say more. It was enough to stop there. Chu Tianji bowed. You are correct, Your Majesty. May I ask why you summoned me? The emperor sighed inwardly. He did not continue the topic. He turned and asked, according to common sense, if one still has attachments in the human realm, one cannot transcend tribulation and ascend to heaven. So, do you have no attachments in the human world? Chu Tianji replied honestly. I still have a lover waiting for her ascension. What if she cannot ascend? I will wait. Do you wish to go down and see her? I do. The emperor smiled. The position of imperial envoy exists to bridge the 2 realms. The 3 of you who ascended from the human realm understand its affairs, and the bridge of heaven and earth better than anyone. Naturally, it is most appropriate for you to handle this. I had worried that you had shed the red dust, and had no desire to look back. Since you still have attachments, this is a win-win situation, is it not? Chu Tianji could not distinguish which words were written by Chu Ji, and which the emperor truly wanted to say. An emperor without a self would indeed want to communicate with and rule the human realm, rather than governing a lonely heavenly realm. Yet, the self-centered emperor from before had clearly wanted to isolate the 2 realms. He decided to stop caring. Chu Ji was likely observing everything through his perspective, and he would know what he was doing. Chu Tianji let go of his thoughts and answered honestly. That may be so, but I truly do not know how to communicate with the human realm. I fear I will fail to live up to your trust." The emperor chuckled. "I have a rough idea," Qiu Tianji said. "Please enlighten me, your majesty." The division of heaven and earth must use the 4 cardinal symbols as the 4 poles. The human realm was able to ascend, so they must have used the residue of the 4 cardinal symbols. Naturally, we must aim for that direction as well. Of the 4 poles of heaven, this place is the position of the azure dragon of the east. The white tiger of the west is likely within the sphere of the Buddhist section. Do you dare to explore it? Qiu Tianji felt speechless. So, he wanted him to be the vanguard to attack the other 2 factions. This was the emperor's true intention. Whether he could rule the lower realm was secondary. The 3 factions fought for the ascendants because they could serve as the variables to break the balance between the 3. He had come to the heavenly court, and the emperor naturally wanted to see what kind of storm this variable could stir. Following that line of reasoning, Sect Master Qiu and Sect Master Yan must be at each other's throats by now. Chapter 469. Indeed, the situation had escalated to the point of outright warfare. Qiu Wuji's previous battle had been incredibly perilous. It was a joint effort between the Heroine and the Heavenly Dao, fighting against nothing more than a residual mark of the Heavenly Emperor. Had the film release not provided a boost to the Dao, it would have been uncertain whether the power of the Heavenly Dao would have been sufficient. As for Yan Qinli, he had been fighting his own path outside the main plot. He repeatedly defeated stronger opponents, killing, seizing treasures, snatching techniques, and plundering resources. He had forcibly broken through to the profound immortal level, and even gathered a group of subordinates. Rumors were already circulating in the heavenly realm that the Flame Demon Lord had risen in the south. Although Qiu Ji had provided the foundational direction, one had to admit that the little demonic spark was terrifyingly formidable. Qiu Tianji remained oblivious to these developments. He did, however, recall that some time ago, Taibei Jinxing mentioned sending a profound immortal to find Qiu Wuji. He wondered how that was going. In reality, nothing had happened. Qiu Ji's arranged confrontation had not yet begun. The profound immortal sent on that mission was still searching the city where Qiu Wuji first set foot. He had only managed to find the hostel where Qiu Wuji had rented a room. Rumor had it the lease was about to expire, and the city manager was considering contacting the man, assuming he was an acquaintance of the woman, to demand rent. The targets Qiu Ji had arranged for Qiu Wuji to humble were not limited to just him. Both Buddhist and Taoist sects were involved. Everything would erupt at once when Qiu Wuji emerged from seclusion. Qiu Ji's writing had recently focused entirely on Qiu Tianji. Qiu Tianji turned his attention back to the emperor. He asked if he was the only one going to explore the Buddhist lands. The emperor offered him the decree of the imperial envoy. It would grant him the power to mobilize all the forces of the heavenly court in the surrounding areas. Many people would cooperate with him, including multiple profound immortals. The emperor paused, then added that it would even include golden immortals. Qiu Tianji asked for specifics. He wanted to know if he was meant merely to locate the white tiger, or if he should attempt to seize it. The emperor mused that this man was truly arrogant. A mere ascender who had just broken through to the profound immortal level dared to speak of seizing. He wondered if the man realized the vast gap between him and that bald-headed monk. Still, self-confidence was a good thing. It was part of verifying this variable. The emperor nodded and smiled. He explained that according to his information, the Buddhist kingdom had not yet found the true location of the white tiger. If Qiu Tianji truly discovered it, seizing it would be for the best. If he saw that it was impossible, he merely needed to confirm its specific location. The emperor would handle the rest. Qiu Tianji nodded in agreement. He told the emperor that if there were no other instructions, he would depart immediately. The emperor smiled kindly, telling him to go. The emperor watched as Qiu Tianji walked out of the cloud platform with the gait of a dragon and the stride of a tiger. His smile never faded. Deep within the sea of consciousness, a voice echoed. It remarked that watching that stride, even without knowing the history, one could see the potential of a great emperor. It suggested that, barring any surprises, this man was the intended replacement for both of them. It asked the emperor how that felt. The emperor smiled faintly and replied that he had no particular feelings about it. New generations replaced the old. If this man was truly qualified, there was no reason why he could not replace them. A mocking laugh echoed from deep within the consciousness, as if the speaker could not be bothered to expose the emperor's insincerity. The emperor spoke in a low voice, almost as if talking to himself. The more one possessed such qualities, the less they would forget a debt of gratitude. He noted that the other voice seemed unaware of this. Seeking the self was not a bad thing, but everything had limits. Exceeding those limits became obsession. Being classified as a heavenly demon might not have been a forced act of the heavenly Tao. It could be argued that it was a result of circumstances. The scroll of the heavenly realm had already been unfolded by him. The emperor questioned whether the man was strong, or if he had simply left behind too many flaws. The voice deep within the consciousness fell completely silent. It was impossible to tell if it was resting due to injuries or brewing an even greater storm. Qiu Wuji sat beside Qiu Ji, reading the draft. The plot she saw covered the dialogue between Qiu Tianji and the heavenly emperor. The internal conflict of the emperor remained invisible to her. However, Qiu Ji could see it. Turning his head, he noticed Qiu Ji's serious expression. Qiu Wuji asked in a low voice how the new heavenly emperor was. Qiu Ji's serious expression faded, and he smiled. He explained that when beings reached their level, they all possessed strong individual ideas. He could not push them too hard. However, to his surprise, the emperor actually agreed with his arrangements. Qiu Wuji looked puzzled. She asked for an explanation. Qiu Wuji clarified that his basic settings played a role. The heavenly emperor was newly born, and his thinking was influenced by his basic personality traits. For example, when Qiu Wuji rebelled against heaven, she came out to slash him. When Xie Xiao rebelled against heaven, he planned in the shadows, using puppets. Based on their respective personalities, their actions would naturally differ. Qiu Wuji began to understand. She asked what happened next. Qiu Wuji explained that he had set the new heavenly emperor's traits as magnanimous, skilled at utilizing talent, and having a high level of affinity. He was a template of a benevolent ruler. Although, as the heavenly emperor, he would naturally possess ambition, emphasizing those earlier traits meant his thinking would inevitably differ from the original heavenly emperor. He genuinely believed Chu Tianji needed to be treated well, rather than wanting to kill him as soon as possible. Therefore, the emperor felt Chu Ji's arrangement was correct, so he compromised for the time being. Qiu Wuji asked if it was a compromise. Chu Ji replied that no one wanted to be controlled, especially not the heavenly emperor. So, of course, it was a compromise, or perhaps a tacit understanding. He noted that with this way of thinking, if the emperor were to contend with him, the focus would instead shift to winning over Chu Tianji. Qiu Wuji pointed out that this was just creating trouble for himself. She argued that this kind of heavenly emperor might not be easier to deal with than the original one, and might even be more difficult. Chu Ji countered that his first priority was not fighting him, but rather the original heavenly emperor's personality. If he treated Chu Tianji well now, and in the future, the original heavenly emperor replaced him, Chu Tianji would inevitably seek revenge for him, and kill the original emperor. In the context of the novel's plot, this would logically become the fuse for Chu Tianji's rebellion against the heavenly court. Qiu Wuji stared at his profile, remaining silent. Chu Ji continued that if the new emperor succeeded in the struggle against the original, and then his enemy became Chu Ji, then at that point, his thinking would not be significantly different from the original emperor's. He would no longer trust Chu Tianji as he did now, and he would want to kill him. It would still be the story of Chu Tianji rebelling against the heavenly court. Regardless, the direction remained the same. Qiu Wuji gasped. She asked if he was being cruel. She remarked that this was more than just writing a book. She said that he was truly manipulating all living beings, covering the sky and flipping the clouds. She quoted the heavenly emperor saying he was unworthy, adding that she felt from the moment the heavenly realm began, he had become the truly ruthless heavenly Tao. Chu Ji shook his head. He clarified that it started from the moment they were prevented from seeing each other. At that moment, he swore that no matter who it was, or what means were used, no one would stop him from being with Qiu Wuji. He exhaled and stood up, walking toward the window. Outside, the spring rain continued to fall softly. Occasionally, it splashed onto the windowsill, landing on his face, bringing a hint of coolness and a unique freshness. Chu Ji watched the spring rain outside and spoke to himself in a low voice. He admitted that in the past, he had been too respectful to the characters in the book. That was not the heavenly Tao, but a father figure. They had educated him in turn on how to be a proper heavenly Tao. Whether it was the minor characters like the old man in green robes or the young man in black, or the heavenly emperor in his writing, there should be no difference. Qiu Wuji pursed her lips. Chu Ji turned his head and called out to her. She responded. He asked if she thought he was too strange, or if he resembled someone who had fallen into evil. Qiu Wuji looked at him for a long time, before breaking into a bright smile. She told him that if their future required him to fall into evil, she would fall with him. Chu Ji exhaled gently, stepped forward, hugged her, and kissed her forehead. Qiu Wuji enjoyed this posture from Chu Ji. If hugging her from behind demonstrated his attachment, then this bowing to kiss her forehead clearly conveyed his affection, untainted by any desire. She liked both modes. In fact, she liked this more than when Chu Ji worked hard in the fields. She was moved by emotion. Because of emotion, she desired. Because of love, she was willing to play along with his various antics, which did not mean she enjoyed Chu Ji thinking only of desire in everything. In fact, Chu Ji had never changed. The different manifestations of Chu Ji, past and present, were all still Chu Ji. In the end, it was all just to be with her. She looked at Chu Ji with bright eyes and said earnestly that she did not believe he had become evil. The movement of heaven was constant. It did not exist for the sake of the saintly Yao, and it did not perish for the sake of the tyrannical Ji. She told him he was merely transitioning from a human heart to the path of the true heavenly Tao. Chapter 470. Chu Ji did not consider himself truly cold or ruthless. At the very least, he liked Chu Tianji and Yan Qinli quite well. He liked Suanji and planned for her to take over the succession. He liked Debi too, and was planning to have Debi ascend to deal with Buddhist matters. It was only because continuous ascensions were bad for the structure of the work that he held back. When Chu Tianji's plotline involved the Buddhist kingdom, Debi would need to come up to help. That would be the appropriate time for his appearance. People were only human, after all. They possessed biases and emotional orientations. As for how to balance this with the heavenly Tao, Chu Ji honestly did not know. He did not want to consider such philosophical questions about humanity and heaven right now. He only knew he had to protect himself and Qiu Wuji. With that goal in mind, he simply did the work. What was the point of overthinking it? Chu Ji never thought of himself as an immortal who needed to contemplate the heart and the path. Instead, he identified more strongly as an esper in the modern world. Why this difference in identification existed, he did not know. Perhaps it was because he had lived in this world since childhood, making it feel more real. Every world had its own affairs. The 4 symbols belonged in the book, so they should stay there, rather than wandering about in the modern world. He just did not know how things were progressing with his father, White Tiger. They had lost contact completely during this period. It was strange. Was there no signal in the Americas? Was it perhaps somewhere like the Atlantic? But Azure Dragon had said White Tiger was not in the ocean. Regardless, the conflict had paused, and life had returned to a normal rhythm. Qiu Wuji continued to write about Qiu Tianji's observations after leaving the Heavenly Court, and Qiu Wuji continued to manage her manga work. The couple went to work and came home as if the scheming, brain-draining fatigue, and bloody battles of the previous days had been merely a dream. Nothing had happened. Because the influence of reality on the book had become so obvious, everyone had to devote enough energy to solidify it. The first season of the manga, Battle of the Swing, had concluded to rave reviews. Preparations for the second season were now underway. The gap between the 2 seasons was only half a month, a fact the readers jokingly called a season break that felt like nothing. There was no need to divide the human realm arc into seasons, save for precautionary measures. Since it had been a huge success, they continued drawing without the original staff ever pausing. As for the animation, everyone knew that thanks to the support from the Korean side, the results were excellent. It currently held the top spot for animated series in the country. Another factor was the popularity of the music. The anime songs had dominated the major music platforms for a long time. The audience for music and anime did not completely overlap. When songs spread throughout the streets and alleys on TikTok, Kuaishao, QQ, and Qjiao, people would ask what the songs were. Upon learning they were theme songs from an anime, a portion of those people would eventually go to watch it. The popularity of the animation rose accordingly, becoming even hotter than the manga. Even the popularity of the manga was partly fueled by the animation. Qiu Wuji needed more and more people to watch the story and know the world. Novels, manga, animation, and film were all meant to expand to different audiences, rather than for the sake of the grades themselves. The so-called cultural export was also because only by going abroad could one expand to more people, not limited by national borders. There were still billions of people in the world. It was a pity Qiu Wuji never dared to hope to enter Europe or America, as the differences were too great. He wondered what would happen if he forced a loss to promote it. How many more people could he reach? Furthermore, the audience for the television drama was significantly different from that of the animation and manga. Apart from the internet, this group reached the mainstream society, including the middle-aged and elderly. He really did not know what kind of effect this adaptation of a progression-style web novel would achieve. Qiu Wuji took the initiative to call Xia Wenyuan for the first time. He asked about the data for the television drama. He had examined the online data, which looked good, and read news about it being broadcast on satellite channels. He wanted to know when it would air. Xia Wenyuan laughed heartily on the other end of the line, surprised that Qiu Wuji had actually called to ask about this. He assumed Qiu Wuji was calm and did not care about such things, yet here he was, checking data and reading the news. Qiu Wuji replied helplessly that saying he did not care was a lie. Besides, he was a web novel author, so checking data was a habit. Xia Wenyuan spoke in a relaxed tone. Since the data was so popular and the ratings were excellent, he asked what Qiu Wuji was worried about. Qiu Wuji questioned if they had faked the rating of 8.9. Xia Wenyuan laughed and said that in the entertainment industry, they called that operations, not faking. Qiu Wuji cursed and said he knew it. He clarified that he was not asking about that. He felt the audience online overlapped heavily with the anime audience, and he was more concerned with how many other viewers had been added. The other side of the phone fell silent for a long time. Xia Wenyuan asked how long it had been since Qiu Wuji watched television, specifically the set-top box kind. Qiu Wuji thought for a moment and said he occasionally watched shows with his girlfriend last year, though his main focus was not on the show. He stopped himself, wondering why he was telling Xia Wenyuan that. Xia Wenyuan asked if he did not know that set-top boxes could stream web dramas. He pointed out that a large part of the online data actually came from feedback from set-top boxes. Qiu Wuji went silent. Xia Wenyuan sounded disappointed as he explained that the show could have been watched on television long ago, which was why they had launched it as a web drama first. He assumed the couple watched their own show on the sofa every day. Qiu Wuji wiped away sweat, claiming he had watched it on his computer, and promised to watch it tonight. Xia Wenyuan suggested Qiu Wuji should go out and walk around to see what shows were playing in shops that had televisions. That was more representative, similar to how songs played in every street and alley in the past. Qiu Wuji agreed, remembering a time he went to buy shoes and saw a television in the store playing Joy of Life, with a group of men sitting there watching the show while waiting for their wives. Xia Wenyuan said that was exactly it. If he went to buy shoes now, it might be playing Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji's heart jumped, wondering if it was really that popular. Xia Wenyuan laughed and confirmed it. It was the hottest show in the recent period, the first blockbuster of the year. People in the industry were jealous, and he predicted a wave of copycats would follow. He wondered if they were going to lose money. Qiu Wuji asked if this male-targeted fantasy show had not always been filmed poorly in the past. Xia Wenyuan said first of all, the screenwriter was Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji agreed. Xia Wenyuan said second, or rather, first of all, the director was him. Qiu Ji told Xia Wenyuan he had never felt he was so smug before. Xia Wenyuan replied cheerfully that it was because things were going well. He had never imagined that a low-class male-targeted progression fantasy could actually sell. Qiu Ji threatened him, asking if he was exposing his inner thoughts too quickly, and if he really thought Qiu Ji would not hit him. Xia Wenyuan jokingly replied by asking if the author really wanted the filming progress to be delayed. Qiu Ji was left between laughter and tears. Xia Wenyuan added that the show being popular domestically was not that strange, as there was too much build-up, and the IP was already established. He asked Qiu Ji to guess what was truly rare. Qiu Ji had a hunch and asked if it was popular in Korea too. Xia Wenyuan confirmed it was popular in Korea and Japan. Qiu Ji questioned if it was popular in Japan. Xia Wenyuan explained that Zhang Qiren was his brother, right? Zhang Qiren had actually made money from this. It seemed to be the first move he made to establish a foothold after taking power. He suggested Qiu Ji ask him for details, as he was not sure. Qiu Ji cursed. Xia Wenyuan mentioned that Tang was currently pushing against dissenting opinions, preparing to test the waters in the United States. This was also strange. Tang had never been very interested in opening the American market. Other music companies used to rush to get on the Billboard charts, and Tang would say it was unnecessary. This time, however, Tang was in a hurry to advance there, and he did not know what kind of business opportunity she saw. Qiu Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. Things in Japan were easy to explain, but the United States, was it really just like he had thought before, intentionally losing money to make a name for himself? He had a feeling Tang Jinyan was not that bored. Moving into the United States was likely just a side effect of the White Tiger affair, or perhaps a smokescreen. Chapter 471. Zhang Qiren sighed lazily on the other end of the line. He admitted that the claim about making money was true, but calling it the first battle to establish a foothold was an exaggeration. He added that people in the entertainment industry love to overthink, always imagining their own influence to be much greater than reality. He compared it to their younger days, when they always believed their own writing held such immense importance. Qiu Ji laughed and interrupted him. He told Zhang Qiren to stop, claiming that while it might have been his past, Qiu Ji was truly important. Zhang Qiren groaned, complaining that Qiu Ji had stolen the spotlight again. Qiu Ji let out a smug hum in response. Zhang Qiren continued, stating that he pushed the animation and television show primarily because they were Qiu Ji's work, and he was happy to promote them even at a loss. He noted that Tang Jinyan had already paved the way with the distribution channels, so his own contribution was merely assistance. He confessed that he never expected it to be profitable, as he had prepared himself for a loss. Qiu Ji seized the opportunity, telling him that since he had made a profit, he could simply fulfill his earlier expectation of a loss by handing the money over. He asked if a donation of 1 million was too much to ask. Zhang Qiren asked if 1 million was the equivalent of 1 million RMB. Qiu Ji confirmed it was. Zhang Qiren estimated that he could conservatively earn several billion, which he did not consider much. He told Qiu Ji to wait, explaining that it was merely projected revenue, and had not yet arrived. He warned Qiu Ji not to look so eager, promising to send the reward later. Qiu Ji stared at his phone, utterly baffled by the claim. He wondered if Zhang Qiren could see his expression from thousands of miles away. He thought to himself that he was not eager, but rather completely dumbfounded. He cursed silently, wondering why, despite all his hard work typing, the money was being made by these people. Zhang Qiren spoke with a relaxed tone, noting that this was the nature of capital, often called channel dominance. He remarked that they, as content suppliers, were merely at the bottom of the chain. Qiu Ji asked why he included himself in that group. Zhang Qiren realized his mistake, acknowledging that he was now the one exploiting content suppliers. He let out a sheepish laugh, admitting it was just a habit. He shifted the topic, asking Qiu Ji if he knew how much money he actually had, given the royalties from his share, which, while low in percentage, could be massive in volume. Qiu Ji responded confidently that he had no idea. He only knew that half a month ago, he barely had enough money to eat. Zhang Qiren sighed, remarking that it was his own lack of awareness. He found it strange that Qiu Ji was jealous of his friend's earnings instead of realizing that he was also popular in Japan. Qiu Ji had actually thought of that immediately, but the problem was that he could not understand why. Why was he popular there? In South Korea, it was because he showed off urban cultivation, and the Koreans assumed he and his wife were immortals, leading to their popularity due to their appearance. Japan, however, had received no marketing or promotion. Was it enough that the distribution channels were open? Zhang Qiren explained that Qiu Ji's approach to marketing was naive. He cared, but he was completely in the dark. He clarified that in Japan, the United States, Vietnam, and other places, translations had been testing the waters since last year. This was not the work of Tang Jinyan, but an ongoing effort by their website to bring web novels overseas. Qiu Ji was surprised, mentioning that when he went to Shanghai to meet his editors, none of them had told him. Zhang Qiren remarked that this highlighted the inefficiency of the department. As an emerging internet enterprise, they were more bloated and inefficient than an old state-owned company. Their overseas department and the content editing department were almost completely disconnected, even though they worked on the same floor. Qiu Ji asked how he knew this so clearly, wondering if he had researched it specifically. Zhang Qiren hummed in confirmation. Qiu Ji was left speechless for a moment. Zhang Qiren sighed and continued, stating that since the popularity began in South Korea last year, Japan had also started to generate some heat. The cultural exchange between the three countries was far more extensive than Qiu Wuji imagined. He had more overseas readers than he realized. After the manga and animation were introduced, it became even more pronounced. He admitted that his wife's art and music were too incredible, attracting a massive crowd regardless of the plot. Qiu Wuji asked if this meant he already had a large following in Japan. Zhang Qiren made a joke about the phrasing, laughing it off before returning to the point. He confirmed that Qiu Wuji did have a group of Japanese fans. However, the key was that Qin Fair had even more fans there, likely because a film she starred in a couple of years ago won an award, making her a goddess in Japan. Qiu Wuji kept his thoughts to himself. Zhang Qiren explained that the cultural connections between the three East Asian countries were much closer than Qiu Wuji anticipated. He added that there was another interesting detail. During the recent conflict between Japan and South Korea, Qiu Wuji's name appeared in the reports. Combined with the rumors of him being an immortal in South Korea, he was viewed as a powerful supernatural being. He noted that the Japanese culture tended to admire strength. Qiu Wuji could think of nothing else to say. He truly had not expected to have a readership in Japan. According to Zhang Qiren, he might even have followers in places like Vietnam. It was a classic case of planting a willow without intent, only for it to grow into shade. It was not entirely without intent, but he had thought it impossible, only to find the result was much simpler than he expected. Zhang Qiren mentioned that he only discovered this after he began promoting the television drama. At the time, it felt like finding a treasure. It was incredibly easy to promote, which was certainly related to the channels Tang Jinyan had previously laid out. Channel dominance was key. Qiu Wuji sighed in relief and asked about the situation in the United States. Zhang Qiren remained silent for a long time, before replying slowly. He admitted he was not entirely sure, but the English translation for the overseas market had been ongoing for a while. As for the results, he suggested that instead of asking him, Qiu Wuji should check his channel fee breakdown. The overseas module would show the earnings, which would be the most direct indicator. Qiu Wuji admitted that the third-party channels did not provide a detailed breakdown, so he did not know what came from overseas, let alone what specifically came from Europe and America. Zhang Qiren grew angry, scolding him for not asking his editor. He remarked that he had never seen anyone so foolish. He told him that if he had known he was this dense when they lived together, he could have tricked him out of all his money. Qiu Wuji whispered a reminder not to forget the million. He noted that international calls were too expensive and hung up. Zhang Qiren was left wondering who was tricking whom out of money as the line went dead. Qiu Wuji opened the long-neglected royalty page on his dashboard. A string of bright numbers in the third-party channel section dazzled his eyes. There were 7 digits, starting with a 4. 4 million. Qiu Wuji was stunned. He had never seen such a large sum of money in his life, not even when he sold the copyright. Zhang Qiren's repeated mention of channel dominance during the call now served as the perfect explanation. In Qiu Wuji's previous understanding, channels meant the major platforms, perhaps with a few new media outlets. He had never experienced the power of overseas channels. Looking solely at domestic channels, Qiu Wuji's reach had been average. It was only after the adaptations became popular that the novel sales were driven up, and the major channels began to grow. Before that, his peak channel fees did not even reach 20,000, and most of the time it was just over 10,000. He had never even dreamed of seeing a 7-digit figure. He had once heard of a master author who relied entirely on overseas income to achieve success. At the time, he found it hard to comprehend, but now he understood exactly how powerful it was. Zhang Qiren had called him a fool, and Qiu Wuji felt a bit aggrieved. He had checked the channel fees a couple of months ago, but the settlement for third-party channels usually had a delay of 3 months, and some even took 6. This meant the income from January would only be visible in June. There was no way he could have seen this revenue a few months ago. While everyone claimed to be cultivators whose intentions were not focused on money, and income was secondary, the visual and psychological impact of such a large sum proved that humans were, after all, human. He finally had the money for a house to marry his wife. Furthermore, income was proof of popularity. This long string of numbers proved the number of overseas readers, and that was just for the novel. How many people were watching the other adaptations? It was immeasurable. Qiu Wuji's hands trembled as he opened WeChat and sent a message to Qiu Wuji, who was busy drawing at work. He told her that they were rich. Qiu Wuji replied with a penguin emoji holding a question mark. Qiu Wuji sent a screenshot. Qiu Wuji replied with a kitten slapping a frying pan, telling him to stop learning bad habits and focus on writing. She added that if he really had that much money, she would dare to wear a maid outfit. The author recommends the work titled Release My Painted Skin Immortal by the well-known author Xin Yi, which follows a ghost cultivation path with a fantastic story that everyone should check out. Chapter 472. When Qiu Wuji returned, Qiu Wuji had finished writing a chapter. He leaned back comfortably on the sofa and turned on the television. He watched her carry the groceries inside. Qiu Wuji stretched out his arms and spoke softly, telling her not to worry about cooking after a long day, and urged her to come over for a hug. Qiu Wuji kept a straight face as she tossed the grocery bag toward the kitchen. They no longer needed to eat, so cooking was merely a hobby. Since Qiu Wuji suggested skipping it, she saw no reason to proceed. She crossed her arms and glared at him. Her eyes narrowed as she watched Qiu Wuji fumbling with the television interface. She asked why he suddenly had the leisure to watch television. She wondered if he had grown arrogant after winning a single round against the Heavenly Emperor, or if he had photoshopped an income report to trick himself into believing he was rich. Qiu Wuji did not bother to argue. A grin spread across his face. He explained that one must combine work with rest. He had spent the entire day writing about the journey of Qiu Tianji through the Heavenly Realm, filled with various encounters and dungeons, plus he had planted clues for finding the White Tiger. He claimed his brain felt tired and needed a break. Qiu Wuji curled her lip. She kept the thought to herself that his cultivation level was no longer what it once was, so he should not be this tired. She sat down beside him. She questioned why he chose to watch television on the screen instead of using the internet, where everything was convenient. Qiu Wuji laughed. He noted that she sounded exactly like him from the past. He asked where the version of Qiu Wuji, who loved binge-watching shows, had gone. She retorted, hands on her hips, claiming that back then she knew nothing, and was easily fooled by him. She complained that the television was useless and inconvenient, compared to a tablet. Qiu Wuji pulled her close. He whispered that whether on a tablet or a computer, it did not suit a married couple leaning on the sofa together. He laughed, noting that this sweetness suited them better. Qiu Wuji curled her lip, acknowledging the truth in his words. Sitting on a small chair beside him to watch a computer screen could never compare to the comfort of leaning against the sofa or the head of a bed together. She thought that the bed was perhaps not ideal, as he tended to get restless, so the sofa remained the best choice. She felt a wave of nostalgia for the days they had spent leaning on the sofa, even if his attention back then had been focused mostly on her feet. She leaned to the side and rested her feet on Qiu Wuji's lap, settling in to watch the television. Qiu Wuji continued browsing through the program list, momentarily ignoring her. She rubbed her feet against him, but he still offered no response. She pressed harder, turning the rubbing into a gentle stomp. Qiu Wuji winced and bent over. He asked what she was doing. Qiu Wuji pouted, hurt. She reminded him that whenever they watched shows in the past, he would touch her feet. She asked if she had become someone he no longer valued. Qiu Wuji grabbed both of her small feet with one hand. They remained icy, soft as jade, and smooth, encased in silk stockings. He held them comfortably while he continued to search for a show. Qiu Wuji realized what he was doing. She asked what he was looking for. He told her he was looking for their show. She told him that was not the right menu, calling him a pig. She gestured with her hand, and the remote control flew from Qiu Wuji's hand into hers. She tapped the buttons rapidly until the large cover of the boundless Qiu and Qiu appeared on the screen. Qin Fair looked beautiful in the image. Qiu Wuji glanced sideways at him, asking if he was doing this just to watch Fair. Qiu Wuji asked why he would watch her, since she was only playing the role of Qiu Wuji, and if he were watching, he would be watching Qiu Wuji herself. Qiu Wuji nodded in satisfaction. She noted that their show was in such a prominent position on the set-top box, which meant it had officially entered thousands of households. Qiu Wuji requested that she use the word drama instead of film, as the latter made him feel like their home movies were entering thousands of households. She scolded him, kicking at him with her feet, but he held them tight, rendering her unable to move. She glared at him, annoyed that now that he had reached the spirit-severing stage, he had become so overbearing that one hand could hold both of her feet. She felt she was no longer a match for him. She stopped struggling and turned her gaze to the television screen, mesmerized by the sight of Qin Fair. They had already watched the first few episodes on the computer, before Qiu Wuji had appeared on screen. Now, they were watching new episodes released over the last 2 days, where the version of Qiu Wuji played by Qin Fair had officially made her entrance. Qiu Wuji watched herself on the screen, gradually slipping into a trance. It was a bizarre experience to see someone else interpret her own life. It was a true life she was witnessing, a story others saw as fiction, yet it represented the journey she had walked. Because Qiu Wuji was the screenwriter, the show contained very few fabricated plot points. Even the scenes that fleshed out parts not written in the book were extracted from events that had truly occurred in the world of the book. She sat watching, unsure if she should critique the slight differences in Qin Fair's expressions compared to her own from the past, or if she should simply marvel at the feeling of drifting through her own history. She wondered if the version of Qiu Wuji in people's hearts would eventually become Qin Fair, just as the name Zhaolinger always summoned the face of a specific actress in the minds of the audience. She worried that the real Qiu Wuji would fade away, no longer being herself. She could not dissect her own emotions at that moment. She looked up at Qiu Wuji. He was also staring intently at the television. She wondered if he too felt that sense of blurring reality and changing times. She drifted back to the moment she had first transmigrated. Qiu Wuji had explained television to her, using the example of what would happen if his book were adapted for the screen. She never imagined it would happen so quickly, and that she would become his small, doting wife, having her feet held by him, while they lazily watched someone else act out her life. Qiu Wuji seemed to recall this at the same moment, and his gaze shifted toward her. Their eyes met, ripples of emotion flashing through them. They both smiled at the same time. Qiu Wuji spoke in a low voice. He told her it was good. Qiu Wuji asked what he meant. He pointed to Qin Fair on the screen. He told her that the Qiu Wuji in the eyes of others might no longer be her. From this point on, she could be independent from the book. She was no longer the Sect Master from the story, but merely Qiu Wuji's small assistant, his small wife, his distant cousin, and a living modern person, who had lived in the real world for over 20 years and only thought of using an iPad when watching television. Qiu Wuji's gaze softened even further. The lingering conflict in her heart gradually dissipated. From the beginning, her pursuit had been to become a real person, to be separated from the Qiu Wuji in the book, and to break free from the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Now, she had achieved it completely. What was there to be melancholy about? The only irritating thing was that she had escaped the shackles of the heavenly Tao only to fall into his net of love, leaving her feet still trapped in his palm. She pouted and told him to rub them, asking why he kept holding them as if he were holding a computer mouse. Qiu Ji rubbed her feet twice. Qiu Wuji's eyes turned alluring. She bit her lower lip gently, looking away. Suddenly, Qiu Ji spoke. He told her they should go house hunting tomorrow morning. She was startled. He explained that their current home was a rental, and their enemies knew the location. They had thought about moving before, but had never found a suitable place. Now that they had money, they should just buy a house. He wanted to find a quiet place, where they could set up formations without affecting others if something went wrong. Qiu Wuji stared at him in confusion, asking where the money would come from. She reminded him that just half a month ago he was struggling to eat and nearly had to ask his parents for money. Qiu Ji was about to answer when his phone rang. A delivery driver notified him that a local delivery had arrived at his door and asked him to pick it up. Qiu Wuji was stunned, asking what he had bought that was so urgent. Qiu Ji rose leisurely to open the door. He told her it was nothing special, just a maid outfit. Chapter 473. As the strongest sword cultivator in her realm, a profound immortal of the heavenly realm, the inheritor of true martial, and the designated successor to the title of the next true martial great emperor, Qiu Wuji had never considered that writing a ridiculous, bottom-tier book could generate 4 million in a single month. Yes, 1 month. A deferred settlement of 6 months did not mean settlement once every 6 months, but rather that January earnings arrived in June, and February earnings in July. This meant next month could bring another windfall. Qiu Wuji stared at the real backstage earnings Qiu Ji displayed, her brain still stuck in a state of malfunction. No matter how she looked at it, she assumed it was a photoshopped image. She had mentioned a maid outfit in jest, never expecting it to be real. The screenshot earlier showed third-party channels, but adding the main site and the corporate group's own channels, the total reached 5 million. What was even more absurd was that Qiu Ji's bank card held more than 5 million. Strange deposits kept appearing, their sources entirely unknown. There were royalty shares from physical books, and shares from animation and film projects. The total approached the 10 million mark. Monthly. This did not even account for the income from the manga studio, which resided in the company's public accounts. Qiu Ji smiled as he unpacked one maid outfit after another, some featuring cat ears, rabbit ears, and tails. Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes and backed away with a forced smile. She then dodged into her room with lightning speed and slammed the door shut. The door echoed with a sharp thud. Qiu Ji knocked on the door in a leisurely rhythm. He asked her to open it, promising she had new clothes to wear. She refused, asking who would want to wear those ridiculous things. Qiu Ji reminded her that Sect Master Qiu never went back on her word. She argued that she was no longer Sect Master Qiu. She retorted, asking how her words could be like iron nails when they had not yet nailed his mouth full of blood. Qiu Ji blinked, unsure how to respond to that logic. She insisted she would not wear them. She asked when he had ever fulfilled his own promises to readers about dressing as a woman or streaming his meals. She claimed to be learning from the heavenly Tao. She suggested he dress as a woman instead. Qiu Ji gnashed his teeth, asking why she was still learning from the heavenly Tao when she had already broken free. She teased that she was still being held by the feet. Unable to win the verbal sparring, Qiu Ji secretly channeled a wisp of true energy and clicked the lock open. Qiu Wuji shoved the door with all her strength to keep him out. She asked if that was why she taught him cultivation. Qiu Ji let golden light bloom in his palm, and Qiu Wuji realized she could not withstand his strength. She felt like the lowest point on the food chain, bullied by his true form in the book and her husband outside of it. The door was shoved open, creating a narrow gap. Qiu Ji poked his head in. Qiu Wuji pressed her hand against his face and pushed him back. His face distorted like a pig's head, but he silently stuffed several sets of clothes inside. He told her to be a good girl and keep her word. She kicked him through the gap, sending him flying backward, and slammed the door shut once more. Qiu Ji let out a cry of pain as he scrambled up from the floor, disheveled. He looked up at the television screen. It was frozen on a frame of Qin Fair, her cold, side-eyed expression suggesting she was thinking about how stupid he was. Qiu Ji laughed and took a photo to turn into a meme. He returned to his room, spent 10 minutes chatting in group discussions, and began writing. He no longer cared if Qiu Wuji wore the outfit today. It was just a playful game between them. If she did not wear it today, he would eventually find an opportunity to convince her. Inside her room, Qiu Wuji leaned her back against the door, staring at the chaotic pile of cat ears and rabbit ears. Her face burned as red as blood. She wondered why such boring things existed, and what on earth men were thinking these days. Still, it was not entirely impossible. She had made a promise. A promise was a promise. Sect Master Qiu would nail her word down like an iron spike. She would nail him into the ground eventually. Qiu Wuji picked up the clothes in frustration. She could not beat him now and had to live under his roof, so she felt wronged. She imagined the future. Once they were back in the book, if she did not control him, he would not be able to defeat her true form. She would make him wear cat ears instead. The thought brought a smile to her face as she imagined him being bullied in the book. Night deepened. Qiu Ji sat quietly in his room, writing. Qiu Tianji's itinerary took shape one step at a time. He could almost see the wind and clouds of the heavenly realm pulling, rotating, and blossoming beneath his feet. Thousands of threads converged, tightening toward a single point within the Buddhist kingdom. The wall clock ticked, a rhythmic melody marking the passage of time. Qiu Ji felt a wave of exhaustion hit his spirit again. The opponent had changed. From the heavenly emperor to the Buddha, he felt he could see eyes deep within the universe, silent and carrying a hint of mockery. Within those eyes, his own golden body was reflected, as if asking if he too were a disciple of the Buddhist gate. Was he? Qiu Ji laughed to himself. If to be I was a Buddha, he was certainly not. He felt more like a bandit from the water margin, a monk, a man of the cloth. As he thought this, those silent, deep eyes flared with anger. The universe collapsed and vanished. A sharp pain pierced Qiu Ji's soul, and sweat beaded on his forehead. This opponent was not easy to deal with. Although the figure kept a low profile initially, anyone capable of splitting the heavenly realm into 3 parts was no simple character. A fragrant breeze drifted toward him. A cup of spiritual tea appeared on the desk, steam rising in swirling white mists. Qiu Ji retreated his spirit from the book universe like a receding tide, and wiped the sweat from his brow. He turned to look. Qiu Wuji stood beside him, dressed in the maid outfit. Her face was flushed, her hands folded over her abdomen. She performed a graceful bow. She told him it was time for the young master to drink his tea. Qiu Ji blinked. The maid persona fit her seamlessly, as if she had been doing this for years. He avoided the trap of thinking about poisoned medicine, though he wondered if she did it on purpose. Her little bit of dark humor was not enough to hide how adorable she looked in the outfit. Under the short skirt were slender, snow-white legs. Her black silk stockings had been replaced with white socks. Tiny cat ears sat on the maid headband. Her face remained flushed, her eyes flickering, and her voice sounded soft and gentle. In that instant, all his exhaustion and hardship vanished. He saw only her soft gaze and the devotion of someone who had set aside all her pride just to see her lover smile. It was only because he liked it. He struggled to find the words to express his feelings at that moment. She flapped the cat ears on her head and asked if she looked cute. He confirmed that she did. She told him not to have lewd thoughts, claiming there was nothing significant about dressing up for him. Despite her words, her face burned with heat, and she forced herself to look away from his shining eyes. Qiu Ji quickly promised he would not think of anything else. Qiu Wuji pouted and reached out to massage his temples. She asked why he had encountered another difficult problem when he had just finished the last one. Qiu Ji leaned back into the soft cushions and sighed comfortably. He explained that the Buddha's system was different. He had created trouble for himself, as he could have just kept it simple. He leaned back and sighed with relief, remarking that he felt the Buddha would be the easiest hurdle to overcome. Qiu Wuji asked why. Qiu Ji smiled, explaining that perhaps it was because he had the best little maid in the world, and the monks would choke to death just from eating their fill of dog food. Chapter 474. The morning sun crept in, finding Qiu Ji tangled in the soft arms of his little maid. She remained fast asleep. In truth, their dual cultivation had sent her into a deep, meditative slumber. Here in the real world, it was he who nurtured her, a role reversal that left him wondering if they were a pair of mutual beneficiaries or merely a transit station. He scratched his head, setting aside such philosophical questions. He looked at her, still dressed in the maid outfit, her body disheveled and her cheeks flushed pink. She looked alluring, yet all Qiu Ji felt was a gentle warmth blooming in his chest. He pressed a soft kiss to her glowing cheek, feeling the lingering heat of her skin. He kissed her left cheek, her right cheek, and finally the tip of her nose before reluctantly rising to get dressed. In the kitchen, he rinsed the vegetables she had tossed aside the night before. He set the porridge to boil and scrambled 2 eggs. Qiu Wuji stirred, groggy and lazy. She let out a soft murmur and reached for her favorite pillow, only to grab empty air. She cracked an eye open to find Qiu Ji gone. She tapped the pillow twice with her small hand, choosing to stay in bed. She thought of him as a beast. He had been relentless last night, leaving her limbs feeling weak, and the afterglow still lingering. Why all the fuss just over a maid outfit? It was only a pair of cat ears. If he liked these strange costumes so much, why not write about 2 demonesses in his book? She touched her face. It felt hot, as if his warmth remained there. Had he kissed her just a moment ago? She could not stay in bed any longer. The desire to see him pulled her out. She crawled up, feeling soft and limp, and straightened the maid outfit he had messed up. She decided to cook for him. He would surely be happy. She slipped out of the room on quiet feet and froze. The sound of sizzling came from the kitchen, the scent of scrambled eggs drifting through the air. She walked to the doorway and leaned there, watching him hum a tune while he cooked. The rice cooker emitted a gentle hiss, meaning the porridge had been simmering for a while. She smiled, watching him busy at work. He asked for a maid, yet here he was, the one up early cooking for her. He used to do this with clumsy hands, but now he seemed as proficient as a master chef, likely due to his cultivation. It would surely taste good. He noticed her presence quickly. He turned and grinned without stopping his work. He told her to rest more, as she had been tired last night. Cooking was his job. She leaned against the doorframe, pouting. She asked what this made him, if not a little houseboy. He laughed. I am Sect Master Qiu's little houseboy. Oh, rich lady, I am hungry. Feed me. She walked in, giggling, and plucked the cat ear headband from her head, forcing it onto Qiu Wuji. He tried to dodge, but she pinned him down. He shrugged and let her place it on his head, the cat ears wobbling back and forth. She doubled over with laughter behind him. She told him they looked like bear ears, not cat ears. He kept a straight face while plating the eggs and asked if they were cute. She laughed and wrapped her arms around his waist, resting against his back. They stood still, the world pausing with them. Sunlight reflected off the windowsill, framing the warmth within. He turned around and pinned a pair of rabbit ears onto her head. He noted that his little maid had switched from cat ears to rabbit ears. She helped him carry the food to the table, accepting the new ears. She replied, "A little rabbit then, since our heavenly Tao is a furry enthusiast." He laughed, noting she knew the term now. She teased him for being a furry enthusiast. He countered that since she put bear ears on him, she was one too. She insisted that only pretty creatures counted as furries, and no one cared for male ones. He mentioned that fans on the streaming sites certainly did. She failed to keep up with the latest internet slang, finding the pace of modern life exhausting. Zhu Mengmeng erupted in anger over the phone when she called to request time off. She yelled at him, asking why he was causing trouble again after only half a month of normalcy. Qiu Wuji laughed, telling her she sounded like a mother. Zhu Mengmeng snapped that if she were her mother, she would have sold her off to the mountains. She hated watching her be all lovey-dovey with her partner. Qiu Wuji asked if she wanted peace or money. Zhu Mengmeng chose money and demanded she come to work. Qiu Wuji explained she was just going house hunting, not running away. She asked for recommendations. Zhu Mengmeng guessed she was getting married. Qiu Wuji admitted it. Zhu Mengmeng remarked that they already acted like a married couple, but demanded to be the bridesmaid. Qiu Wuji agreed, then asked for housing advice. Zhu Mengmeng suggested a villa district by the sea where she lived, noting a neighbor's house had just been put on the market. Qiu Wuji asked why they were selling. Zhu Mengmeng mentioned rumors of the house being haunted, which Zhu Mengmeng thought might actually intrigue them. Chapter 475. Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji arrived at the manga studio. They climbed into Zhu Mengmeng's rounded car. It chugged and puttered all the way to her residence. This marked their first visit to her home. They had previously assumed she lived in a high-rise in the city center. The distance surprised them. The distance brought its own perks. The environment was beautiful and quiet. It felt far from the noise, filled with an air of sophisticated living. The house was enormous. A large garden stretched out front, with a swimming pool in the back. A gardener trimmed the bushes while a maintenance crew cleaned the pool. Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji could not tell if this was a private home or a five-star hotel. Furthermore, Zhu Mengmeng's courtyard held more than one supercar. The rounded car they had ridden in, which she claimed her father refused to upgrade to the turbo version, served only as her runabout for grocery shopping. Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji clutched their bubble tea, sipping noisily while touring the mansion. They chewed on their straws until they were nearly shredded. They had felt quite wealthy just a moment ago. Now that they finally had a chance to show off, someone truly wealthy arrived to tell them they were still far behind. Old Zhu's initial investment had been calculated in the billions. That was why Xia Wenyuan had been so accommodating from the start. Everyone owed their current success to that initial path paved by his money. Qiu Wuji sniffed the air, teasing, "Is this the life of a mine boss?" Zhu Mengmeng waved a hand dismissively. "My father is no longer a mine boss. He works in the film industry now. Besides, he is not paying for the house maintenance. I earned this money myself." Qiu Wuji nearly choked on her bubble tea. She stammered, wait. You earned this money? From our manga. The tea shop and the manga, yes." Zhu Mengmeng squeezed Qiu Wuji's cheeks. "Do you realize how heartbroken I am over your absenteeism? It is your labor that allows me to live in this big house." Qiu Wuji looked around. "What are you looking for? A streetlight?" Zhu Mengmeng narrowed her eyes. "Forget it. I am the one working hard, putting in overtime every single day. You are the one fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2. I am the one being exploited, right? If you find a streetlight, you should be the one hanging from it." Qiu Wuji's bravado deflated. She smiled apologetically. Mengmeng is the best. Throughout this exchange, Qiu Wuji lay sprawled on the sofa like a salted fish. The house was nice, but the garden and the pool felt far beyond the capabilities of a carbon-based life form to maintain. They would have to consider buying a car as well. Observing the sparkle in Qiu Wuji's eyes, Qiu Wuji knew she loved it. She was a super-rich woman who once owned an entire mountain range. Her mountain peaks served as gardens, and the valleys were her swimming pools. She even possessed a vast true martial palace in the heavenly realm that she had yet to fully explore. She was truly a person of taste, a wealthy landowner and capitalist. The fact that she had lived with him in a dilapidated rental apartment of 80 square meters for so long proved how virtuous she was. Since his wife liked it, he would buy it. Qiu Wuji asked, "Is the house next door like this one?" "Exactly the same. His renovation might have cost even more than mine." Zhu Mengmeng checked the time. "I made an appointment with him. He should be arriving soon. We can bypass the agent and negotiate directly. We should save where we can." Qiu Wuji hugged her, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Mengmeng, you really are a virtuous wife and mother to me." Zhu Mengmeng smirked. "Then marry me. I am single. Men are all pigs. Isn't it much better when we are together?" Qiu Wuji glanced at them, remaining silent. He thought about how she was trying to poach his wife right in front of him. He wondered if he did not exist, but eventually decided to let it go. Women. He wanted to post online about what it felt like to be jealous of a woman. Do not blame Qiu Wuji for being jealous, because he was one too. Setting aside the money, the house met their needs. The environment suited Qiu Wuji. The adjacent house stood at a significant distance, an independent villa far from the dust of the world, which would indeed reduce their worries. The security of this entire area was quite strict, far more secure than their previous rental complex, which lacked even a gate. The layout of the front garden and the back pool would facilitate the arrangement of various special formations, convenient for both cultivation and defense. The house was large enough with plenty of rooms. There was ample space to arrange cultivation areas, alchemy rooms, or artifact refining chambers. If they had children later, well, that would be another matter. Zhu Mengmeng lived nearby, so Qiu Wuji would have friends and avoid loneliness. Perhaps they could even help each other out in the future. Humans always needed to interact. Looking back on this journey, many people had offered help. They had not relied entirely on themselves. Zhu Mingmeng's phone rang. The neighbor had arrived. The landlord's first impression on Qiu Ji and Qiu Wuji was poor. He resembled a tough guy from a crime film, his neck thick with fat and wearing a heavy gold chain. He looked like someone involved in shady business. Fortunately, he felt gloomy and distressed at the moment, so he had no interest in showing any inappropriate behavior toward the two beauties. Qiu Ji said nothing and followed him to view the house. The house was not as good as expected. Zhu Mingmeng might be a joker, but she had taste. Her house was decorated with elegance and freshness. This landlord had turned his into something flashy and golden, resembling a karaoke parlor. He seemed like a regular patron of Buckingham Palace. The flower beads were overgrown and untended. That was fine, but the swimming pool had been neglected to the point of giving off a foul smell. Observing the dissatisfied expressions on Qiu Ji and Qiu Wuji, the landlord rubbed his hands together. I have not had the heart to maintain it lately. Business has hit a snag. A snag. It was beautiful before. You can ask Miss Zhu. Zhu Mingmeng bluntly exposed him. If you ask me, I would say your house is haunted. The landlord went silent. He thought about how he should have just found an agent. Getting ripped off by an agent would be better than having this dead woman slash millions off the price, with one sentence. Zhu Mingmeng retorted, do you think I am trying to scam my neighbor? I am helping you. The landlord scoffed. You call this helping me? Of course. Zhu Mingmeng was confident. Can you guarantee that the problem you are encountering is a haunted house, and not an evil ghost entangling you because of some guilty conscience? What is the point of selling the house if you do not solve your own problem? My friend is a professional mage who captures ghosts. He can solve the problem for you. In my opinion, you should be giving the house away, let alone having me cut the price. The landlord's eyes lit up instantly. Capture ghosts? Really? They look so young. Feudal superstition remained quite severe in the Jiangnan region. People believed in ghosts, and naturally, they believed that some could capture them. One could even say they believed in ghosts and deities more than they believed in superpowers. The landlord had spent a fortune searching for a master capable of capturing ghosts. It was just that Qiu Ji and Qiu Wuji looked far too young. Qiu Ji examined the flashy, golden decorations while frowning. Finally, he spoke. Why does this place make me feel so stifled and hot? This is a coastal area, not far from the beach. Moreover, it is spring. The second day of the second lunar month has just passed. Exactly. The landlord agreed hurriedly. It is a stifling heat. Even air conditioning does not help. It is as if a volcano lies dormant beneath the ground. I hired people to dig, but they found nothing. Qiu Wuji shook her head. This is not a matter of the earth veins. Even if you dig through to the other side, you will not find anything. Qiu Ji asked Qiu Wuji, what do you feel? Qiu Wuji's gaze landed on the mural on the TV wall in the living room. The mural depicted a giant bird. It stood on one leg, head raised, wings spread, with a colorful tail. It looked incredibly lifelike. They exchanged glances. A mere mural proved nothing. Something was missing here. Qiu Ji quietly released his spiritual sense, scanning the landlord. Finally, his attention stopped at the gold chain on the landlord's chest. The pendant of the chain was hidden inside his shirt. The shape of the pendant was also a small bird, its posture strikingly similar to the one in the mural. Qiu Ji asked casually, what is that mural? A phoenix? A bifang? A vermilion bird? The landlord replied, they said it was some divine bird from India. I do not know. When I traveled to Southeast Asia to worship Buddha, I begged for a gold pendant. Could the problem be here? But this has been many years. The haunting only started this year. It is not certain. We need to study it. Qiu Ji spoke calmly. But if I may speak frankly, you have human lives on your hands. You are surrounded by overwhelming resentment and evil. Using a Buddhist divine bird to suppress it will not work. The landlord's face changed drastically. Zhu Mingmeng stumbled, nearly tripping as she prepared to run. Qiu Ji continued calmly, the house is not actually haunted. We can discuss the price, but at the same time, I also want to buy the story of your time in Southeast Asia. If you do not want your presence to turn everywhere you go into a cursed house or a haunted site, then I suggest it is best to sell me that story. Chapter 476. Zhu Mingmeng glared at Qiu Ji, her impatience clear. She could not fathom why he would tell the landlord the house was free of ghosts before even discussing the price. It seemed like a terrible way to negotiate. She wondered if all authors were this oblivious to the realities of business. Qiu Ji ignored her frustration. He cared far more about the story than the price of the house. While the mural and the pendant did not perfectly match the legendary vermilion bird, looking more like the firebird by Fang, the possibility that this was connected to the vermilion bird was too important to ignore. Even the slightest chance required his full attention. Inside the book and out, this was the first clue he had encountered that might point toward the vermilion bird. As it turned out, Hearing the house was free of ghosts only made the landlord more terrified. If the house was not haunted, then the strange occurrences must have been targeting him personally. He shuddered at the thought. A spirit capable of turning a massive mansion stiflingly hot, even without a physical presence in the house, was a terrifying prospect. It sounded like the work of a powerful entity. The landlord began to attribute every recent failure in his business to the influence of a vengeful spirit, from running out of toilet paper to finding a missing seasoning packet in his instant noodles. He spiraled into panic, his face draining of color. His voice trembled as he asked if a ghost from Indonesia had been following him all these years. He wondered why he had been safe until now, and if the entity was finally losing patience. Qiu Wuji maintained a cold, detached tone. He explained that he could not be certain of anything until the landlord explained the entire story from beginning to end. Only then could they identify and capture whatever was haunting him. The landlord wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. He collapsed onto the sofa, sinking into a silence that lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji exchanged a glance, waiting patiently on the opposite side of the table. Zhu Mengmeng felt like a stranger to the conversation. After a long while, Qiu Wuji softened his tone. He suggested that since they were viewing the house, it was a matter of fate. He asked for the landlord's name. The landlord introduced himself as Zhang Xingu. Qiu Wuji paused. The name sounded familiar, stirring a vague memory. Qiu Wuji leaned in and whispered to him. She reminded him that Zhang Qiren's father was named Zhang Xinglong. Qiu Wuji blinked, struggling to process the coincidence. He looked the landlord over, though the man's fleshy, rugged face shared nothing with Zhang Qiren's refined features. He could not help but ask about the connection. Zhang Xingu laughed, though the sound lacked warmth. He explained that they were distant cousins, sharing the same generation name. The coincidence of the dragon and tiger in their names was purely accidental, as both families were only children. They had been close in their younger years, but that was long in the past. He asked if Qiu Wuji knew the man. Qiu Wuji hesitated before replying. He stated that he did not know him personally, having only heard the name. Zhang Xingu nodded. He remarked that Zhang Xinglong was certainly famous, though he questioned how anyone could make it big in that industry without being a crook. Qiu Wuji remained silent. He was relieved he had not tried to build a rapport, as it seemed the brothers had fallen out, or were at least no longer close. However, as often happened between strangers, the mention of a mutual acquaintance served to break the ice. Zhang Xingu leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He began to talk. He explained that his time in Indonesia was indeed linked to Zhang Xinglong. He started his story. About 5 or 6 years ago, the two of them had traveled to Indonesia together to secure a deal for rosewood. Qiu Wuji suspected the business might not have been entirely legal, perhaps involving smuggling, but he remained silent, waiting for the rest of the tale. The landlord continued. Their family had established roots there with ancestors who had migrated during the late Qing dynasty. Even after the riots in 1998, which had claimed many lives, their family had survived. By the time they arrived, business was easy to conduct. The deal went smoothly, and the timber was ready for loading. They had taken the opportunity to travel around the area. Zhang Xingu paused, avoiding the eyes of Qiu Wuji and Zhu Mengmeng. He lowered his gaze. He admitted that their tempers had been short in those days. While wandering, they had dragged a female tour guide into the woods and forced themselves on her. Qiu Wuji stared at the man, unable to process the cruelty. Zhang Xingu was old enough to be Zhang Qiren's father, yet he had behaved like a monster. The landlord flicked the ash from his cigarette. He claimed it had not been a major issue at the time. Zhang Xinglong had paid her off, and the woman had accepted it. They had intended to finish the business and leave, but that night, Zhang Xingu had acted on a vile impulse. He saw she was an easy target, so he dragged her out again that evening and violated her a second time. Zhu Mengmeng grabbed a tea bag from the coffee table and hurled it at him with fury. Zhang Xingu ducked, showing no reaction, and continued to smoke in silence. Qiu Wuji asked if the connection to Zhang Xinglong went beyond just the initial trip. Zhang Xingu replied with brutal honesty. He noted that he was only mentioning the connection, not blaming the man. He took responsibility for his own actions. Qiu Wuji scoffed. He asked if the woman had died and if the landlord had turned himself in. Zhang Xingu's expression grew strange. He admitted she had died, but it was not the way they imagined. It was neither his doing nor a suicide. That night they had been staying at a temple. They were in a small grove behind the building. Things had been fine initially, and she had been somewhat complicit. But halfway through, the sound of weeping ghosts had filled the grove, and he had been so terrified he lost his nerve. Qiu Wuji waited for him to continue. Zhang Xingu described the fear as if it were happening all over again. He did not know if it had been an illusion or a real haunting. The air had turned icy cold despite the heat of the day, and the deep forest seemed filled with drifting spirits. The most disturbing part had been the woman's face. She had looked possessed, turning hideous and terrifying. He had pulled up his pants and fled. Qiu Wuji muttered to himself. It sounded like spirit possession, but something did not fit. It did not match the clues he had for the vermilion bird. Aside from the potential for resentment, there was no logical link. The vermilion bird would not manifest in such a manner. He suspected the landlord's memory was clouded by his own guilt and fear. Qiu Wuji intervened, asking how the situation had been resolved, and if he had been chased by the ghosts. Zhang Xingu explained that they were at a temple. He recalled hearing what sounded like Buddhist chanting, and then the temple bell had rung. The dark sky had suddenly filled with what looked like sunset clouds. Qiu Wuji interrupted, asking if the clouds had been red and shaped like flames. Zhang Xingu confirmed it. They had resembled a bird made of fire. The ghost shadows had ignited and vanished in an instant. The woman had also burst into flames and disappeared. Qiu Wuji asked if she had turned to ash, or simply vanished. Zhang Xinggu said she had just disappeared. He explained that the monks at the temple later told him she had been possessed by a vengeful spirit, and the fire had purified the impure body along with the spirit. Zhu Mengmeng snorted at the description of an impure body. Zhang Xinggu ignored her. He said that was why he had started praying and sought out the firebird pendant, and why he used such murals in his home to ward off evil. He denied being a murderer, though he acknowledged that the vengeful spirit might be pursuing him. Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji exchanged a thoughtful look. The monks might have been spinning a story, and there was a possibility the woman had not died at all. The real key was the faint presence of the vermilion bird. Qiu Wuji recalled the eyes of the Buddha he had seen while writing the previous night. It felt like an omen, a connection to the heavenly Tao. It was strange. According to his settings, the white tiger was in the west, and the Buddhist kingdom was in the west. His goal for Chu Tianji had been the white tiger. Why was the vermilion bird involved in this? Perhaps the Buddhist kingdom of the real world, while claiming to be in the west, was actually located in the south. He considered the spherical nature of the world. Did the southern hemisphere count as south, or was it the equator? He rubbed his temples. The fact that the temple in Indonesia followed something other than Orthodox Buddhism, perhaps Hinduism, complicated matters further. He wondered how he should follow this lead. Chapter 477. Reality offered little in the way of mythic fire birds like the one on the mural. Typically, that was the domain of Taoist legends, and the book had never portrayed it quite like this. A lotus of fire might have felt more authentic to the local Buddhist traditions. Zhang Xinggu had stumbled upon something peculiar. Whether it was a divergence between foreign Buddhism and the version practiced in the Central Plains, or perhaps an entirely different religious tradition, remained unclear. Qiu Wuji questioned him repeatedly, but Zhang Xinggu grew flustered. He could not distinguish between Indonesian Buddhism and the traditions of the Central Plains, nor could he tell the difference between Buddhism and Hinduism. He simply saw them all as variations of the same thing. Qiu Wuji sighed. There were distinctions. Buddhism had undergone significant localization after entering the region, and even Central Plains Buddhism held numerous divergent branches. Zhang Xinggu waved his hand, dismissing the nuance. He was not a scholar. Entering a temple meant praying to the same figures. The names were all strange and foreign to his ears, impossible to tell apart. He only remembered the name of the place, Borobudur Temple. Qiu Wuji committed the name to memory. A visit might be necessary. In truth, this small anecdote could not definitively link the incident to the vermilion bird. It was merely a thread to pull. Investigating it would take time. Yet, finding a lead was no small feat. The vermilion bird had been missing for so long without a whisper of information. He had hoped Yan Qinli might stumble upon something, but to find a clue in the real world was unexpected. Zhang Xinggu asked with hopeful eyes if his situation could be understood, or if the ghost could be captured. Qiu Wuji returned his focus to the man. The case was classic. He sensed the resentment clinging to Zhang Xinggu, a sensation similar to what he felt near Black Tortoise. But the symptoms did not match a spirit haunting or a chill. It was a suffocating heat, as if a drought demon dwelled beneath the floorboards. Perhaps the firebird amulet used to suppress the evil had backfired. It was meant to banish the cold, but instead, it had set the host ablaze. If that were the case, why did the resentment remain? It had not been suppressed. It had grown thicker. Zhang Xinggu grew pale and confessed the history. He spoke of the trip to Indonesia 5 or 6 years ago. He and Zhang Xinglong had been there for a timber deal. Qiu Wuji did not interrupt, knowing the deal was likely illicit. The family had roots in the region dating back to the late Qing dynasty. They had survived the riots of 1998. By the time they arrived, business flowed easily. The wood was ready for transport, so they spent their free time as tourists. Zhang Xinggu lowered his gaze, struggling to meet the eyes of the women in the room. He admitted they had short tempers. They dragged the female tour guide into the woods and forced themselves on her. Qiu Wuji felt a wave of disgust. Zhang Xinggu flicked his cigarette ash. He claimed they had paid her off and she had accepted. It was meant to end there. But then, he admitted to his own cruelty. He had dragged her out again that night. Zhu Mengmeng hurled a tea bag at him, her face twisted in rage. He dodged it without reaction, continuing to smoke. Qiu Wuji pressed for the truth. He asked if the woman died and if Zhang Xinggu had confessed. Zhang Xinggu shook his head. She died, but not in the way they imagined. It was not his hand, nor a suicide. They had been staying at a temple. The weeping sounds began in the woods. The air turned icy. The woman's face distorted, becoming hideous. He fled. Qiu Wuji wondered if it was spirit possession, but the pieces did not fit the vermilion bird narrative. The landlord described the temple bells ringing, and the sunset clouds forming the shape of a bird. The ghosts ignited. The woman vanished. He claimed the monks said she had been possessed and purified by Buddhist fire. Zhu Mengmeng cursed the idea of an impure body. Zhang Xinggu ignored her. He said that was why he had started praying and sought out the firebird pendant, and why he used such murals in his home to ward off evil. He denied being a murderer, though he acknowledged that the vengeful spirit might be pursuing him. Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji exchanged a thoughtful look. The monks might have been spinning a story, and there was a possibility the woman had not died at all. The real key was the faint presence of the vermilion bird. Qiu Wuji recalled the eyes of the Buddha he had seen while writing the previous night. It felt like an omen, a connection to the heavenly Tao. It was strange. According to his settings, the white tiger was in the west, and the Buddhist kingdom was in the west. His goal for Chu Tianji had been the white tiger. Why was the vermilion bird involved in this? Perhaps the Buddhist kingdom of the real world, while claiming to be in the west, was actually located in the south. He considered the spherical nature of the world. Did the southern hemisphere count as south? Or was it the equator? He rubbed his temples. The fact that the temple in Indonesia followed something other than Orthodox Buddhism, perhaps Hinduism, complicated matters further. He wondered how he should follow this lead. Chapter 478. Since the mage had temporarily purged the spirits, Zhang Xingge felt light and relieved. He expressed immense gratitude. The price of the house became very negotiable. He offered a price so low that even Zhu Mengmeng had not expected it, and sold the property to Chu Ji. As they accompanied him to complete the transfer of ownership, Zhu Mengmeng still felt as if she were in a dream. She exclaimed that the house was nearly 1/3 cheaper than what she had paid for hers. She wondered why such good fortune never found her. Qiu Wuji could not help but laugh. She suggested that Zhu Mengmeng should try capturing ghosts as well. That way she would find some bargains. Zhu Mengmeng shook her head. She did not know if there were truly ghosts, but the situation felt severe. It reminded her of the incident at sea. Qiu Wuji smiled. She complimented Zhu Mengmeng on her keen instincts. Zhu Mengmeng sniffed. She asked if they had truly saved a rapist. There could be other crimes he had hidden, such as murder or arson. She glared at them sideways and asked if they helped him just to get a cheaper house. She told Qiu Wuji she could not tell if her sense of justice was real or fake. Qiu Wuji glanced toward the counter where Zhang Xingge stood signing documents with Chu Ji. She lowered her voice to address Zhu Mengmeng. She explained that Chu Ji had not completely cured the man, and truthfully, he could not. Taking the pendant could be considered a form of help. She teased Zhu Mengmeng, asking if she wanted to exercise her sense of justice, and accused Chu Ji of fraud. Zhu Mengmeng straightened her posture. She declared that this was the true execution of justice. She lamented how she had lost tens of millions gambling on a cruise ship, which was also an execution of justice, but she had nowhere to collect her winnings. She threatened to file a petition. Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes. Zhu Mengmeng gestured toward the counter. She lowered her voice and asked why Qiu Wuji was sitting there chatting instead of signing the papers. Qiu Wuji looked puzzled. She asked what she needed to sign, as Chu Ji buying the house was sufficient. Zhu Mengmeng felt frustrated. She asked if Qiu Wuji was a pig. Registering the house was the only way to ensure her share, especially since it was premarital property. She warned that she would suffer if he dumped her later. Qiu Wuji scratched her head. She reasoned that the money used to buy the house was all earned by Chu Ji, so it was his house. If he wanted to give it to her, he would. If not, that was normal. Besides, they lived together regardless. She asked if they needed to sign their names on the pots and pans at home too. Zhu Mengmeng stared in silence, unable to comprehend that logic. Qiu Wuji hummed softly. She told Zhu Mengmeng that there was no way Chu Ji would dump her. If he did, it would not be a matter of a house, but a matter of his life. Zhu Mengmeng finally understood. Sword immortals were truly formidable. Others used signatures to secure their future, but she used a sword. Qiu Wuji had taught her some basic cultivation techniques previously, but Zhu Mengmeng had been inconsistent with her practice, viewing it merely as a way to enhance her beauty. Now, it seemed she needed to study harder. It would not only prolong her life but also keep her husband in check. She sighed, mourning the fact that she had no husband to control. The transaction finished. Zhang Xingge left the furniture behind and hired a moving company to take his personal belongings. Chu Ji and Qiu Wuji returned to the home of Zhu Mengmeng to drink coffee. They looked at her decor with envy. The house they had bought was fine, but the renovation was dreadful. The layout resembled half a Buckingham Palace mixed with half an Indian temple. Everything was golden, filled with strange murals and odd sensations. Chu Ji felt that living there would lower the quality of his writing by 18 levels. Zhu Mengmeng told them it was simple. She had several friends who worked in design, and a renovation crew would be even easier to find. She promised they would be satisfied. Then she paused and asked Qiu Wuji if she would prefer to do the design herself, given that she was an artist. Qiu Wuji beamed. She agreed that she could do the design herself. Chu Ji reminded her that interior design and painting were different things. Qiu Wuji stood with her hands on her hips. She countered that she knew how to design. Practitioners were well versed in earth, wood, and feng shui. She teased Chu Ji for not knowing, implying that he was an embarrassment. Chu Ji remained silent. The coffee Zhu Mengmeng brewed was delicious. She knew feng shui, but he dared not ask if she knew how to brew coffee. He feared being hit. Perhaps the quality of the coffee depended less on how it was brewed and more on the price of the beans. Living nearby would allow them to sponge coffee from the wealthy woman often. As he drifted into thoughts about their future, he heard Qiu Wuji speak. She mentioned that the car had arrived, meaning Zhang Xingge had moved his things out. She suggested they go back to examine the mural carefully before it was stripped away. Chu Ji shook his head. He had already scanned the area. The mural itself was not the problem. It was the work of a local construction team, and had no connection to Indonesia. The mural had simply been stained by the landlord's energy over time, which allowed it to resonate with the vermilion bird essence within him. He told Qiu Wuji that if the mural was stripped away, so be it. The house was not the issue. If there truly were a problem, Zhu Mengmeng, who lived nearby, would have been affected long ago. Qiu Wuji pulled out the pendant. She asked if the pendant was the key, as it was something he had sought at the temple in Indonesia. Chu Ji explained that the item had only been slightly stained. It was similar to the teapots Zhu Mengmeng used to sell, were the purple clay, or had been permeated by spiritual energy, but did not contain the energy itself. This pendant was the same. It had merely been brushed by the vermilion bird essence, and did not inherently possess it. Its significance was minimal. He suspected the problem lay beneath the gold mine, or within the consecration process at the temple. To find real clues, they would have to visit Indonesia. Qiu Wuji pondered for a moment. She noted that Qiu Ji was currently writing critical plot points for the Heavenly Realm, and could not leave. She offered to go instead. She could delay the manga production if necessary, as the second season provided an excuse for a break. Zhu Mingming stared in shock. Before she could explode, Qiu Ji spoke up. He insisted that he could not let her go alone. He had already messaged his mother, asking her to send people for a preliminary investigation, perhaps by having Yue Ying go first. As for himself, he would need to enter the book to steal some time, and build up a backlog of chapters before he could leave. Qiu Wuji hummed in agreement. She held Qiu Ji's hand gently, saying nothing more. Their life had been comfortable and peaceful these past few days. They watched shows together and played around with maid outfits. Qiu Wuji had even slowed her own cultivation within the book, focusing her attention entirely on their life in the real world. For a while, she had not wanted to think about serious matters, but they had to think. These efforts were the guarantee of their future comfort and ease. Zhu Mengmeng watched them holding hands right in front of her, and felt a pang of jealousy. As she listened, her thoughts shifted toward specific keywords. She asked if they meant they were going inside the book. Both of them looked at her. Since Zhang Qiren, Yue Ying, and even Qin Fair, who was not particularly close, knew about it, they had not consciously tried to hide it from Zhu Mengmeng. Logically, she should have guessed it long ago. Hiding it served no purpose. Zhu Mengmeng spoke as if in a trance. She asked if they could take her along. She promised to be obedient. Qiu Wuji looked curious. She asked why Zhu Mengmeng wanted to go, noting that there were no yoga classes or spas inside. She reminded her that she had already taught her the basic cultivation techniques, and she needed to practice them diligently regardless of where she was. Zhu Mengmeng clenched her fists. She argued that it was a Xiangxia world. She asked if there were handsome male sword immortals. Qiu Ji silently drew a picture of Yan Qinli with his fangs bared and a savage, hideous expression. He asked if she meant that kind. Zhu Mengmeng shuddered and denied it. Qiu Ji then drew a picture of the poison hand demon lord with a grimace. He asked if she meant that kind. Zhu Mengmeng yelled in frustration. She demanded handsome men. Handsome men. The couple laughed. Qiu Ji put away the drawing paper and spoke softly. He told her she could go if she wished. He noted that Zhu Mengmeng was a lucky charm. The azure dragon in the past, and the vermilion bird now were both linked to her. He suspected that once she entered, there would be surprises beyond their imagination. Zhu Mengmeng was overjoyed. She declared that her father's divination had labeled her the luckiest little pig. Qiu Wuji gazed at Zhu Mengmeng, lost in thought. The character Zhu in her name had nothing to do with pigs. If one were to force a metaphysical connection, could it be the same character as the vermilion bird? Chapter 479. They wasted no time. Zhu Mengmeng drove her frog-shaped car, ferrying the couple back to her home once more. Qiu Ji opened his computer immediately. He typed into the story, right where Chu Tianji had finished a minor side quest. Chu Tianji obtained the Buddhist treasure and rested in the cave, immersing himself in the study of Buddhist energy. The days passed without him noticing, and he lost all track of time. Chu Tianji stood frozen, his mind screaming in frustration. He mentally begged for a way out, wondering why he would study the monk's magic tools. He had no interest in cultivating three paths. He had nothing to discuss with Debay in the human realm either. Moreover, the treasure did not seem entirely proper. The shape of the pestle felt strange, and the scriptures spoke of joyous unions. Perhaps the creator intended for him to study how to practice dual cultivation with little Zhu in the future. Chu Tianji hypnotized himself with a dozen reasons, finally settling into the cave. No one could have guessed that the creator's true motivation was simply to return and stockpile manuscript chapters while taking a young woman on a sightseeing trip. Zhu Mengmeng stood inside the palace, her mouth hanging open so wide that a lotus root could have fit inside. She remained stunned for a full minute, unable to gather her thoughts. This was a palace, and not just any palace. It was the residence of a supreme emperor of the four directions. It dwarfed the forbidden city of the human world. Standing outside the hall, and looking toward the horizons, she could not see an end to the structure. The carved railings and jade masonry formed a grand hall, yet inside sat a massive pool of water. In the center of the pool rested a colossal bronze sculpture of a turtle and a snake. The atmosphere exuded solemn majesty mixed with overwhelming spiritual energy, swirling like a fairyland. This was far more impressive than the swimming pool in her own backyard. She reminded herself that this was, after all, a fairyland. This was the heavenly realm. If she were to visit the human realm, Qiu Wuji would surely possess a mountain of her own. She gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, cursing them for being wealthy snobs. She had thought they were modest models of self-improvement, especially Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji had always appeared to have come from some mountain village, constantly fawning over her frog car and her large mansion. Compared to this place, her mansion was nothing more than a toy made of building blocks. It turned out they had simply been experiencing life as commoners. Zhu Mengmeng grabbed Qiu Wuji by the collar, her eyes twisted with envy. She admired the beauty of the outfit, declaring it far superior to modern office attire, and begged for a set of her own. Qiu Ji silently conjured one for her. Zhu Mengmeng glanced at the crystal-clear pool water, then turned to look at Qiu Wuji. It felt like comparing a professionally modeled advertisement to the actual product. She shook her head, insisting that the fit was wrong and demanding another set. Qiu Wuji conjured a jade green maid outfit for her. While Zhu Mengmeng did not recognize it as a maid outfit from the heavenly realm, it certainly looked ethereal. She peered into the pool once more and nodded with satisfaction, deciding it looked like the attire of a beautiful maiden in a historical costume drama. Several small sword spirits drifted nearby, looking like they were struggling to carry a treasure sword much larger than themselves. They knelt in unison. The Emperor, Qiu Wuji, composed her expression and spoke with indifference, asking for a report. The spirits replied that the autumn waters condensing green had finished its cold tempering and nourishment. She should inspect it. Qiu Wuji had handled this process with her true self. After forging it with her own hands and refining it for 49 days, she had successfully restored the blade that had cracked during her battle with the Heavenly Emperor. She had left it in the Jade Chamber for tempering days ago, and now it was finally complete. Qiu Wuji lifted the long sword, watching the light shimmer like water on the blade. She felt satisfied, yet a touch of melancholy lingered. She had carried this sword for thousands of years. Their spirits were linked, almost like an extension of her own arm. Now that it had been reforged, she wondered if it was still the same sword. Qiu Wuji teased her for being overly sentimental. He asked if she would also question whether she was still the same person as before, given that the current Qiu Wuji was not the Qiu Wuji of the past. Qiu Wuji flashed a brilliant smile. She dismissed the notion, claiming it was just a passing thought, and that he talked too much. She noted that although the sword had been reforged, its grade still could not match the true martial sword she had recently acquired. Still, she could not bear to abandon it. She insisted that Qiu Wuji take it to the human world for the Qiu Wuji who resided there. Qiu Wuji agreed, stating it should not be a problem, since the power of the boundary was more stable now than it had been in the past. Qiu Wuji tucked the sword into her ring with reluctance, and turned to look. Zhu Mengmeng stood by with an expressionless face, watching them in silence. Qiu Wuji laughed, asking why she had gone quiet when she had been chattering away moments ago. She teased her, asking if a single sword had frightened her. Zhu Mengmeng admitted that the way they spoke here felt entirely different. It felt strange, and she wondered if she had been abducted, pondering how she might escape. Qiu Wuji laughed. Zhu Mengmeng pressed her point, noting that Qiu Wuji even referred to her different selves as separate people. Qiu Wuji explained that one naturally behaves differently depending on the environment and the topic. She recalled that in the past, Zhu Mengmeng had complained about her sounding too ancient, simply because she had not yet adapted to modern life. Zhu Mengmeng insisted she wanted the modern Qiu Wuji, not this one who acted so pompous. Qiu Wuji felt a moment of frustration. She wanted to say something cute, but found she could not do so in this state. Instead, she pinched Zhu Mengmeng's cheek with affection. She offered to split off a modern version of herself to accompany her through the palace. As she spoke, a version of Qiu Wuji dressed in modern clothing emerged from her body. She hugged Zhu Mengmeng, feigning cuteness and acting as if she had missed her dearly. Zhu Mengmeng looked at the stoic, ancient-clad Qiu Wuji in front of her, then looked at the modern version hugging her. Her eyes swirled with confusion. She felt as though her brain could not keep up. Qiu Wuji stood to the side, hands tucked into his sleeves, wishing he could thank Zhu Mengmeng. With this dynamic, he had something new to enjoy for the night. Qiu Wuji shot a cold glare at him, immediately reading his thoughts. She kicked out at him, telling him he was here to stockpile chapters, not to wander around. She ordered him to go and write. Qiu Wuji bolted away, muttering that he would see her later to teach her a lesson, or be taught a lesson himself. Qiu Wuji watched his back and sighed in resignation. She told Zhu Mengmeng that she would also go to draw and write. She suggested the clone take her out for a walk, noting that the heavenly realm was quite fun and featured a design more novel than the human realm. Zhu Mengmeng remembered she was there to see handsome men, and she stopped caring about the couple's mental splits. She grabbed the modern Qiu Wuji's arm and walked out, eager to go shopping. Qiu Wuji changed her modern attire into a simple set of fairy robes. She felt a sense of amusement, recalling the embarrassment she felt when she first arrived in the heavenly realm with only low-grade spirit stones and nothing to buy. Now, this palace was piled high with top-grade spirit stones. It was shameless to have the heavenly Tao cheating on her behalf. She wondered what Zhu Mengmeng would think if she saw the brothels of the immortal realm. Just as they left the palace, before Zhu Mengmeng could comment on the vast desert scenery, beams of light descended from the left and right. The air crackled with chilling, lethal energy. A middle-aged swordsman stepped through the wind, his voice cold. He declared that he had finally found the ascendant from the human realm, adding that he had even settled the bill for her rental property in the city. Zhu Mengmeng blinked in confusion. Qiu Wuji remained silent. Golden Buddhist light and the aura of yin and yang flashed as they approached rapidly. The forces of the Buddha and the Taoist patriarch had arrived. As a pawn in the heavenly realm, the ascendant would naturally not be overlooked. Yin Qinli had carved a path of slaughter to the south, so how could Qiu Wuji expect peace? Zhu Mengmeng leaned in and whispered to Qiu Wuji, telling her that the handsome uncle looked quite dashing. He had manly appeal, an immortal quality, and a sense of detachment. Since he paid the rent, he seemed like a good man. She asked if she should try to woo him. The swordsman spoke up, remarking that he had not expected her to have even found a maid, adapting quite quickly. Qiu Wuji nearly laughed out loud, but managed to hold it in, whispering back to Zhu Mengmeng that it would not work. Zhu Mengmeng asked if it was because he was blind to her true nature. Qiu Wuji replied that it would not work because, barring any accidents, he would be a dead man shortly. Chapter 480. Qiu Wuji had no desire to kill this man. He had, after all, paid the rent for her. The Heavenly Emperor's faction could be considered the lesser of evils. The one sent to find her, a man named Sunfin, bore no malice. He had simply been ordered to bring her back. Killing him served no purpose. The Buddhist and Taoist factions of the heavenly realm were a different story. They were willing to kill. Qiu Ji had written them as malicious entities, corrupted by extraterrestrial demons. The current Buddha and Taoist patriarch were the same figures, who had originally colluded against him. It was not that Qiu Ji held a bias against Buddhism or Taoism. In the human realm, he had written them as heroes. The only reason they were antagonistic here was that they lacked the strength of the Heavenly Emperor, who had spearheaded the original rebellion. Qiu Ji had poured his focus into portraying the Heavenly Emperor as a fractured, complex character. He did not have the energy to fight a war on 3 fronts. The result was that the current Buddhist and Taoist factions were far from peaceful. They were practically demonic. In theory, the original Buddha and Taoist patriarch were not evil, but having rebelled to this extent, they had no choice but to follow the path to its end. Either destroy the heavenly Tao or be erased by it. Their actions grew increasingly extreme and radical, slowly descending into madness. A question occurred to Qiu Wuji. In a sense, were those who opposed the heavenly Tao the true demons, while the demons designated by the heavenly Tao, like Little Flame, were not demons at all? It was a classic case of the pot calling the kettle black. Her concentration drifted, but the sudden flare of Buddha light snapped her back. A yin and yang diagram bloomed across the desert. The late arriving Buddha and the Taoist priest attacked simultaneously, targeting the swordsman, Sunfin. Sunfin spun his long sword, driving it deep into the ground, right into the center of the diagram. A violent wind rose, shaking the heavens. Qiu Wuji shielded Zhu Mengmeng behind her, raising a protective barrier. Zhu Mengmeng poked her head over Qiu Wuji's shoulder, observing the combat with curiosity. She whispered, "Are you not going to intervene?" Qiu Wuji smiled. "Wait a moment. Let us watch." Sunfin roared in anger. The 3 factions agreed to compete for the ascendant based on skill. "How dare you resort to killing?" The Buddha responded calmly. "We compete to welcome the ascendant. What point is there in talking about fairness now?" The Taoist priest sneered. Sunfin is a term from the 8 trigrams. What right does the Heavenly Emperor have to seal such a title for his own servant? The 3 sides clashed again. Unlike the competition during their initial ascension, this fight was meant to kill. The Buddhist and Taoist factions were pincer attacking the Heavenly Court. Since the Heavenly Court already possessed Chu Tianji, they could not be allowed to claim the rest. They were the common enemy of the other 2 factions. Qiu Wuji watched the spectacle while protecting Zhu Mengmeng. Zhu Mengmeng stared, her eyes swirling with confusion. She felt like an observer in every situation. As an intermediary, she expected to use her silver tongue, but the house was bought without a word. She walked out expecting danger, but now she only regretted not having a snack to enjoy while watching the show. The special effects were impressive. Qiu Wuji tugged Zhu Mengmeng's sleeve. "Come, Mengmeng. Let us go shopping." Zhu Mengmeng was torn between laughter and tears. "We are really leaving. This is your home." Qiu Wuji sneered. "My true form is inside. I am a mysterious immortal of the heavenly realm. I have my ways. Do they truly think they can enter my palace? They must break through the barrier at the entrance first." Qiu Wuji and Zhu Mengmeng held hands and slipped away from the edge of the desert. "Stay right there." A lotus bloomed beneath their feet. The world vanished for Zhu Mengmeng, replaced by nothing but flowers. Qiu Wuji stepped lightly, and the lotus petals shattered, paving a path into the distance. She carried Zhu Mengmeng along, each step manifesting a new lotus, a sight of indescribable beauty. Had she just broken the enemy's restraint? Zhu Mengmeng watched, intoxicated. Qiu. "Yes, why do you not marry me? I am very obedient. Get out of here." The Buddha felt insulted. His capture technique had become the backdrop for 2 young women flirting. He could not tolerate this. Water erupted from the lotuses beneath the ground. Qiu Wuji paused, her eyes sharpening. This was not water. The surrounding moisture merely acted as a lotus pond, trapping them. But Qiu Wuji sensed the truth instantly. Beneath the appearance of water, the lotus bodies held a fiery nature. Every lotus had become fire, using water to control the enemy, while fire served as the true killing intent. Was this a strange technique of mixing water and fire? No. If she had thought so before, the experiences of the human world suggested she should interpret this through the lens of Vermilion Bird's fire. She performed a sword seal, shielding Zhu Mengmeng while analyzing the nature of the fire. The truth remained shrouded in mist. She did not cultivate fire. She had to summon a small flame just to refine medicine, so she was unfamiliar with this. Zhu Mengmeng scratched her head, looking back at the Buddha in the sky with confusion. Qiu, this is so strange." Qiu Wuji felt a spark of intuition. "What is it? Why do these lotuses have connection lines, just like people? They were not there before." Zhu Mengmeng's ability allowed her to see connection lines between lives, representing friendship, love, or hatred. If the lotuses were living beings, one might argue they possessed a spiritual essence. But these were not living, they were techniques. How could a technique have emotions? And they had only appeared after transforming into fire. Qiu Wuji urged her on. "Describe the connections." Zhu Mengmeng spoke as if in a dream. "The lines of these flames are thin, like lotus fibers ready to snap at any moment, connecting to that monk. The nature of these lines feels similar to the ones between me and my employees, colleagues. Cooperation. Are there others? Like a line connected to us? Not to you. But, Zhu Mingming scratched her head. There is a very thick line leading to the palace, like a father and son relationship. Is that Qiu Ji? If this were a life within this realm, the connection to Qiu Ji would naturally be that of father and son. That line explained nothing. Qiu Wuji frowned in thought, silent for a moment. Zhu Mingming muttered, the most absurd part is, why does it have a line connected to me? Qiu Wuji's eyes widened. What kind of line? I do not know. It is strange. I cannot recognize this type of line. Kaiokyu, I have been training my ability hard. I can recognize almost any line, but I do not understand this one. I have never seen a line that feels like this. What does it feel like? Can you describe it? I do not know. I just have a feeling that if you do not protect me, I will not be harmed. Chapter 481. Qiu Wuji hesitated, unable to shake her apprehension. Zhu Mingming was immortal. This was a battle between mysterious immortals. Without her own protection, even the slightest leakage of stray energy would suffice to kill Zhu Mingming 10,000 times over. Should she really let her be singed by this lotus fire? If something went wrong, there would be no time for rescue. How could she test this safely? A majestic voice, the voice of the heavenly Tao itself, echoed from the depths of the palace. Go ahead and test it. Dad is watching. Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes. Go back to your writing. Despite her sharp retort, she leaned on the confidence of the heavenly Tao. Qiu Wuji carefully lowered her guard by a fraction. A wisp of lotus fire slipped through her defenses, scorching the modern leather shoes peeking out from beneath Zhu Mingming's emerald skirt. With a single thought from the heavenly Tao, the technique lost its lethal edge. Yet, the contained life essence remained. It circled Zhu Mingming's feet with a strange intimacy. Her shoes seemed less garish now, as if she were stepping on actual lotus petals. Zhu Mingming looked down, still puzzled. The connection was clearer now. The flame possessed a strange, intimate bond with her. She sensed the ferocity within the fire, the innate desire to incinerate everything, yet it was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The flame instinctively restricted its power, unwilling to harm her. Beyond that, another sensation arose. An inaudible sound echoed in her mind, reminiscent of Buddhist chanting yet akin to a demon's whisper. It defied interpretation. The Lovecraftian atmosphere made her restless. A wave of frustration surged within her, a burning sensation in her heart. The so-called intimacy brought no peace, only agitation and violence. It was impossible to imagine this was a technique released by a Buddha. The experience lasted but a moment. The Buddha felt his technique penetrate Qiu Wuji's defenses and rejoiced. Ascendant. If you do not want your maid burned, stand still and wait for me. Before the words faded, Zhu Mingming looked up, her expression tightening. So annoying. The Buddha paused, struck by the sudden loss of control over his own technique. Zhu Mingming waved her hand, cutting through the thread that bound the lotus fire to the Buddha. The connection snapped. The Buddha vomited a mouthful of blood. The severance caused a violent backlash. His primordial spirit fractured, and his internal fire surged backward. Originally, the Buddha and the Taoist had pincer-attacked Sunfen Zhenjun, leaving him struggling to defend. Now, the Buddha faltered. Sunfen seized the opening. With a sharp shout, a piercing sword light transfixed the Buddha's body. Simultaneously, the Taoist found his chance, striking the back of Sunfen Zhenjun with a yin and yang seal. Sunfen Zhenjun coughed up blood and collapsed. The Taoist laughed wildly. He flashed forward, arriving beside Qiu Wuji. The lotus fire and pools on the ground seemed non-existent as he walked over the waves, his momentum terrifying. Ascendant, you had best come with me. His withered palm clawed directly at Qiu Wuji's shoulder. Qiu Wuji sighed softly. What makes you think that simply because you defeated them, you can take me away? Before the echo of her voice died, a brilliant sword light illuminated the entire desert. It resembled not a sword, but the clouds at the edge of the sky, the heat waves of the desert, the omnipresent sun, and the air itself, swirling beside a person. The sudden burst of violence lacked a process. The Taoist's body became riddled with holes, turning him into a bloody mess. His eyes bulged. He produced a strange, rattling sound in his throat, destroyed by the sword qi. He could no longer form words. Finally, utilizing his divine sense, he transmitted a message of pure disbelief. Your cultivation just now did not even qualify as a true immortal. Why in this instant are you a mysterious immortal? A clone? How is it so realistic? Did you sever the three corpses? Qiu Wuji felt the thinking of these immortal world inhabitants had become fixed, a single mind shared from the human realm to the heavenly realm. Perhaps the creator's standards were too low. She spoke indifferently. The truth of yesterday, the mystery of today, marking the boat to find the sword, how foolish. Do you, a bunch of trash, think you can recruit me? Using me as a piece on your chessboard? Are you worthy? The Taoist fell backward, silent forever. A loud boom echoed. Sunfen Zhenjun covered his chest and looked up with difficulty. He saw the fire erupt from the body of the fallen Buddha, consuming him entirely until only a single, glowing glass bead remained in the desert. It had been burned into Asara. The fire had turned on its master, refusing to listen to him, leading to this inevitable backlash. Qiu Wuji held Zhu Mingming's hand, landing lightly before Sunfen Zhenjun. The swordsmen looked up, both women appearing mysterious and terrifying. One was a master of swords, a queen among blades. The other was even more mysterious, having seized the Buddhist fire, and walked as if on a lotus pedestal, causing the technique to rebound and destroy a dignified Buddha. Qiu Wuji's gaze remained calm, though her eyes held a hint of contempt and pride. We are all seekers of the heavenly Tao. Is a person from the human realm lesser than the heavenly realm? Have you never considered that an ascendant might have choices other than joining a faction? As she spoke, the form of an ancient sword appeared behind her, covering the desert and piercing the 9 heavens. I am an emperor. Why should I be beneath another? Return and tell the heavenly emperor. From this day forward, the heavenly realm is not a 3-legged tripod, but an empire of the 4 directions. The sword chi surged like wind. Sun Fan Zhenjun felt himself lifted by the sword gale, soaring into the sky, traversing 10,000 miles in an instant to return to the east. He wondered if this was the true power of Sun Fan. To wield sword chi as wind was a miraculous feat. The heavenly emperor intended to use these people as pieces to stir the winds of the heavenly realm. He feared they might flip the chessboard instead. Zhu Mingming stared at Qiu Wuji as if she were looking at a god, silent for a long time. Qiu Wuji turned her head. The lotus fire and water on the ground had vanished. Seeing Zhu Mingmeng's adorable expression, Qiu Wuji's murderous intent evaporated. She could not help but pinch Zhu Mingmeng's cheek. What are you looking at? Zhu Mingmeng answered. You said he would be a dead man, and he did not die. Qiu Wuji laughed. That is what you are focused on. I said barring accidents, but we are the accident. Zhu Mingmeng retorted, though she felt a tremor of fear, turning her head away in silence. It was strange, feeling a sense of palpitations toward Qiu, who had been so dashing just moments ago. An emperor. I am the emperor. Qiu Wuji pulled her hand and walked out of the desert. What is the situation with this fire? Do not tell me you are the reincarnation of the vermilion bird. Zhu Mingmeng hesitated, whispering. I do not know. This fire is indeed close to me, but reincarnation. It feels wrong. Qiu, I suspect my ability is related to it. Or, looking at it from another angle, the direction you are searching for the vermilion bird might not be a specific corpse like the azure dragon, but rather fire scattered among the common people. Qiu Wuji stopped dead in her tracks. The possibility existed, and it seemed significant. She could find evidence right now. The nearby city used geothermal fire as a foundation for its inns. She would have Mingmeng take another look to see if there was a connection. Chapter 482. So there is ice cream in the heavenly realm. Zhu Mingmeng strolled down the city street, a small porcelain bowl cradled in her hands. She scooped a dollop of snow-white, frosty sweetness into her mouth. She squeezed her eyes shut in delight. This is better than ice cream. Qiu Wuji watched her, the sight triggering a memory of her own first taste of a sweet cone in the human world. She realized she had not wandered far enough on her previous trip to this city. She had missed the local snacks entirely. With the desert nearby and subterranean geothermal vents heating the area, it made sense that the residents would create chilled delicacies. Qiu Wuji took a bite. The flavor exploded on her tongue. It was not only delicious but also aided in cultivation. She could not help but smile. This treat stood apart from standard ice cream. It was a true consumption of clouds and snow, crafted through mystical techniques, and infused with herbal extracts to balance the flavor. It felt like a true immortal beverage. The human world truly could not compare, limited as it was by the constraints of an ancient mortal setting. For the first time, Qiu Wuji felt that ascending to the heavenly realm held significance beyond merely completing her task. The 2 food lovers meandered through the city. Qiu Wuji scanned her surroundings with a casual gaze, and asked if Zhu Mingmeng could sense the breath of the geothermal fires. Zhu Mingmeng shook her head. Do you think I am an immortal? That fire is buried deep underground. I only feel the stifling heat, and it is uncomfortable. By the way, how do these cities handle rain? Is there a water diversion project? The desert is not far away, so what about the ecosystem? Qiu Wuji laughed. The heavenly realm does not require such mundane survival knowledge. The inhabitants here are at least heavenly beings. The logic of survival differs from that of mortals. You are likely the only mortal here. Zhu Mingmeng snorted. So the world is just cobbled together. It lacks any social, political, or economic structure. This is just trashy web novel writing. Qiu Wuji defended her husband. You are now a part of this trashy web novel intellectual property. Zhu Mingmeng huffed, though she stopped criticizing. After all, the manga business was doing well, and the film adaptations her father invested in were making a fortune. Qiu Wuji pondered for a moment. Shall we visit the dormitory I rented? Sun Fan Zhenjun paid the rent, which implies he likely renewed it. The geothermal fires are exposed in that area, and can be used for alchemy. We can go investigate. Zhu Mingmeng nudged Qiu Wuji's shoulder and laughed. When you mention someone else paying the rent, it gives me the feeling of a woman leading a simp on. Qiu, you are not a good person. Qiu Wuji flushed. What does that have to do with me? Why do you jump to such conclusions? Do you do that often yourself? Zhu Mingmeng nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, do you have an opinion on that? Qiu Wuji fell silent. A person who has given up on shame is truly invincible. Zhu Mingmeng softened her tone, looking slightly embarrassed. This is the heavenly realm, a place filled with immortal energy. Is it inappropriate for us to talk about this? Qiu Wuji kept her expression neutral. The heavenly realm and immortal energy do not necessarily have any correlation. Before she could finish, a call came from a brothel nearby. King Zhenjun, it has been a long time since you visited. Zhu Mingmeng stared, her confusion evident in the silence. Qiu Wuji buried her face in her ice cream, unable to face the look Zhu Mingmeng was giving her. Did your husband write this world? Yes. So what is he trying to do? He just wrote it as a custom. Qiu Wuji stuttered through her explanation. It is like writing about landlords exploiting people in the human world. It just reflects the reality of the world. Is that the same concept? Everyone in the human world knows those things exist, but the customs of the heavenly realm are determined entirely by him. Zhu Mengmeng delivered her verdict. Your husband is repressed and lecherous. He looks refined on the surface, but he is actually quite perverted. The majesty Qiu Wuji possessed as an emperor of the four directions evaporated. She wanted to bury her face in the ice cream bowl. Zhu Mengmeng was right. Qiu Ji was perverted. This brothel was purely his bad taste. It could have been left out of the story entirely. It was so embarrassing. Wait, how did he answer when she questioned him about it before? Was it a demon stronghold? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a figure flashed by. A heavily made-up, alluring woman blocked their path, studying Zhu Mengmeng with a look of extreme astonishment. Qiu Wuji stopped and placed a hand on her sword. She smiled without warmth. Mengmeng, are you a lucky charm or a disaster magnet? I walked past here alone and nothing happened. The moment I brought you out, I had to deal with the trope of an evil person bullying a woman. Zhu Mengmeng frowned. Are you sure she is looking for you and not me? You are much prettier than I am. She glared at the alluring woman and asked who she was looking for. The woman froze. She looked at Zhu Mengmeng with intrigue. Why does this mortal, who has only just begun to cultivate a sense of energy, exist in this realm? Where do you come from? It turned out she was interested in that. Women possessed more detailed observational skills. The three mysterious immortals fighting earlier had not even noticed. Zhu Mengmeng sighed. I have been weak since I was a child. I am different from others, so I did not. The woman smiled sweetly and turned to Qiu Wuji. But this young lady is naturally beautiful, with an innate charm. She has never been corrupted by other cultivation methods. She is a top-tier furnace. Is she your maid? Sell her to me for 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Mengmeng jumped in protest. Who says I am a maid? You are all going too far. Qiu Wuji suppressed a laugh and restrained the hopping Zhu Mengmeng. She spoke coldly to the alluring woman. This is not my maid. She is my sister. You have misunderstood. The woman frowned slightly. 20,000. Not for sale. Qiu Wuji placed a hand on her sword, autumn waters condensing green. With a sharp metallic ring, the blade unsheathed an inch as a warning. Do not pester us further. The woman sneered. If you refuse a toast, you will be forced to drink a forfeit. Take them. People emerged from the shadows, surrounding them. Zhu Mengmeng felt stunned. Is this really the heavenly realm? A bloody battle in the desert half an hour ago, and now a street robbery. Where is the public security? I would believe it if you told me this was the demon realm. The sword sang as it left its sheath. Qiu Wuji sneered. I have long disliked this wretched place. I did not want to ruin his fun earlier, but since you delivered yourselves to my doorstep, do not blame me. The people from the brothel changed their expressions. The woman who did not even seem to be a true immortal a moment ago was now exuding a terrifying aura. She was clearly a mysterious immortal, and at least at the mid-stage or higher. The highest rank in the heavenly realm was golden immortal, which consisted of only a few individuals. There were no great low immortals here. Someone at the mid-stage mysterious immortal level could dominate a region. Even the city lord was only an early-stage mysterious immortal. Where did this powerful dragon come from? If she really went on a rampage, she could slaughter the entire city. Show mercy. A streak of light cut across the distance. A man descended rapidly, arriving at the center of the conflict. He was a burly man with a dark face and unhealed burn scars, looking terrifying. The man landed, intending to speak to Qiu Wuji, but his expression shifted. You. Qiu Wuji shielded Zhu Mengmeng behind her and spoke coldly. Speak. The man stamped his foot. My master warned me to stay as far away as possible if I ever saw this man and woman. I had not even managed to pass on the warning, and you dared to offend one of them. Qiu Wuji blinked. You are a mysterious immortal, and you still call someone master. Who is your master? The man bowed flatteringly. I am Room Fire Pig. I submitted to the Flame Demon King a few days ago. Qiu Wuji felt speechless. Room Fire Pig. Who is the Flame Demon King? My master calls himself by the surname Yan, with the given name Qinli. The man flicked a jade slip with his fingers. An image of a man and a woman appeared above it, depicting Chu Tianji and Qiu Wuji. He said with a flattering smile, my master said that meeting the two of you is equivalent to meeting him in person. Qiu Wuji sheathed her sword. She knew the brothel could not be demolished now. Was this the heavenly Tao protecting them? Or had Zhu Mengmeng's lucky aura reached an invincible level? How could even this mess be connected to Yan Qinli? Chapter 483. Chu Ji hid within the palace, typing away on his laptop. The resentment reached him from across the distance, causing him to shrink his head and remain silent, while he tinkered with the device he had brought inside. It was nearly out of power. He brushed his fingers across the charging port, silently repeating the command to fill it. He watched as the power level crept steadily upward until it reached 100%. He did not achieve this through the use of electrical magic. It was the will of the heavenly Tao, allowing items to take any form he desired. If he wanted the battery to have power, it naturally possessed it. Even though he had not created this device, but had brought it in from the outside, it remained under his control. The ability to perform such a delicate task, one whose underlying principles he struggled to understand even in the modern world, demonstrated that his control over the heavenly realm grew stronger by the day. The popularity of the adaptations in the human world continued to surge, and the individuals he controlled infiltrated the land step by step, their influence growing more potent. This confidence explained his certainty when testing the Fire Lotus earlier, knowing his administrative privileges could strip the Buddha's fire lotus of its lethal power. Autumn and Meng ventured out, and his divine sense blanketed the land for 1,000 miles, following his wife's movements. The result of his observation left him somewhat speechless. He had already explained to Qiu Wuji that this brothel was arranged for the demonic path, a plot thread reserved for the Little Flame. He had not detailed the Little Flame's storyline, only brushing over it, implying that after the southern conquest, their tentacles had extended, even beginning to infiltrate the north. He had not expected to encounter the reaching tentacles of the Little Flame so quickly, or for them to intersect with the journey of Zhu Mengmeng. In that location, Qiu Wuji and Zhu Mengmeng were already being treated as guests of honor by the dark-faced man known as Room Fire Pig, who ushered them into the stronghold to take their seats. A crowd of brothel thugs knelt on the ground, their faces echoing with the sounds of rhythmic slapping, as they begged for mercy. They admitted their mistakes and asked the true monarch for punishment. Within moments, the entire group was beaten into swollen messes, and blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Qiu Wuji strode into the inner hall with a blank expression, while Zhu Mengmeng watched, unable to bear the sight. She tugged gently on the sleeve of Qiu Wuji and suggested that they should let it go. Qiu Wuji stared at her, her eyes filled with frustration. If you had been here alone, you would have been captured and sold long ago. Just because we are safe now does not mean they should escape punishment. A few slaps are being too lenient with them. Zhu Mengmeng pursed her lips, saying nothing before asking, in a low voice, whether it was safe to follow the dark-faced man inside. She worried about what they would do if there were traps. Qiu Wuji laughed in exasperation. You are usually the one who is overly cautious, yet you choose to be kind when it matters most. Zhu Mengmeng stared at the plaque of the brothel. This is a brothel. We are two beautiful women walking inside. Do you trust Yan Qinli that much? Is he not supposed to be a villain in the story? If Yan Qinli is the hidden mastermind, Qiu Wuji muttered, grinding her teeth, then theoretically, the true mastermind is Qiu Ji. The damn author wrote this entire thing just to satisfy his own dream of opening a brothel. Zhu Mengmeng stared, blinking in complete confusion. Fortunately, the place they entered was not the brothel itself, but a winding path leading to the back hall. Neither Qiu Wuji nor Zhu Mengmeng held any interest in inspecting the temple of the immortal brothel, where 800 spirit stones, but a single session. They marched straight toward the rear with stern faces. The back hall possessed a conventional immortal atmosphere, with rugged mountain rocks and faint traces of spiritual energy. Many beautiful women served them with trepidation, their pale legs and jade arms exposed. It looked like a man's paradise or an immortal realm, and Qiu Wuji ground her teeth, wanting to strike someone. Room Fire Pig led Qiu Wuji to the main seat with careful steps, standing to the side to serve them. He smiled apologetically and asked how he should address the immortal and their master. Qiu Wuji paused, considering the question before answering that he was her son, born of a concubine. Room Fire Pig blinked, his mind struggling to process the nonsensical answer. Far away, Yan Qinli sneezed. Room Fire Pig abandoned the line of questioning. He spread his hands in a gesture of resignation and asked what business the great-grandmother had that required their cooperation. Qiu Wuji stared at them with a blank expression. Since you occupy this place, you must have your reasons. I assume it is not merely for collecting furnaces or exchanging resources. Room Fire Pig hesitated, unsure whether he should speak. Qiu Wuji spoke in a calm tone. I have no interest in your conspiracies or layouts. You can discuss those matters with Yan Qinli later. Now is not the time. Room Fire Pig let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding. If we speak strictly of this location, you are correct. Aside from the City Lord's cave, the ley lines here are perhaps the best in the entire city. The geothermal fires balance yin and yang, flourishing intensely. We have occupied this place for over 1,000 years. Zhu Mengmeng could not help but ask. I do not see this as a civilized city, and you are not particularly strong. Does the City Lord not fight you for it? Room Fire Pig grinned, offering no answer. Zhu Mengmeng understood immediately. The City Lord was likely one of their people, either bought off in bed or held under their thumb. The methods of the demonic path were predictable. They were not much different in the human world, especially in the United States. Thinking of this, Zhu Mengmeng suddenly understood why Qiu Ji wrote the heavenly realm this way. Was it not exactly the same up in the heavens? Qiu Wuji did not dwell on these thoughts. She ordered them to take them to the place where the geothermal fire burned the hottest. Room Fire Pig immediately pounded his chest. It is only right. Please follow me. He triggered some hidden mechanism, and a passage appeared beneath the floor of the inner hall. Intense heat rushed toward them, causing Zhu Mengmeng to narrow her eyes. She had expected a devil's lair filled with the fires of the abyss, but the flames beneath them felt surprisingly peaceful and warm. Qiu Wuji took her hand gently. Do not be afraid, Mengmeng. I am here. I am not afraid. This does not feel as terrifying as the lotus fire from before. Zhu Mengmeng pulled Qiu Wuji along, running down the path. I feel like this place is closer to me, and I can even sense their warmth. Qiu Wuji felt speechless. This place was a demonic side of the brothel, heavy with gloomy energy. Naturally, it would feel closer to her than the Buddha's fire. Yet, with monks on one side and a brothel on the other, two places of such extreme opposition, she could truly sense a similar connection between the two fires. Was it because the Buddhism of the heavenly realm was illegitimate, or was it because they truly shared the same origin? Qiu Ji continued to type his draft, his divine sense descending upon the location to analyze the fire. Zhu Mengmeng was truly a lucky star. The fortune entwined around her was critical. If one connected it to the abilities of the father and daughter, could she be called the goddess of fate? Theoretically, the attributes of the vermilion bird did not include fate, though it could symbolize good luck. There was a saying among the people that when the vermilion bird spreads its wings, one finds wealth if not nobility. Extending this, one could speak of divination and fate. If various attributes of the vermilion bird were scattered across the land, it was not impossible for this particular trait to have found its way into the Zhu family. Zhu Mingmeng's feeling about her ability being related to this was likely correct. In a broad sense, the abilities in the human world had awakened because of the spiritual energy brought by the four symbols. However, spiritual energy also possessed attributes. If it were triggered by something related to the vermilion bird, it would carry the characteristics of the vermilion bird, and it was even possible that it had been attached to the refined fire scattered by the bird. That explained why the father could divine the future, and why Zhu Mingmeng had advanced a step further, capable of seeing the threads of fate on every person. It was like the vermilion bird spreading its wings, with threads extending in all directions, connecting to the fire of fate manifested on every individual. Zhu Mingmeng's own feeling was correct. It was likely not reincarnation. Otherwise, there would have been a resonance between father and daughter, or a natural hatred. Since her cultivation showed nothing, there was no such connection, only an overlap in their abilities. However, this situation was even more troublesome. If the vermilion bird were scattered so thoroughly, how could one find it? Theoretically, a core soul should still exist. For instance, the vermilion bird had another typical symbol, which was longevity. Its earliest meaning was that of a guide for the soul. Qiu Ji thought of Sandro, then looked at Zhu Mingmeng, and fell into deep contemplation. He hoped for new discoveries within the fire here. Keep it up, Sister Meng. Chapter 484. Qiu Wuji and Zhu Mingmeng stood in the deepest levels beneath the brothel. The upper floors were a facade of silk sleeves, fragrant winds, and light laughter. Below the surface lay a grim devil's den. Men and women of the demonic path dwelled in the dark, carving out individual caves for their practice. The atmosphere here felt far more lethal and grotesque than the decadent space above. In the depths, they cultivated corpses, bound ghosts, controlled dry bones, and extracted life essence from human furnaces. While most remained hidden in their caves, a few details bled out into the hallway. Zhu Mingmeng caught sight of a skeleton shambling down the corridor. A necromancer yanked it back into the shadows. The sight carried an odd sense of cuteness amidst the gloom. No one made a sound. No one laughed. The dark-faced giant, Room Fire Pig, commanded immense authority here. Everyone he passed bowed low, afraid to draw a full breath. Qiu Wuji asked as if making idle conversation. Given your name and the nature of this place, this should be a sect focused on flame arts. Why then are there so many techniques for controlling corpses and binding souls? Room Fire Pig kept his reply cautious. The Antarctic longevity, the imperishable soul fire. Qiu Wuji countered. This place sits in the north. Why the Antarctic reference? Fire exists not in the south or north, but between heaven and earth, Room Fire Pig explained. Even though Room Fire Pig is a star of the north, why is it fire? The four directions are merely imagery. To take them literally is to fall into attachment. Qiu Wuji paused, nodded, and kept walking without another word. Back in the palace, Qiu Ji inhaled sharply before his laptop. A sudden flash of clarity struck him. Looking at the world from that perspective was intriguing. Room Fire Pig led them to the lowest fire altar. In the center lay a platform resembling a ritual sacrifice site. A sea of raging fire surrounded them. Tongues of flame licked the air, shimmering with strange red and blue hues. This is my private cultivation spot. Please make yourself at home, Ancestor Grandmother. Room Fire Pig bowed, his smile obsequious. Qiu Wuji looked at him. You are a hegemon in your own right, and this is your lair. Why give it up so easily? Are you truly so loyal to Yan Qinli? Zhu Mingmeng found the situation baffling. If a friend of her father's demanded to stay in her house, she would refuse, regardless of the cost. Why was this man so obedient? A wise man knows when to submit, Room Fire Pig said with a sycophantic grin. Putting the master aside, even if the Ancestor Grandmother came here alone with her sword, we would face a river of blood. Handing over this place is a small price to pay, let alone merely borrowing the fire. Qiu Wuji studied him for a long time. The desire to dismantle the brothel vanished. Leave us. Half an hour will suffice. Room Fire Pig backed out of the room. Zhu Mingmeng whispered to Qiu Wuji. The man is simple-minded, though ugly. Simple-minded. Qiu Wuji laughed. Mingmeng, never walk through the cultivation world alone. Do not leave the house when I am not by your side. Zhu Mingmeng bristled. I have dominated the business world for years. You are the one who ran out of a mountain village, you ancient relic. Qiu Wuji sat down in the center of the altar, calm and composed. Looking down on ancient people? I have seen more blood than you have seen water. She flicked her finger, and a layer of water light bloomed in her palm. Look. Rippling water reflected the image of Room Fire Pig outside the door. He pinched a spell and muttered as if transmitting a voice across thousands of miles. Master. The air rippled slightly. A distorted star flame formed the shape of a human face before him. I ordered you to organize the troops. Why disturb me for no reason? Room Fire Pig lowered his voice. The man and woman the master mentioned arrived at our outpost today. They have entered the core altar. The place is full of arrays and restrictions. If the master intends to capture them, you only need to. A fist formed from the phantom face and slammed into Room Fire Pig's face. Damn you. Do you want to get me killed? Room Fire Pig staggered, stunned. Master, she calls herself your mother, and shows no respect. Fool. Even if she is just bluffing about being my mother, she is not someone you can provoke. Treat her as your grandmother and leave it at that. I will settle the score with her later. I have a mountain of work to do. The phantom vanished. Room Fire Pig rubbed his bruised face in silence. It is a good thing I acted with caution in front of that lady, or I would have been exposed. Settle the score? I truly think she might be your mother. You are just a subordinate who refuses to admit the mistress is superior. Inside, Qiu Wuji glanced sideways at Zhu Mengmeng. Well, Zhu Mengmeng stared, dumbfounded. The man looked dark and sturdy, but he was so treacherous. This is the demonic path. What did you expect? Qiu Wuji stood up. The air reeks of filth and murderous malice. I detest it. Let us study the flame and leave. Yin Qinli can manage the demonic plot lines. We are merely intruders here. Zhu Mengmeng surveyed the sea of fire. How do I test this? It is a sea of fire, not a swimming pool. Qiu Wuji prodded her. Does it not look cool? Jump into the sea of fire and spread your wings. Stop it. I am not a vermilion bird. Relax. Just imagine it is a swimming pool. Nobody can imagine this is a swimming pool. Qiu Wuji waved her hand. The sea of fire in Zhu Mengmeng's vision shifted, appearing as a shimmering swimming pool. Zhu Mengmeng scratched her head. The terrifying sight vanished, even though she knew it was nothing more than an illusion cast by Qiu Wuji. This is knowledge and perception, Qiu Wuji said softly. Go. Zhu Mengmeng tentatively extended a foot, testing the edge of the pool. The liquid felt warm, like a hot spring. There was no burning sensation. She lowered her lower legs into the depths. It felt exactly like soaking in a spring, perfectly harmless. Zhu Mengmeng smiled, sinking into the water. Come in and wash up, Qiu. It is quite comfortable. To Qiu Wuji's eyes, the scene possessed a strange, mesmerizing beauty. A beauty bathed in fire. Behind Zhu Mengmeng, an image faintly emerged, resembling the wings of a vermilion bird. The wings of the vermilion bird and the rebirth of the phoenix merged perfectly. The essence of innate fire, the flame of the immortal soul, the movement of the stars, and the traces of fate. It remained only an image, and it belonged far from Zhu Mengmeng. Mengmeng, try to exercise your ability here. I suspect the potential for your power to mature fully depends on this. Zhu Mengmeng paused. You said we would only stay for half an hour. Does that mean 1 hour? Qiu Wuji sneered. Considering he tried to summon help to harm us, I have requisitioned this place. You will not return it to him until you achieve a breakthrough. Zhu Mengmeng fell silent. She reached inward, sensing her own mental power. Following the methods taught by Zhongyi and the national special training protocols, she clearly felt her mental consciousness resonating with the surrounding sea of fire. Thin, invisible threads rose from every corner of the fire and connected to her mind. It looked like a spider web. It looked like a vermilion bird spreading its tail feathers. Beyond the familiar threads of fate, she saw another type of line. They connected to the soul fire of the corpses and skeletons outside. Like puppet strings, they extended from her mind to every bone. She felt as though she could manipulate their fate. The undead bowed. Qiu? Yes. What do you see? I feel like I am playing World of Warcraft. I see the opening cinematic of Wrath of the Lich King. On the day you descend to the heavenly realm, all the undead call your name, Mengmeng. Stop it. I see the fire blooming in the eyes of the undead. That is their immortality. Qiu Wuji hesitated. Can you control them? No, I can see the principles. I can destroy the control others hold. I see the control lines the demonic cultivators hold over their skeletons. Mengmeng? Yes. I still maintain that your ability is the most abnormal in the human world. Qiu Wuji rubbed Zhu Mengmeng's cheeks in amazement. I even suspect our meeting resulted from the fate of a protagonist. I do not know if this is what you should call the goddess of fate. Chapter 485. Zhu Mengmeng doubted whether she was truly the goddess of fate. At the very least, she knew that without someone cheating on her behalf, she would have been too terrified to even touch fire, let alone bathe in this raging inferno. What kind of goddess gets her face rubbed as if she were a toy, she wondered. Zhu Mengmeng always felt that Qiu Wuji treated her like a child. She was, after all, slightly younger than Chu Ji and certainly older than the 25 years Qiu Wuji claimed. Then again, compared to a woman who had lived for 10,000 years, perhaps everyone appeared to be a child in her eyes. Does that mean Qiu Wuji and Chu Ji together meant she was a cradle robber? Or perhaps a child driving a large vehicle, she pondered, unable to suppress a smirk. Zhu Mengmeng let out a muffled sound as her cheeks were squeezed together. She pushed the words out, sounding as though her mouth were full of marbles. Qiu, it seems you have gone crazy wanting a child. Qiu Wuji froze. She pulled her hand back as if scorched by electricity, and stared up at the ceiling. I simply find you cute. That has nothing to do with children. Zhu Mengmeng watched her struggle to maintain a straight face. Zhu Mengmeng dragged her down into the pool, pinning her arm to return the gesture. I find you cute as well. Qiu Wuji wriggled in her grip. Be careful. This is a sea of fire, not a swimming pool. Orange light bathed the surrounding space. Any observer witnessing two beauties playfully wrestling amidst the roaring flames would have found the scene both beautiful and unsettling, a truly gothic spectacle. Zhu Mengmeng could not win against Qiu Wuji. Moments later, she found herself pinned on the central altar as Qiu Wuji playfully swatted her bottom several times. Zhu Mengmeng shrieked, threatening revenge once she returned to the human world. Qiu Wuji suppressed a laugh, leaning over her back to whisper into her ear. Little lady, be obedient. If you refuse to listen, I will sell you off to the world above. Zhu Mengmeng whined in protest. Qiu Wuji decided the joke had gone on long enough. Matters of importance took precedence. She prepared to ask Zhu Mengmeng about her sensations regarding the flame, when the fire around them suddenly shivered. A small, fiery figure emerged from the depths, grasping her arm and pulling her toward the edge. Its intent seemed clear. It was trying to rescue Zhu Mengmeng. Zhu Mengmeng seized the moment to flip over, wearing a cheeky grin. Is this hand of mine fun to play with? Qiu Wuji swatted the tiny fire person back into the inferno, confusion etching her features. You claimed you could not control it. How are you summoning fire people now? My method of control is akin to playing with puppets, not a manipulation of the soul, Zhu Mengmeng explained. You likely cannot see it, but thousands of threads from this entire sea of fire connect to me. I simply pull a few up, and they take the shape of a small fire person. How did you manage to give it a nose and eyes? Qiu Wuji asked. That requires at least some basic foundation in fire control. Where did you learn that? Why would I need a mystical technique? Zhu Mengmeng asked. If I imagine it having a shape, it takes that shape. Consider the fire lotus from that monk earlier. Fire is just fire, yet it took the form of a lotus. In reality, is there any difference between the shape of a lotus and the shape of a pig head? Everything depends on the appearance created by spiritual power. Qiu Wuji stared at her, her expression unreadable. Zhu Mengmeng touched her own face, sensing the silence. Did I say something wrong? You are correct, Qiu Wuji admitted. However, knowledge is easy, execution is difficult. Transforming objects into specific shapes at a whim usually requires a high level of mental technique to cultivate. It demands absolute control and affinity with fire. It is not as simple as knowing it can be done and expecting it to happen. Do you think you are Qiu Ji? Zhu Mengmeng planted her hands on her hips. Oh, your husband is so amazing, is he? If he can do it, why cannot I? Are we not both modern Chinese psychics? By rounding the numbers, that makes me your husband too. Qiu Wuji went silent. The small fire figure that had disappeared back into the sea of flames reappeared, unleashed a flurry of kitten-like punches at Zhu Mengmeng, and vanished just as smoothly as it had come. A majestic voice belonging to the heavenly Tao resonated through the air. You should try biting me if you can. Zhu Mengmeng scrambled to her feet, frustrated. I have never seen such a petty man. Is he jealous? Qiu Wuji blinked, turning her head away as if nothing had happened. When it came to jealousy, she was the one with the biggest appetite. Qiu Ji was merely jealous of other women, but Qiu Wuji was a woman capable of being jealous of her own self. Still, this reflected how much he valued the other person. She could not help but smile. The appearance here is fire affinity, but the root cause is vermilion bird affinity, Qiu Ji continued, his voice echoing in the space. Based on these two experiments, we can make a preliminary judgment. The fire among the earth, water, fire, and wind of this realm is an evolution of the vermilion bird flame, sharing a common root. Does that include soul fire? Qiu Wuji asked. At the very least, the control of soul fire is related to it, Qiu Ji replied. What about Sandro in the human world? Qiu Wuji pressed. According to Thompson's confession, Sandro possessed this ability long ago. It may be a form of necromancy from a Western necromancer dating back to his early years. We cannot definitively say if it relates to the vermilion bird yet, but Qiu, I feel we are on the verge of solving the case. We need a trip to Southeast Asia. Is Zhou Yi's longevity related as well? Qiu Wuji inquired. Compared to Sandro, I feel the incident with Zhou Yi is far more relevant. Qiu Wuji felt as though the world lines had begun to converge. Many clues and stories from the past seemed to point toward the same object, even if they appeared completely unrelated. Return for now, Qiu Ji instructed. Sister Meng is well suited for cultivating mystical arts. The profound mysteries of Buddhism and Taoism are not fire-based. Do not drill deeper into the fire itself. That is the business of the little flame. When you return, we will research what kind of mental technique to create for Sister Meng. It would be a true pity if such talent went to waste while she spends her days sniffling like a piglet. Who is he calling a piglet? Zhu Mengmeng demanded, grabbing Qiu Wuji by the collar. I work diligently, showing up and leaving work on time, and this is what I am to you in the end. Qiu Wuji brushed her hand away with a pained expression. Exactly, that is all. Do you wish to learn immortal cultivation? Zhu Mengmeng sighed. I do. So you still want to be my husband? Qiu Wuji asked, pinching her cheek and pulling her up. Be a good wife and stay with me instead. Upon returning to the desert palace, they found Qiu Ji sitting in the chamber fiddling with his laptop. Zhu Mengmeng found the sight incredibly jarring. Qiu Wuji stepped forward and leaned in to look. Can that laptop actually be used here? Of course, Qiu Ji replied. Writing does not require a signal or a network. Electricity is all that matters. Did you charge it yourself? She asked. Qiu Ji nodded. Can items brought from the human world be used here as well? Qiu Wuji questioned. I previously transformed Sister Meng's clothes into beautiful ancient attire, which proves it is possible, Qiu Ji explained. Charging the device merely proves that I can handle more refined control. Zhu Mengmeng stared at them, confused. Qiu Wuji quickly helped her husband cover up. What are you tinkering with over there? I am searching through documents to review all the cultivation techniques, looking for one suitable for Sister Meng. Zhu Mengmeng instantly forgot about the clothing incident. She asked excitedly, and then? Qiu Ji looked at her for a long moment before speaking. The power of creation and the weaving of fate are actually the abilities of the heavenly Tao. That is my authority over this world. Entrusting all these rules and authorities to the four divine beasts is the purpose of the four poles. To put it plainly, cultivators beneath the heavenly Tao are merely practicing one specific aspect of the heavenly Tao authority. Zhu Mengmeng stared at him, bewildered. What does this have to do with me? I am thinking that since you have inherited the fate attributes carried by the vermilion bird, if I were to facilitate the process and bestow these attributes upon you, would you not be the new vermilion bird? Chapter 486. Qiu Wuji did not directly implement this idea. He lacked confidence in it. It was a contingency plan. Suppose the vermilion bird issue proved unsolvable, or the pieces were scattered too far to collect. He could create one or several new vermilion birds. He could distribute the relevant attributes to different people, replacing the original significance of the bird. He considered Zhu Mengming, Yan Qinli, and perhaps even Zhong Yi. The plan seemed viable. However, he felt uncertain. Furthermore, Qiu Wuji did not want to operate that way. He felt a deep sense of guilt regarding the four symbols. He took responsibility for their tragic state. To replace them without solving the root issue felt wrong. His conscience could not accept it. This plan served only as a backup, a safety net. The correct course of action remained finding the original vermilion bird, clearing the air as he had done with the azure dragon and black tortoise, and accepting his responsibilities. The backup plan could serve as a foundation. He could have Zhu Mengming cultivate a relevant technique rather than relying purely on her innate talent and blind intuition. Helping a friend find a good path of cultivation was the right thing to do. The technique would naturally mirror the martial truth method Qiu Wuji inherited, which was a top-tier law carried by the black tortoise. For Zhu Mengming, he needed to procure the fate law inscribed by the vermilion bird. How he would achieve this was simple. He would arrange for the little flame to locate the relevant ruins, just as he had done with Qiu Wuji. He spoke to her gently. Sister Meng, explore and play around this palace for a while. There is much beautiful scenery to see here. Qiu Wuji and I are stealing some time to work, primarily to bank chapters. I will arrange for what you need during this period. Qiu Wuji rose to his feet and let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sister Meng. You have given me a clearer perspective on a few things. Zhu Mengming tilted her head and observed Qiu Wuji. She felt the current Qiu Wuji differed from the man she used to know. He possessed a certain air of leadership and a poise that suggested he held everything in his grasp. Compared to the time when he first started dating Qiu Wuji, he seemed to have grown from a boy into a man. She marveled at how much time had passed. Did dating really change a person that much? She had dated so many people, yet she remained just as cute. She felt a sense of awe, as if she had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. She walked away, swaying from side to side with her hands behind her back. Qiu Wuji was in the back hall painting. She would go find her to play. She decided to leave the Qiu Wuji who spanked people for Qiu Wuji to handle himself. He watched Zhu Mengming disappear toward the back hall. Qiu Wuji withdrew her gaze and sat down next to Qiu Wuji. She asked what occupied his thoughts. Qiu Wuji scratched his head. I thought the next step would be the white tiger. There have been no clues regarding the vermilion bird. Why does it feel like the vermilion bird needs to come first now? I think there is no order to these things, Qiu Wuji said. If the western white tiger is indeed in the Buddhist realm, those two paths can run in parallel. Qiu Wuji grunted in acknowledgement. He remained lost in thought. Qiu Wuji spoke again. I have always had a question. What is it? White tiger is associated with metal. I cultivate the sword, so logically, I should belong to the laws represented by the white tiger. Why did I inherit the tradition of the black tortoise instead? Because your water attribute is more prominent. Water flows with the heavens, just like Qiu Wuji. So, if I want my sword path to reach its peak, I still need to find it from the white tiger. These things are intertwined. There is no such thing as one coming before the other. Room Fire Pig made a profound statement earlier. He is a worthy mysterious immortal of the heavenly realm. He said that the four poles are not necessarily the four cardinal directions. They can also be earth, water, fire, and wind. Qiu Wuji nodded. That statement is quite interesting. The four symbols are spread throughout this realm. There is no strict definition of the four cardinal directions. The same holds true in the human world. Who says the vermilion bird must dwell in the south? It can exist in any place associated with fire. Yes. That statement broadened our horizons and pulled our thinking back from a dead end. I dislike that man, but I spared his life for a reason. Qiu Wuji laughed. That man cannot be killed casually. He is an important character in the plot I arranged for the little flame. Besides, there was something else he said that you might have missed. Room Fire Pig is a star of the northern constellation. Right. If the heavenly constellations were to return to their rightful places, he would actually be your subordinate. Qiu Wuji flared up. I do not want such a subordinate. I was just saying. Surely you do not intend to end up as the great emperor of the north, do you? Qiu Wuji wrapped his arms around her waist with a playful smile. You are the mother goddess of the heavenly Tao. Go away. Qiu Wuji glanced around in a panic. She realized Zhu Mengming was long gone, and she let out a sigh of relief. Mengming is a guest. We cannot behave recklessly. What if she sees us? Why are you doing that? We are cultivators. Can we not tell if a mortal is approaching? Qiu Wuji buried his face into the clouds and mountains. I have been typing all day. One must balance work and rest. Your fighting style outside was so dashing, Imperial Majesty. I think you are psychologically deranged. Qiu Wuji struggled, though she did not push him away. You do not compliment the gentle Qiu Wuji who cares for you, but you get all excited when the Qiu Wuji who acts arrogant outside is around. Are you not pathetic? Qiu Wuji lifted his head from between the mountains and blinked his eyes. So, which Qiu Wuji are you right now? I am confused, my brain is fried, and I cannot tell the difference. Qiu Wuji sighed in frustration. Between swapping my true form and my clone to fight, who can keep track of which is which. If you were the one writing this, you would not be able to tell either. Qiu Wuji smiled. There is a very simple way to tell. Qiu Wuji asked what that method was. Zhu Mengmeng is accustomed to the modern Qiu Wuji. Therefore, the one hanging out with her is the modern Qiu Wuji. This one is sect leader Qiu. Come, put on a stern face, and let me see. Qiu Wuji stomped on his foot. I am not an opera performer. Go back to your writing. Stop trying to scheme against the two Qiu Wujis all day. It will never happen. Fine, fine. Qiu Wuji stretched his back. It is time to shift a few chapters of the plot toward the little flame. Ever since his ascension, Yan Qinli had traveled south, though not without purpose. While the Heavenly Tao practiced a policy of laissez-faire, it provided a clear direction. He needed to build a reputation. By beating up the members of the Buddhist and Taoist factions who came to capture him, he carved out a banner for the demonic path, serving as a beacon for all demons to gather. The heavenly realm did not possess a demon king to stand alongside the other three factions. When Yan Qinli first ascended, the words of the guide revealed the true nature of things. How could the heavenly Tao allow such a person to ascend? Should he not have been turned to ash during his tribulation of heart fire, as a warning to the world? In the original setting, that was how it should have been. The path of ascension inherently belonged to the heavenly Tao, which upheld good and punished evil. If demons could ascend as they pleased, what use were tribulations of the heart? What was the meaning of the heavenly tribulation? Therefore, the original design of the heavenly realm should not have contained demons. If any existed, they could only be demons from beyond, meant to be defeated as the final boss. Most fantasy novels followed this ultimate setting, and Qiu Wuji had not intended to innovate too much on that front. However, it defied logic to claim that everyone in the heavenly realm was a good person with no villains. If there were no bad people in the heavenly realm, there would be no plot conflict. Therefore, the demonic path still existed, though it lacked power and lay dormant in the shadows. Yan Qinli's ascension was a cheat provided by the heavenly Tao. At the same time, it gave the scattered, powerless demonic path of the heavenly realm a flag to rally behind. From that day on, the demons would rise, and the righteous and the demonic would be divided. If there are no demons in this realm, then I shall be the one to create them. Qiu Wuji's arrangement perfectly suited Yan Qinli's desires. He even felt that this blank slate of a heavenly realm was more comfortable than the human world had been. In the human world, Qiu Wuji was too biased toward Qiu Wuji, and he had been suppressed quite miserably. The heavenly realm had completely lifted those suppressions, and the little flame felt as though he had returned to the water. His original intention for heading south was that the south belonged to fire, and the vermilion bird resided in the south. Although they now understood that fire existed between heaven and earth, and did not necessarily correlate to the south, if a specific, relevant ruin existed, it could only be located in the south. This ruin was the base camp Qiu Wuji had arranged for Yan Qinli. Naturally, it contained the fire seeds and top-tier fire laws that Yan Qinli required. As for the clues regarding the vermilion bird, he originally intended for Yan Qinli to make a discovery within these ruins. After all, he had arranged the location, so what special discovery could there be? There was one. Because the current heavenly realm possessed many settings that differed from the past, just as he had never intended to write about any martial truth ruins, they now existed. The evolution between the martial truth and the black tortoise was the overlap and interweaving of two versions of the heavenly realm. Through tracing the mystery of the fall of the martial truth, Qiu Wuji could connect to the process of the original battle between the black tortoise and the heavenly emperor. Similarly, through the new vermilion bird ruins, Yan Qinli could naturally connect to the original vermilion bird, or at the very least, generate clues. At this moment, Yan Qinli traveled south, drawing close to the vicinity of the predetermined ruins. Such things arranged by the heavenly Tao were always of the type that had remained undiscovered for 10,000 years, until the protagonist arrived. The moment Yan Qinli reached the area, he discovered a group of fire-controlling demonic disciples occupying the vicinity. They seemed to possess some sort of special inheritance. He gave them a beating and conquered this demonic tribe. Room Fire Pig had received that beating at that time, and had submitted to Yan Qinli. Upon learning that this group of demonic disciples had layouts in various places, Yan Qinli ordered Room Fire Pig to return, and recruit men to make the final preparations for exploring the ruins. The intrusion of Qiu Wuji and Zhu Mengmeng was indeed nothing more than an interlude in this event. When the two left, Room Fire Pig organized his troops and headed out to rendezvous with Yan Qinli. In the eyes of the readers, a brand new quest awaited. Chapter 487. Yan Qinli stood at the entrance of a canyon, his gaze icy as he surveyed the scene within. The valley floor was a swamp, churned by endless, chilling winds that carried a pungent, rotting stench. Faint shapes floated in the muck. Skeletal remains of beasts, serpents, insects, and men drifted beneath the surface. One ancient skull peeked out from the mire. Its empty eye sockets seemed to lock gazes with Yan Qinli, an unsettling sight. The north was a burning desert, yet the south was a gloomy swamp. This was not unusual, as the geographical distribution of Qiu Wuji's modern world allowed for such phenomena to exist in reality. This was a death swamp. Toxic miasma coated every inch, and anything that landed within its border sank instantly. Countless cultivators had perished here over 10,000 years. Few left alive. Those seeking treasure found absolutely nothing. Eventually, the travelers stopped coming. As the days turned to years, the swamp began to subside. A stone slab revealed itself at the edge. A group of demonic cultivators seeking refuge from their enemies reached the outskirts. They discovered the slab by accident. From the patterns carved into the stone, they unlocked high-level arts for life harvesting, soul summoning, and corpse control. Slowly, they formed a small sect led by Room Fire Pig. They attempted to probe deeper into the swamp, but they suffered heavy losses. They found nothing. With no other choice, they spent their time gathering strength while they waited for the right moment. They kept their base outside the swamp to train core disciples. Simultaneously, they extended their reach into various cities. They used brothels as fronts for covert harvesting and looting, while controlling powerful cultivators to fuel their growth. Room Fire Pig could never have imagined that all these efforts were simply the heavenly Tao paving the way for its own son. Just as he finally broke through to the early mysterious immortal stage and prepared to showcase his talents, Yan Qinli arrived, fighting his way through. Along the way, he gathered many other demonic disciples and formed a new force. The two factions encountered each other outside the swamp a few days ago. Neither side consisted of good people. A conflict broke out almost immediately, leading to an inevitable battle to decide who would rule. Both sides were shocked to discover that their opponents practiced the same fire arts. It felt like fate. For Yan Qinli, it was not merely fate. This was the group his father had prepared for him. The cultivation methods were of the same origin. Both sides belonged to the demonic path. Yan Qinli understood this dynamic perfectly. The loser naturally became the servant. The demonic path followed the strong without question. The outcome was predictable. Room Fire Pig surrendered, and Yan Qinli absorbed his entire force. He used the excuse of organizing personnel to send Room Fire Pig back to the north, allowing him to reorganize the elite demonic disciples here. Loyalty meant nothing in the demonic path. It only mattered if one's fist was hard enough, if the followers could gain benefits under one's banner, and if they could pay the price of betrayal. As it turned out, Room Fire Pig knew exactly what Yan Qinli wanted, yet he served diligently, doing whatever he was told. He could see the future. The mystery of the swamp, unsolved for thousands of years, would likely be resolved by this new demon lord. Cultivators sought power above all else. Developing the swamp would bring him immense benefits. He would worry about the future when it arrived. There were ways to control this demon lord. For example, he could plot in the shadows. An alluring woman pressed against Yan Qinli's side. Room Fire Pig will need at least a few days to return. Why does the master not rest and let me serve you? Before she could finish, Yan Qinli snatched her by the throat and hoisted her into the air. The woman nearly choked as her windpipe crushed. Her eyes rolled back as she lost consciousness, unable to even let out a groan. A wave of terror swept through the crowd. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to make a sound. I have no interest in women. Yan Qinli slammed her face first onto the ground and pressed his foot against the back of her head. Keep your nonsense to yourself. I have seen enough people who think they can control me. Master, please spare me. The woman pleaded, struggling for air. I truly only wanted to serve you. Is that so? Yan Qinli sneered. He grabbed the woman, bent down, and tossed her toward the swamp. Then you shall be my stepping stone to help me explore this secret place. The woman soared through the air, her soul terrified. Master, please spare me. Room Fire Pig told me to control you in secret. I had no choice in the matter. Flames roared into existence around them, forming a claw that snatched the woman back and slammed her into the ground. Kneel. Place your hands on the floor. A look of pleasant surprise washed over her scarred face. She obediently knelt on all fours, assuming Yan Qinli intended to take her in front of everyone. Instead, Yan Qinli sat on her waist as if she were a chair. He ignored her pained groans as her spine threatened to snap. The crowd shook with fear. This man was a devil among devils. While he had not reached the level of cruelty described in legends, where he would skin people alive, his heart remained like stone. In the heavenly realm, where the court, Buddhism, and Taoism shared power, most people behaved with relative civility. Even those who called themselves demons were rarely this vicious. How had such a man ascended? Did the heavenly Tao support this kind of person? Perhaps their understanding of the heavenly Tao had been flawed from the very beginning. They did not realize that Yan Qinli spat internally. Damn them for trying to kill me. If Qingyan finds out and someone files a complaint, will I even have a life left? Using someone as a chair was the most villainous act the current Yan Qinli could conceive. 1,000 years ago, he might have skinned people alive, bound their souls for 1,000 days of scorching, and killed one to warn 100 others. Now, he did not even kill anyone, finding it unnecessary, as intimidation alone sufficed. Perhaps this was the reason the heavenly Tao acquiesced. Yan Qinli sighed to himself. I have grown old, and my heart has softened. He kept his expression neutral and spoke calmly. This place houses the talents I have gathered along the way, along with the sect that formed here. None have a name. Today, we gather here. I shall establish a sect to plant the flag of our demonic path in the south and bring together fighters from all directions. The crowd bowed their heads. We obey the master's command. Please grant us a name. A fire dragon materialized in Yan Qinli's hand, carving 3 scorched seal characters onto the right side of the Kenyan fire prison sect. This is the sect I founded in the human world. Now, it continues in the heavens, spreading its branches. One day, both the human and heavenly realms will bathe in my demonic flames. Who are these heavenly emperors and Buddhas, anyway? They are nothing but dogs. The people knelt. Greetings to the demon lord. Yan Qinli nodded. As he prepared to speak, a thought stirred in his mind. Bring me the rubbing of the stone slab. I wish to study it further. Soon, someone handed him a large jade slab. This contained the inscriptions from the slab exposed within the swamp. Although no one could enter, They possessed the ability to make remote rubbings. It had served as the foundation for this demonic organization, and now, it belonged to Yan Qinli. The text on the jade slab was not complex. It detailed a sophisticated method for corpse and soul control, along with techniques for harvesting. This harvesting method differed from what Yan Qinli knew. It did not merely extract cultivation energy. It resembled a life siphon. Beyond cultivation, it absorbed the life force and potential of the target. Once drained, the victim truly became a corpse, which could then be used on the spot as a skeleton soldier for his army. It was incredibly vicious. Looking at it from this angle alone, no one would associate it with the sacred vermilion bird. It was not something Yan Qinli wanted to learn. It was garbage, which he discarded as if it were rags. Yet, soon he sensed the script of the heavenly Tao. Yan Qinli felt a sudden intuition and wished to review the records on the stone slab. Yan Qinli stared, unable to process the situation. So you remember me? That is strange. Does this rubbish technique on the stone slab actually contain hidden depths? Yan Qinli read through it one more time, with great care. He did not know if the human chair provided him with intellectual support, or if the script of the heavenly Tao dictated that he should see the truth this time. Regardless, his first reaction was that this represented the external manifestation of the vermilion bird's angry demonic intent, solidified into stone, and bearing the scars of 10,000 years of accusation. His second reaction was that the heavenly Tao did not leave things without a path. Where there were clues, there must be intent. This single exposed technique might be the only way to enter the swamp. He had just thought of using people to cross the swamp. It seemed that was truly possible. He needed a massive, endless supply of people to fill it. Once it was filled, could he not simply step across? He did not have that many people, but he had skeletons. Over 10,000 years, how vast would the number be if he gathered all the corpse puppets and skeleton soldiers collected by Room Fire Pig and his associates from all around the world? Would it be enough to build a ladder of skeletons, reaching directly to the location of the stone slab? Chapter 488. This judgment felt sound. The strange, toxic miasma within the swamp seemed manageable for now, though ordinary immortals would likely struggle to endure it. Yan Qinli believed his current level of cultivation could withstand the onslaught. The primary obstacle involved the restriction on flight above the toxic bog, which forced travelers to wade through. Consequently, cultivators throughout the years suffered heavy losses, finding it impossible to fly across. Naturally, the immortals possessed common sense. They had attempted to move mountains and fill the earth many times in the past. Yet, whatever they cast into the bog dissolved upon contact. The swamp gas behaved like a void fire, consuming everything in its path, making it impossible to fill. Only a rare, immensely powerful magical treasure could hold its ground, but such items remained few and far between. However, the bones faintly floating on the toxic surface proved that skeletons could stay afloat without rotting. Yan Qinli had failed to understand why such a strange phenomenon occurred, but now he held a faint inkling of the reason. The wrath of the vermilion bird consumed everything in a formless and imageless manner, including the devouring and burning of life. Yet, it left the bones behind, proving that death alone signified longevity. This served as the law the exposed stone slab intended to convey. The purpose of this technique acted as a stepping stone, a mandatory prerequisite for entering the secret land, rather than an actual lesson on how to organize an army of the undead. His unintentional decision to send Room Fire Pig to organize manpower coincided perfectly with his current needs. Yan Qinli leaned back, wearing a look of ironic triumph. He mused silently on the nature of destiny, and wondered how anyone could define such a grand concept. Acting on impulse, Yan Qinli immediately ordered everyone present to gather anything capable of filling the swamp, including corpse puppets, skeletons, and even magical artifacts fashioned from skeletal remains. Less than 2 days later, Room Fire Pig returned with his men. Their numbers fell short of a massive legion, but the total count exceeded 5,000. While many claimed the demonic path lacked real potential, 5,000 individuals suggested otherwise. They could not compare to 10,000 heavenly soldiers summoned at will, yet they outnumbered the members of the fire prison, sect that Yan Qinli left behind in the human world under heavy suppression. Moreover, their average level of cultivation proved quite strong. Had they truly united their strength, they could have easily overthrown this trashy demon lord who arrived on the throne only to seize their corpse puppets and magical artifacts. Yet, no one dared to join forces. Under the tiger-like glare of Yan Qinli, not a single person dared to take the lead. They all swallowed their grievances and honestly surrendered the corpse puppets and skeletons they had painstakingly refined over the years. A vast, imposing crowd stretched out before him. Yan Qinli stood at the entrance of the valley and waved his hand. Fill it. With a clattering sound, the dim-wit skeleton soldiers lined up and jumped into the swamp. The demonic disciples, their hearts aching with agony, were stunned to discover that the skeletons they thought would be destroyed remained intact. They could still feel the link to their souls, and the soul fire remained unextinguished. This time, they scrambled to be the first in line. One by one, they drove their own skeletons to jump in. Before long, a bridge several feet wide covered the edge of the swamp. Room Fire Pig walked up the bridge with extreme caution. It swayed slightly, but it did not sink. He felt a surge of joy. It really works. The master is brilliant. He has solved a mystery that has remained unsolved for 10,000 years. Yan Qinli felt his face burn with embarrassment. Had it not been for the script of the heavenly Tao, he never would have thought of this angle on his own. In hindsight, the solution did not seem that difficult to conceive. He wondered why no one had cracked the puzzle for 10,000 years, if not for the heavenly Tao lowering everyone's intelligence. He worried about whether the readers would lash out at such a plot development. He decided to cease his internal complaining, fearing that he might be overheard. Yan Qinli subconsciously shrank his head, then composed his expression, maintaining a calm demeanor, as he continued to direct the construction of the bridge. Not long after, a bridge composed entirely of ghastly white bones spanned 100 miles, leading all the way to the deepest part of the swamp where the stone slab rested. Yan Qinli took a deep breath. He stepped carefully along the bones, making his way slowly into the depths. The sensation in his surroundings confirmed the presence of a formless, imageless fire that filled the space between heaven and earth. It felt far more difficult to resist and more ferocious than tangible flames. Yan Qinli felt a profound sense of shock. He had spent his entire life playing with fire, yet he had never imagined that the art of flame could exist in such a form. It was just like the air, omnipresent and ready to ignite anything. Had Qiu Wuji been present, she would likely have shared the same sentiment. Was the sword qi like water he had witnessed in the mausoleum of martial truth not the same? When the great Tao reached its deepest level, it became formless by nature. Upon reaching the stone slab, one could roughly discern the mausoleum hidden behind it, buried within the swamp. The slab stood like a tombstone, engraved with a memorial to the grave. Yan Qinli stroked the stone slab gently. After a moment of contemplation, the flames in his hand gradually dispersed, encircling the entire slab like a ritual offering. His demonic flames had been inherited from the fire feathers of the vermilion bird in the human world. They represented the true lineage, passed down through a single bloodline. The withered bones formed the path to longevity, while the flames served as the stepping stone. Soon, he sensed an emotion radiating from the stone slab that felt slightly surprised. The slab split open to the left and right, revealing a dark, narrow path. The moment the slab parted, the formless flames scattered throughout the swamp gradually gathered, retreating into the mausoleum. They paved the dark path, transforming it into a bright road of fire. Yan Qinli felt dazzled. He mused that even though the vermilion bird had died, it still managed to perform such elaborate tricks. If one considered the new setting of the tomb, belonging to the ancient emperor of the Four Directions, he wondered what title Qiu Ji had assigned to the vermilion bird. Was it the great emperor of Antarctic longevity? Yan Qinli stepped slowly into the fiery path. Outside lay the foul-smelling swamp, and piles of withered bones, a place that appeared entirely malevolent. Yet, after entering, only a sense of purity remained. Pure fire, pure light, and warm vital energy filled the environment. Yan Qinli felt as though he could absorb the origin of the flame, and the breath of life along the way. Even before he reached the end of this path, his cultivation level had already risen by a small margin. Furthermore, the hidden injuries left behind by the violent battles of these past few days had unconsciously healed, restoring him to his optimal state. The extreme contrast between life and death manifested vividly on either side of the simple stone slab. This mausoleum felt like a true tomb. It did not possess the vast scale of the Palace of Martial Truth. It likely did not exist as a physical mausoleum at all, but rather appeared as the manifestation of the will of the great emperor of Antarctic longevity after death. It served both as protection for himself and as a vessel where all his condensed laws remained. Therefore, this tomb spanned only 10 miles. Walking through the passage brought him directly to the core. The circular burial chamber clearly displayed the markings of the 4 square imprints of the Li hexagram, as if proclaiming the departure of its master. Much like the mausoleum of martial truth, this place contained no remains. Naturally, it held none. The black tortoise remained in the Arctic Ocean, while everyone still searched for the vermilion bird. 4 stone lampstands surrounded the burial chamber. Each stand held a small cluster of fire, and each fire displayed a different color: red, white, cyan, and blue. Although the flames burned weakly, ethereal as sparks, they had endured for 10,000 years without extinguishing. Those represented fire seeds of the same origin, but with 4 distinct attributes. They were the strongest flames in both the heavenly and human realms. Anyone who could digest and absorb one of them would become the master of that specific flame. A jade coffin sat in the center. It held no body, but it was engraved with dense, intricate inscriptions. Much like the patterns of the heavenly Tao on the bones of the azure dragon in the East Sea, ordinary people could not decipher them. However, Yan Qinli, having reached the level of a mysterious immortal, could naturally sense the meaning of these inscriptions. If translated into text, they formed the Emperor Sutra of Antarctic longevity. Tears nearly streamed down Yan Qinli's face. He could not help but exclaim that the protagonist cheat had finally activated for him, and he silently cheered for his father. Chapter 489. Qiu Wuji peered at the draft Qiu Ji worked on. A flicker of jealousy ignited in her heart, and she prodded him. Hey. Qiu Ji blinked, distracted from his typing. Yes, she pouted. You never gave me the Northern True Martial Emperor Sutra. Qiu Ji let out a dry, exasperated chuckle, shaking his head at her. Really, that is just a formality. What difference is there between handing over a book and simply letting you carve the insights into your own mind? You are already sprinting down the true martial path without a single obstacle in your way. She huffed and crossed her arms. I used to be firmly ahead of the little flame, but now it seems we are running neck and neck. Qiu Ji fell silent, struggling to find a diplomatic answer. Qiu Wuji sniffled, feigning tears. It is a mercy that he is not a woman. Beads of sweat formed on Qiuji's forehead as he gestured toward the distant garden. That other Qiu Wuji, the one who does the crying, is busy playing with Zhu Mengmeng right now. Perhaps you should try to be a bit more cold and detached. Qiu Wuji snatched his ear and gave it a sharp tug. I have never heard such a ridiculous request. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop, please. Qiuji winced, pulling away as he massaged his ear. Handing out power-ups is just a formality. The real task is discovering the mystery behind the fall of the black tortoise and the vermilion bird. Why does it matter if I give the little flame a little head start? Besides, since when did someone like Qiu Wuji fear a rival just because they received the same technique? You would still cut him down with your sword regardless. Qiu Wuji softened her expression. I suppose there is some logic to your words, but wait. Where exactly is your hand? Qiuji kept his gaze locked forward, feigning innocence, while his hand wandered casually toward her waist. Qiu Wuji stifled a laugh, caught between irritation and amusement. Are you going to stop typing or not? The little flame has his own path to follow in the plot that I cannot write down here, Qiuji murmured, his hand stilling. Originally, you needed to find the plot for the black tortoise, but we do not know the specific details of that scene. It does not matter much since the person is already in the Arctic Ocean. We can find him or not, it makes no difference. If you want the details, you can ask him directly. Qiu Wuji nodded slowly. Actually, my true body has been searching for the mystery behind the fall of the true martial emperor's well, but I have found nothing so far. The palace is too vast, and there are many hidden places I have yet to explore. Indeed, I am counting on the little flame to find detailed intelligence regarding the vermilion bird. Since the vermilion bird left behind an evolution of rules, it must have left behind a powerful will before it perished. The little flame understands my intent, and he will find it. It will not happen overnight, so we should give him a few days to see what he turns up. He is so immersed in the scriptures, he has likely forgotten what you wanted him to do, Qiu Wuji countered. When a cultivator enters that state of meditation, they do not emerge for a year or more. You expect him to finish in one night. Far away, Yan Qinli was lost in the depths of the Emperor Sutra of Antarctic longevity, his soul intoxicated by the power within. Deep in his sea of consciousness, the furious voice of the Heavenly Father, Qiuji, thundered like a storm. Hey, Yan Qinli jumped. Yes, is that scripture really so fascinating? Do you want me to send you a few copies of the Diamond Sutra, or the Lotus Sutra to cultivate your character instead? Yan Qinli blinked. That tone sounded familiar. Qiuji cleared his throat, trying to sound nonchalant. There is a crowd of new subordinates waiting outside the swamp. You are the leader. Is it appropriate for you to hide inside for a year or more without settling them? Focus on the real work first. Yan Qinli finally understood. Reorganizing those people was trivial. The real work, in the eyes of the Heavenly Father, was finding the vermilion bird. He pulled himself away from the jade coffin and the scriptures with a wry smile. Fine, fine. I will do the real work. Do not be so impatient. It takes time to explore a secret realm. Even if you deliberately shaped this region to be small, it cannot be that simple. Oh, you finally realized why I made it so small. You have grown, little flame. Of course. This is the headquarters of the demonic sect of the heavenly realm. Is it really just a 100-mile tomb inside a swamp? My Heavenly Father cannot be that small. Qiuji slammed his fist onto the table. Damn it. Find it yourself. Of course it is not that small. The voice of the Heavenly Father vanished as if fleeing for its life. Qiuji sat in the silence of his palace, wondering if he should check the internet to see what it felt like to be mocked for size by his own fictional characters. He shook his head and looked back at Qiu Wuji, who was watching him with a mocking glint in her eyes. Qiuji felt a chill. What is that look for? I am not small. Since no one else can test it, and I cannot go sword fighting with them, surely you would know by now, would you not? Qiu Wuji leaned closer, her eyes melting with a seductive charm. Is that so? I seem to have forgotten the size of the father. Qiuji groaned. Change into the imperial robe. Qiu Wuji bit her lower lip, fighting a smile. And you say you are not a pervert? I am a pervert. Despite her teasing, she obeyed and changed into the robe, and the two of them cast the laptop aside. Yan Qinli closed the main chamber and walked out to face his subordinates, who looked at him with pleading eyes. He realized Qiuji had a point. These people were not easy to manage. If he truly spent a year meditating inside and forgot about them, they would likely dismantle the place. He had to let them see the benefits of opening a new dungeon. Little ones, Yan Qinli announced. The toxic miasma of the swamp has dissipated, and flight is now possible. Your skeletons have suffered no losses. Retrieve them and enter the mausoleum in turns. The mausoleum covers about 10 miles. While it is small compared to what a mysterious immortal deserves, it is vast compared to an ordinary secret realm. It is enough to accommodate some of you for meditation. The interior is rich in fire energy, so you will need magical treasures to protect yourselves. Those who can endure it may enter to cultivate. Those who are too weak, stay outside and work harder. You may enter once your cultivation is sufficient. The hierarchy was standard for the demonic path. Those with weaker cultivation side, but raised no objections. They blamed only their own lack of strength. Those who could enter, however, felt a surge of anticipation. Room Fire Pig asked cautiously, are there any good treasures inside? Yan Qinli waved his hand. The life energy inside is incredibly rich, and brings great benefits to cultivation. As for treasures, I have not explored the depths myself. Go explore it. Whoever finds it, keeps it. The crowd erupted in cheers. The master lives as long as the sky, and shines with the sun. As he watched the mob howl and storm into the path, Yan Qinli sighed inwardly. He felt a trace of respect for the vermilion bird, as his own cultivation was inherited from its lineage, and he did not want to see these rogues pollute the tomb. But since he needed to find secrets, he needed manpower. He told them whoever found treasures could keep them, but if any real secrets appeared, how could they hope to hide them from Yan Qinli? The formless fire was everywhere, and he knew it. It was just that the path was truly too small. How long would it take for so many people to squeeze inside? He paused, frowning at his own thought. Something felt wrong about that sentence. Meanwhile, Qiu Wuji clone was strolling through the imperial garden with Zhu Mengmeng. They had been busy all day, and the sky had turned completely black. The true body, back in the palace with Chu Ji, was resting. It was time to stop working, for even the strongest grew weary. After they had perfected the dual cultivation art, their intimacy had become a form of meditation and recovery. Thus, strolling through the bedroom playing pretend, while simultaneously walking in a garden, with a best friend felt like a wonderful life. Qiu Wuji felt genuinely happy. It was no worse than the modern world. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed into Zhu Mengmeng's arms. Zhu Mengmeng looked down in confusion. Qiu Wuji blushed, attempting to stand. It is fine. I just twisted my ankle. It was a moment of misfortune following a moment of joy. She had forgotten that the two bodies shared every sensation. Chu Ji was truly exerting himself to prove he was not small. Zhu Mengmeng watched her with suspicion. A cultivator, twisting an ankle. And why did it look less like a twisted ankle and more like she was swaying at the waist? Ahem. Qiu Wuji let out a soft moan, and collapsed into Zhu Mengmeng's arms again. Zhu Mengmeng finally understood, and a wave of rage washed over her. It is bad enough that you feed me dog food every day, but even here in the book, you force me to watch a live stream. Die, you shameful couple. Qiu Wuji fled in embarrassment and shame, shifting the blame entirely. The shameful couple is taking advantage of my absence to eat on their own. You just wait. Zhu Mengmeng blinked, her eyes spinning in confusion. It was over. Qiu had gone mad. Chapter 490. Qiu Wuji ran, just to shift the blame, to signal that it was not the Qiu who burns, but some other fox spirit. That shameless one was not her. She knew that running off like this did nothing but make Chu Ji more excited, yet there was no helping it. Since she had started the act, she had to make it look realistic. Zhu Mengmeng watched, stunned, as Qiu Wuji bolted toward the direction of her bedchamber. A moment later, the sound of a door being kicked echoed. Those shameful couple. Then came sounds that resembled being caught, muffled noises that sounded like she had been tied up and gagged. Zhu Mengmeng covered her face, unable to watch any longer. She turned into the rear corridor to see what else lay in the palace. She could not deal with this pair of drama queens, who would eventually drive her insane. This place of the immortals was not as entertaining as she had imagined. Qiu Wuji had taken her through the functional areas of the palace earlier, but Zhu Mengmeng felt little interest. They were not as fun as those summoned sword spirits. She understood that Qiu Wuji valued those functions, and supposedly even the palace mistress herself had not finished exploring the place. Since the palace was absolutely safe, as Qiu Wuji claimed, and there were a few small sword spirits trailing along for protection, cute and comforting, she decided to wander on her own. Perhaps she would find something else interesting. Zhu Mengmeng wandered, her footsteps growing distant as she vanished into the night. Back in the bedchamber, Qiu Wuji felt a mix of shame and anger. Her attempt to catch them in the act had failed, and instead, her true self had tied her up again. The true self could no longer continue the charade. If she kept acting like this, she became the mistress stealing another man's husband, only to be caught by the real wife, and then tied up by that wife. The script was exciting, but how could she face herself like this? Why had a perfectly good romance script turned into this? It was maddening. Even Chu Ji wore a strange expression, and his movements paused. The last time she had tied someone up, she could justify it. Her true self had spent too much time watching the sweet romance of the fox spirit from the human world, feeling lonely and annoyed, and had acted out of spite for psychological balance. Even if split personalities could understand that mood, what was this time? It was stimulating, in a way, but Chu Ji felt this approach lacked depth. He loved Qiu Wuji and wanted to melt into her sweetness. Playing around as a couple was fine, but turning it into a chase for excitement distorted things. Besides, was Qiu really happy? She seemed beyond ashamed. They stopped moving, staring at one another for a long moment. Qiu Wuji bit her lower lip and asked about the look on his face. She wondered if he had been pondering the two Qiu Wujis all day. Did he not want her to tie the other one up, but rather wanted them together? Chu Ji lowered his voice. If I told you I wanted neither, would you believe me? Qiu Wuji widened her eyes in surprise. Had she misheard, or had she misunderstood him all this time? Chu Ji stroked her cheek and spoke softly. Qiu, retract the clone. I love you. Do you think I love you because you can fulfill various scenarios? Qiu Wuji's eyes softened, rippling with emotion. You are the one who loves these scenarios. Chu Ji shook his head. Our intimacy, no matter what role we play, is still just you and me, one-on-one. Seeing the two Qiu Wujis bickering is interesting, but turning it into infidelity feels wrong, and I do not want you to feel wronged. Qiu Wuji's gaze grew increasingly tender. She murmured softly, marveling that he had once written harem stories, wondering how he had managed it. I also wrote about cultivation, but does that mean I had cultivated? Well, I have now. Stop talking. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down and silencing him with a kiss. be serious. Qiu Wuji instinctively wanted to look back at the bound Qiu, but Qiu Wuji spoke softly. I have retracted her. Oh. Qiu Wuji let out a sincere sigh of relief and kissed her again. This time, Qiu Wuji was exceptionally gentle, illustrating what it meant to be made of water. Her top-tier water laws, unused on the battlefield, found their purpose here. Finally, she was defeated and pleaded for mercy. I cannot go on. I have overexerted my energy. Let me rest. Qiu Wuji felt the benefits of this dual cultivation session were immense. He had not looked closely before, but upon turning his internal gaze, he realized this was not merely cultivation. She had been pouring her power into him, as if she wished to transmit all her energy. But that was impossible. The orthodox dual cultivation technique was limited, and no matter how much effort she exerted, it could not turn into harvesting or direct transmission. Qiu Wuji rubbed Qiu Wuji's face with a helpless smile. Full, rest well. Qiu Wuji pouted and turned away from him, muttering that it was his lucky day. Just as Qiu Wuji prepared to rest and digest the gains, a warm body pressed against him from behind. Husband. Qiu Wuji was startled, nearly jumping out of his skin. He looked at the blinking Qiu behind him, then at the turned back of the Qiu Wuji, who had just turned away. He was bewildered. You said you retracted her. I lied. Who told you to be too lazy to turn your head and look? Qiu Wuji sat stunned. Behind him, the other Qiu also blushed, looking exhausted from having spent her energy once, yet she insisted on continuing. My human body is different from the true body. I need dual cultivation to improve as well. I just said. This is what I want, not what you want. I said it was your lucky day, so stop acting coy. Qiu Wuji glared at him and pushed him down. I will do it myself. Watching her struggle, embarrassed yet determined, Qiu Wuji still felt a sense of unreality. To say he did not want two of her would be a lie, for they were the same woman, not cheating, so why not enjoy it? He had not wanted it earlier only because the feeling had been wrong, like infidelity. Now Qiu, who had always scolded him for fantasizing about having two, had delivered this moment herself, when he had clearly stated he did not want it. She had always cared only for his heart. As long as the love was deep, she was willing to do anything. Qiu Wuji glanced at the Qiu Wuji, who had turned her back beside him, wondering if, should she recover and come to take over the relay, this could be called having 3 autumns in one day. Qiu Wuji was lost in his happiness while the night deepened. Zhu Mengmeng had wandered aimlessly through the night and slowly found herself lost. The palace was too large, with too many winding paths. It was late, and although the palace shimmered with spirit light like fireflies, providing illumination, it did not compare to the daylight. The further she walked, the less she knew where she was. Besides, she was alone. The sword spirits guarding her had limited intelligence, and they offered no comfort. She had felt safe earlier, but now that feeling was gone. Although this was Qiu Wuji's territory, and should be safe, she grew increasingly anxious. Zhu Mengmeng wanted to turn back, but in her urgency, she took a wrong turn, and became completely bewildered, having no idea where she was heading. Just as Zhu Mengmeng grew more frantic, and wanted to shout for Qiu to save her, a peculiar radiance caught her attention ahead. This palace was still a desert underground tomb, not yet unearthed. Qiu Wuji had deliberately opened a skylight and concealed it with a mirage, allowing the sun, moon, and stars to cast light inside, providing ventilation. The radiance ahead seemed to stream directly from this skylight, appearing to resonate with a star in the sky. Zhu Mengmeng forgot her fear and walked forward out of curiosity. The radiance was not a single beam, but 6 rays. 6 wells lay on the ground, the 6 rays of light faintly piercing the sky. They aligned perfectly with the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper in the sky. Zhu Mengmeng was stunned once again. Knowing nothing of star astrology, she could not understand. Was this not the Black Tortoise of the North? Why was it the Southern Dipper, and why not the Big Dipper? Had she not heard that the Southern Dipper governed life? Was that not a vermilion bird attribute? Why would it be here at the Black Tortoise site? Everything was a jumble. She wondered if Qiu Wuji even knew how to write a book. If he could not, he should have let her, Mengmeng, do it. Chapter 491. Zhu Mengmeng crept cautiously toward the 6 wells. She peered inside. There was no water, only stars. These were the projections of the celestial constellations above. She could not comprehend how dry wells without water could reflect the heavens, nor how they could resonate with the sky, their brilliance locking with the stars. Much like Yan Qinli in the south, she felt an intense pulse of life. The light washed over her body, seeping into her pores. It circled within her, acting like a baptism that washed away the flimsy foundation she had cobbled together over the past few days. Before she could even cry out, she realized with shock that the power refused to leave. It took root in her lower dantian and made itself at home. She panicked. Was this possession, or was she being reincarnated? There was no malice in it, however, and it actually felt quite comfortable. She tried to channel the energy with her mediocre cultivation techniques, only to find the power obediently responding to her command. She quickly pulled out her phone and opened the camera to check her reflection. She gasped in delight. Her skin appeared fairer and more tender, and she looked younger. Perhaps this was the legendary protagonist luck, a baptism by immortal light that elevated her to immortality in an instant. She circled the light of the 6 wells, bathing in the radiance once more. That was her mistake. She had gorged herself. Rewards within the book were intended for the characters of the book, specifically for Qiu Wuji. No one had ever anticipated that someone from the outside world would run in and bathe in it. They had not even determined if they were the same species, or if reproductive isolation existed between them. Qiu Wuji could use the special items in the book as an exception, but whether an outsider could use them, no one knew. Zhu Mingmeng provided physical proof that it was possible, but the cost was high. No matter how great the fortune, or how compatible the energy, she remained immortal. How could she possibly endure something that belonged to the top tier of the heavenly realm? Her body puffed up like a balloon. She floated into the air, paralyzed by the terror of impending explosion. Even the sword spirits could not save her. To die while inside a supposedly safe location, she wondered if this made her a lucky star, or just someone with too much fortune. She let out a piercing scream. Qiu, save me. Meanwhile, Qiu Wuji had finished his business and was lying down to rest. One Qiu Wuji on his left, another on his right, they rested against his shoulders, drawing circles on his chest. The initial barrier had been broken, and they seemed to have come to a tacit understanding. Qiu Wuji did not know if he should reach out and hold them both, afraid that if he pushed his luck, he might get slapped. He remained silent, lost in thought. It felt too good, the kind of bliss that could last for a year. The two Qiu Wujis had nothing to say. Drawing circles was just a way to vent their stifled anger and curse him. Finally, they decided to merge into one. With a soft pop, the two figures became one. Qiu Wuji breathed a sigh of relief, and Qiu Wuji followed suit. They opened their mouths at the same time to speak, then shared a laugh. They did not try to speak in unison again. Qiu Wuji took the lead. Only this once, and do not make it a habit. Qiu Wuji had no intention of making it a habit either. He seized the opportunity. Then when we go back, how about the bunny ear-made outfit with fishnets? Qiu Wuji blushed, ready to agree, when her expression shifted. Qiu Wuji looked at her with curiosity. What is it? The sword spirits I left to protect Mengmeng share a mental connection with me. I feel their panic. Wait, what is Mengmeng doing? Is that a flying piglet? Qiu Wuji stared, confusion etching his features. Mengmeng is screaming for help. Qiu Wuji leaped to her feet. The clothes on her body appeared in an instant, and she vanished in a flash of movement. Qiu Wuji arrived only a few seconds after her. As the master of the heavenly Tao, he was everywhere at once. Qiu, save me. I will never be greedy again, Zhu Mengmeng wailed. In truth, if Qiu Wuji had not been present, Qiu Wuji would have been at a loss as to how to handle the situation. The flying piglet had puffed up so much it was floating away. She could hardly poke a hole in its backside to deflate it. Qiu Wuji pressed a finger against the center of Zhu Mengmeng's forehead. Only the correction power of a game master could roll back the state. He could change the items brought from the outside world, and he could change Zhu Mengmeng too. He had a mischievous thought that perhaps turning her into a small, grunting piglet would be even cuter than her current state. The absurd thought vanished as quickly as it came. The overflowing energy in Zhu Mengmeng's body retreated into the radiance of the six wells, leaving behind only the foundation she could actually withstand. The heavenly Tao was simple when it came to healing the sick. Zhu Mengmeng thudded onto the ground. She was still shaken, sobbing quietly. What was that thing? It scared me to death. Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji looked around, their expressions bizarre. They felt a mix of shock and twisted jealousy. After a long moment, Qiu Wuji spoke. This was a mission I needed to explore here. We had planned to spend at least a month searching for it, but you stumbled upon it the moment you arrived. Stop crying, Mengmeng. Stand. Zhu Mengmeng grit her teeth. If you tell Mengmeng to stand up again, I will fight you to the death. Qiu Wuji clasped his hands behind his back. Who is the protagonist here? I did not write you in here. Wait, you are not written by me. So are you the true daughter of destiny of the modern world? Zhu Mengmeng glared at him. Is there any daughter of destiny who almost gets killed like this? Does floating like a piglet count as almost getting killed? Qiu Wuji asked, speechless. If the longevity Yan Qinli saw is related to the soul, then what you encountered is related to the body. You have been baptized by the top-tier Antarctic longevity energy of this world. Even without any cultivation, your lifespan will be incredibly long. I do not know how long, but it will be significant. Zhu Mengmeng stared at him, bewildered. Why would there be black tortoise and vermilion bird things here, and why is the South Dipper in the north? Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji stared at her as if she were illiterate. They let out a synchronized sigh. Who said these were vermilion bird things? This is clearly black tortoise. The South Dipper is part of the Dipper Mansion within the northern black tortoise constellations. Do you not know that? Zhu Mengmeng blinked. Then why is it called the South Dipper? Because the North Dipper is even further north. Zhu Mengmeng had nothing to say. The same attribute can overlap with different manifestations, Qiu Wuji explained. The true martial sword and the metal of the white tiger are a typical example. This overlap in longevity is also typical. The vermilion bird symbolizes soul guidance and rebirth through fire, but the black tortoise symbolizes long life, the tortoise, and the flowing water that brings lasting blessings. The South Dipper is simply a manifestation of that attribute. Zhu Mengmeng surrendered. Whatever you say is the truth. Qiu Wuji and Qiu Wuji exchanged glances. If the main palace hall highlighted the core water of the black tortoise and the sword of true martial, other attributes had to be hidden elsewhere. Beyond this longevity, the black tortoise was formed by the intertwining of turtle and snake, representing the harmony of yin and yang. It was meant to symbolize the top-tier dual cultivation technique of the heavenly and human realms, yet they had not found it in the outer halls, and would have to steal it from the heavenly emperor. The locations of these attributes were likely the places where the mystery of the original fall was revealed. The biggest difference from the vermilion bird was that these affairs of the black tortoise pointed toward the edge of the world, formed from the legs of the giant turtle. It pointed to the Mount Buzhu of the heavenly realm. They had thought this would be incredibly difficult to find. How did Zhu Mengmeng open the clue just by wandering around? As for the path indicated by the clue, Qiu Ji and Qiu Wuji shifted their gaze to the 6 wells. There was no water in the wells, only the stars, the celestial bodies, and the reflections in the wells connected in a stream of light. Did this symbolize some sort of pillar of heaven? If there was a clue, it had to be at the bottom of the wells. Chapter 492. Zhu Mengmeng was tossed back to the guest palace to rest by Qiu Ji. He left her with these words. You have bathed in immense fortune. Not only your life, but your very body has been washed clean and remodeled. You possess a true immortal body. Once I obtain a suitable cultivation method for you, you will be able to rampage through the world of men. You can pursue whatever handsome men you desire. For now, squat back and sleep. The words hung in the air, shifting like the stars. Zhu Mengmeng found herself in the cold guest room, propped against the head of the bed. Moonlight spilled over the floor like water. Everything that happened just now felt like a dream. It made sense to assume she had just woken up from a dream. It felt surreal. This must be how the legends of meeting immortals went in ancient times, caught in the space between a dream and reality. It was too interesting. She had always known Qiu Ji and Qiu Wuji were immortals, but she never felt anything special. How could immortals be so sweet and erotic? This pair was particularly dramatic. Watching them fight held no real sensation, as being protected felt like watching a three-dimensional film. Only this experience truly conveyed what an immortal family was. It matched every legend hidden in her heart. Over there, Qiu Ji and Qiu Wuji found Zhu Mengmeng to be the interesting one. This fortune of hers is absolutely insane. Qiu Wuji sighed. Is she truly not a daughter of destiny? This location is bizarre. It is the bottom of a labyrinth, winding and turning, and the spiritual aura is cut off by formations. I scanned the palace with my divine sense many times and never found this place. To enter normally, one must walk the South Dipper formation. People who do not understand formations could never walk in, yet she just stumbled right into it, muddled and confused. She must possess the aura of vermilion bird destiny within her body, Qiu Ji replied. The 4 symbols are one, and they are all compatible. That is why she has more opportunities than others regarding the blue dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. If this is an inheritance from old Zhu, then old Zhu should have better luck than her. Qiu Ji remained silent for a moment. What if the vermilion bird is a woman? Qiu Wuji stared, a question mark clearly on her face. Logically, the 4 symbols are just symbolic vessels without gender, but if one must manifest a gender, which of the 4 is the most feminine? Naturally, it is the vermilion bird. Just as I can write the true martial emperor as a woman, if I were to write the Antarctic emperor, she would also be a woman. The image in everyone else's mind is a grandpa with a white beard. I am a pervert, okay? Then what happens if the little flame wants to inherit this later? Qiu Ji blinked, his eyes wide. He had never thought about that question. But does it matter? It is just an inheritance. The master of the little flame is a woman, and he even betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors. Qiu Ji did not say more. He looked down at the well. In the eyes of Zhu Mengmeng, the bottom of the well held a star. In the eyes of Qiu Ji, it was a reflection, the projection of heaven and earth, proof that the two were one. The human world had boundaries. What about the heavenly realm? The heavenly realm was theoretically egg-shaped, with the round heaven and square earth wrapped inside, but in reality, no one could reach the edges. It was like the Monkey King. No matter how many somersaults he turned, he could never leap out of the palm of the hand. If Buddha could do that, the heavenly Tao could certainly do the same. The heavenly realm ought to be boundless. No matter how people walked, they could never see where it ended. Therefore, if one wanted to find the 4 extremes, one could not even find the end. What was an extreme? Where were the 4 extremes? Theoretically, the heavenly Tao should know where the end was, but Qiu Ji did not yet possess that ability. He was still in the stage of competing for control with the heavenly emperor and others, and his control over the heavenly realm had not yet reached the level of the human world. He could only compromise and set up the 4 imperial mausoleums. Once the imperial mausoleums were set, they would certainly lead to the 4 extremes. Even if the vermilion bird could not, the black tortoise certainly could. After all, when the heavenly emperor replaced the 4 extremes, he used the feet of the black tortoise. The couple held hands and leaped carefully into the first well. The first palace of the South Dipper was called the Heavenly Mansion Star. In ancient times, it was called the Command Star. The corresponding deity was the Fate Star Lord, which, as the name implied, was in charge of destiny. This matched perfectly with the performance of Zhu Mengmeng, who was like a goddess of destiny. Only the 6th palace of the Dipper handle was the 7 kills, which governed the general stars and slaughter, corresponding to the North Dipper and the sword of Qiu Wuji. After jumping down, they were plunged into a strange destiny selection. If it were anyone else, it would likely be a case of having no fate with it, or not being the destined person, and they would be teleported back to their original place. Nothing would happen. If they forced their way, they would likely be met with a severe counterattack. Zhu Mengmeng was a case of having fate with it, appearing like a younger sister, and being granted the breath of longevity. Do not be greedy, go back and enjoy the blessings. And Qiu Ji. The screening of the first palace crashed the moment it began. A sense of grievance filled the air, as if it were saying, Father, what are you doing here? This game is not meant for you to play. In front of the heavenly Tao, speaking of predestination was redundant. Was it not the heavenly Tao that set the rules? If the heavenly Tao was executing the rules, why was he here? Qiu Ji folded his arms and turned to look at Qiu Wuji beside him. In the matter of the black tortoise, even Chu Tianji was not predestined. If there was truly one person predestined, it could only be Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji closed her eyes and felt the baptism of the light of destiny. They walked slowly along the underground path toward the sixth palace. The breath of life and power of destiny that Zhu Mingming could not withstand all moved into Qiu Wuji. The intent of slaughter in the sixth palace quickly filled her spirit platform. Her visible cultivation growth broke through the original boundary of the middle stage of the profound immortal realm and reached the later stage. Then, the six divine lights shrank and returned. The bottoms of the six wells connected together, and the light paved a rainbow bridge of destiny at the bottom of the wells, leading to an unknown secret place. Qiu Wuji stepped onto the rainbow bridge. The light contracted, automatically taking her to the deepest part. Chu Ji followed silently behind. This experience of setting riddles for himself and arranging for his wife to solve them felt strange, like taking off his pants to fart. But there was no helping it. If he did not go through such a roundabout way, he could never find the four extremes. They wandered deep underground, not knowing the depth or breadth, like a mayfly floating in the North Sea. Before they knew it, the vast underground and the endless desert above had changed their appearance. They could hear the sound of waves. Looking around, there were no stars or moons in the sky, only a hazy grayness, a dark sky and a dark sea, in a state of chaos. This was the sea of profound darkness. This was the location of the true northern heavenly extreme. Staring into the distance, there seemed to be misty mountains where the sea met the sky. It connected the heaven and the water, and also acted like a sluice gate to block the seawater from flowing into the void. That must be the peak transformed from the legs of the giant turtle. The couple took a deep breath, tightened their vigilance, and flew slowly toward the turtle peak. From true martial to black tortoise, they had actually moved from the new heavenly realm to the old heavenly realm, reverting from a new version to an old version. In other words, the safety created in the new heavenly realm was invalid here. This was the place where the residual power of the original heavenly emperor was strongest. Just as the couple flew toward the turtle peak, a change occurred on the side of Yan Qinli. Master, someone is exploring the southeast corner and has found a strange square skylight. There is a thick corpse aura in the center of the skylight. Anyone who touches it dies. Please make a decision, Master. Corpse aura. Yan Qinli frowned slightly. Here, there were only cultivators who played with controlling corpses, so they should be very familiar with corpse aura, yet it actually backfired and killed them. That was not ordinary corpse aura. The four ghost stars were called Yugui, which were the head and eyes of the vermilion bird. The white, powdery substance in the center of the ghosts was called accumulated corpse, or heavenly corpse. It was neither cloud nor star, just the side of that aura. This thing was called Cancer in the western constellations, the underworld waves of accumulated corpse aura. In the knowledge of Yan Qinli, this was the ghost mansion among the 7 mansions of the vermilion bird, belonging to the head and eyes of the vermilion bird. It seemed that the thing the Father God wanted him to find had been found. Yan Qinli stood up abruptly. All of you, step back. I will go and take a look myself. Chapter 493. Clang. As they neared the edge of the turtle peak, Qiu Wuji did not wait to inspect the mountain itself. She drew her divine sword, pointing the tip into the dark void. The air filled with sword shadows, weaving together like water. They blanketed the sky for 1,000 miles, leaving no space to breathe. A shadow moved with the speed of lightning. It escaped the web of sword light instantly, only to flicker out of existence and reappear behind Chu Ji. Chu Ji remained completely still, unbothered by the sudden presence. A burst of violent energy struck Chu Ji, but it vanished like a stone cast into the ocean. It dissipated into the air without leaving a trace. The attacker froze in shock, revealing its true form. It was a giant rat, half the height of a man, clad in soft armor and gripping a long sword. This was no beast. This was a god. Chu Ji turned with his hands behind his back. The Void Star. The Void Sun Rat. He spoke in a calm, flat tone. I bestowed every one of your abilities upon you. Who gave you the courage to ambush me? The Void Sun Rat recoiled, its eyes flickering with panic. It was not a matter of who gave the power. As the will of the realm, the heavenly Tao could do as it pleased. A single thought could erase the rat from existence. However, the rat understood that the true strength of this heavenly Tao was limited. This world had been sealed off by the heavenly emperor. The rat had long since sworn allegiance to the emperor and received the mandate to guard the northern celestial pole. It had not expected the heavenly Tao to manifest in physical form and enter the domain directly. Now it faced a choice. Should it continue to serve the heavenly emperor, rebel against the heavenly Tao, and fight for freedom? Or should it submit to the heavenly Tao and strike against the emperor? The voice of the heavenly emperor suddenly resonated in the depths of its soul. Do not fear him. His power is locked in a stalemate with mine as he competes for control of this world. You cannot hurt him, but he cannot erase you either. You only need to deal with the woman at his side. Remove her, and together, we can consume this so-called heavenly Tao until nothing remains. A savage light burned in the eyes of the Void Sun Rat. This woman was merely a cultivator, who had just reached the late stage of the profound immortal realm, after bathing in the light of the South Dipper. Her foundation was unstable. How could she compare to a top-tier star deity like himself, if he could really consume the heavenly Tao? A flash of light erupted. A swordsman possesses acute instincts. The intent of the rat had already revealed itself to Qiu Wuji. She did not need to wait for a verbal answer. Her divine sword rose, the tip arriving instantly at the center of the brow of the Void Sun Rat. The Void Sun Rat stiffened. This sword technique was strange. It felt like the intent of the black tortoise, yet it was more refined, more fluid, and better suited for combat. It was a mystery. Was this the black tortoise or the white tiger? It was the true martial sword. It was the most immense, relentless, and powerful blade. The Void Sun rat moved with blinding speed, but wave after wave of attacks followed, endless as water meeting the sky. The rat stopped dodging and swung its own sword to counter. Qiu Wuji felt a moment of surprise. The sword intent of the Void Sun rat resembled her own. It was equally relentless and murderous. The primary difference was that her own intent was vast and majestic, while the intent of the rat was more feminine and yielding. It seemed to contradict the name of the sun star. Clang, 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 clang. Within a single breath, the sword auras collided thousands of times. The dark sea below responded to the resonance, roaring upward. Droplets of water transformed into sword energy, weaving between the two combatants in a dazzling display. Qiu Wuji spoke in a slow, steady voice. The Void Sun rat is the fourth mansion of the Black Tortoise. It governs the autumn season. Its attributes are very close to your own. Qiu Wuji knitted her brows. She glared at him. Are you saying I am like a rat? Qiu Wuji continued without pause. Actually, all 7 northern mansions find their correspondence within you. It is merely one of them. Therefore, you can absorb and dominate the attributes it possesses, including other beneficial traits. Qiu Wuji did not respond. She shifted her form rapidly, flickering back and forth. Fighting an opponent with such similar sword energy was dangerous. One slip would lead to injury. She could not afford to argue with him. She knew that Qiu Wuji spoke for a reason, so she listened. Even as he spoke aloud, his voice echoed privately in her mind. Void implies emptiness. It possesses an attribute of nullity. Attacks that look terrifying might actually be illusions. Even if you strike, it can turn into nothingness and counterattack. If the battle reaches a stalemate, it will likely rely on these tricks. Stay alert. The message passed in an instant. Across the Void Sun rat let out a sudden shout. Thousands of sword auras converged into a single beam. It burned like an autumn sun, fierce as a scorching flame. The radiant solar will ground forward. The dark sea below evaporated in that instant, carving a trench across the ocean floor for 1,000 miles. Qiu Wuji leaped into the air with her sword, transforming into a rainbow of autumn water. She pierced the sun. The shimmering water struck the core of the solar wheel. The expected collision did not occur. The wheel, which appeared incredibly powerful, offered no resistance. The rainbow passed straight through it. Qiu Wuji stumbled, as if her calculation had been wrong, and she had lost her balance. The rainbow, having pierced the wheel, should have struck the body of the Void Sun rat, but it passed harmlessly through its shadow. The wheel, which should have been destroyed, aggregated once more. It turned from void to reality and slammed into the stunned form of Qiu Wuji. The Void Sun rat laughed aloud. How can the techniques of the human world comprehend the mysteries of the celestial realm? Die. Boom. The solar wheel exploded against Qiu Wuji. Within the heart of the blast, a smile touched the lips of Qiu Wuji. The Void Sun rat felt a sudden jolt of alarm. It knew something was wrong. A new sword appeared in the hand of Qiu Wuji. The true martial sword. The faint shape of a black tortoise shell shimmered around her. The sturdiest defense in heaven or earth had loomed. Qiu Wuji had chosen the path of the black tortoise for Qiu Wuji because he gave the safest treasures to his wife. High attack power was useless. Let Chu Tianji and Yan Qinli play with that. The safety of Kaioqiu was the first priority. Could the Void Sun rat break through the defense of its own main god? Clearly not. The thunderous sound of the assault exploded before the eyes of Qiu Wuji, yet she remained unharmed. At the same moment, the autumn water sword, which had seemed to pass through the shadow of the rat, doubled back as if it had been prepared from the start. The sword light was no longer a rainbow. It had condensed into a single point. It was extreme collapse, extreme death, an annihilation that drained time and space. The signature technique of Qiu Wuji, the void-breaking sword. You are void, but you are not nothingness. If you exist, you can be destroyed. The expression of the Void Sun rat turned to terror. It activated a desperate move to save itself. The sword behind it seemed to slow down. It was clearly casting a shadow right behind the rat, yet it moved forward inch by inch, as slowly as an old man on a stroll. By the time it arrived, the opportunity would have long since passed. A smile graced the lips of Qiu Wuji. A moment before, the voice of Qiu Wuji had echoed in her mind. The void represents emptiness. The depletion represents a waste of energy. That is why it takes the form of a rat, the symbol of depletion. That is the origin of the term wasting away. It can cause your attacks to be squandered. That is likely its desperate trump card. Qiu Wuji had not understood what it meant to waste an attack, but now, seeing this move, she realized the opponent likely controlled a sliver of time, allowing it to let time pass in vain. Since she was prepared, why fear such an illusion? The Void Sun rat believed it had bought time to escape. Just as it prepared to dodge the sword behind it, it found that it could not move. The black tortoise armor formed by the true martial sword in the hand of Qiu Wuji descended around it, as if it had been prepared in advance. It was a defensive skill, but by protecting it, the technique became a cage. The top, bottom, and sides were sealed tightly by the shell. Only the rear remained open. Behind it, the autumn water sword remained, carrying the power of the void-breaking sword, moving slowly toward it. The Void Sun rat slammed into the shell with all its might, but it could not escape. It never imagined the heavenly Tao would cheat by teaching his wife how to fight. All of its abilities had been analyzed completely. Every step had been calculated in advance. What was the point of fighting? It watched, helpless, as the void-breaking sword slowly pierced forward. The psychological pressure was far worse than the rapid combat before. The void sunrat shivered with fear and roared into the depths of its consciousness. Your Majesty, help me. The Heavenly Emperor said nothing. He was busy competing with the new Heavenly Emperor for control, while simultaneously restraining the soul of Qiu Wuji to seize the authority of the world. He was overwhelmed. How could he cross versions to save anyone? He could only struggle to tear open a rift in space and time, attempting to pull the void sunrat away from that place. The moment the rift opened, Qiu Wuji filled the gap. He smiled faintly. Filling gaps, I am an expert at that. The Heavenly Emperor said nothing. Father God, spare me. The void sunrat screamed until its throat was raw. I am willing to offer my soul brand and remain a slave to the Father God forever. I hold a divine office. I can assist the Father God in many ways. Please, no. It is too late. Qiu Wuji turned to look at it. His eyes were cold as ice. I gave you a chance before, but you did not cherish it. As for your divine office, I shall bestow it upon another. It has nothing to do with you. Boom. The void-breaking sword pierced the spirit platform of the void sunrat, moving inch by inch as if in slow motion. A brilliant golden light flashed. The body of the void sunrat disintegrated. It transformed into peculiar inscriptions of the heavenly Tao, which floated into the sky. Chapter 494. The void sunrat symbolizes the day of mid-autumn. It was originally an auspicious beast. However, it also represents vacancy, emptiness, ruin, and a series of other negative connotations. Combined with the presence of inauspicious stars like the crying star and the weeping star, it ultimately became viewed as a malevolent deity. Yet, whether it is auspicious or malevolent does not depend on its attributes. It depends on the person wielding them. If these attributes were granted to Qiu Wuji, would she turn into a rat? She would not. It would simply mean the rat had been replaced by a formidable woman. Qiu Wuji launched into the sky. She plucked the stars and gathered the heavenly Tao inscriptions scattered throughout the void into her palms. The inscriptions dissipated on their own, melting into her skin like stardust. Deep within her spirit platform, the inscriptions carved themselves into existence. She suddenly possessed the ability to dominate the relevant aspects of the world. Qiu Wuji extended a finger. The churning ocean waves slowed to a crawl, as if time itself were being drained away. I can see the passage of time, Qiu Wuji whispered as if in a trance. I have a certain degree of command over it. Time and space, the void and the real, existence and nothingness have always been the most supreme laws. The void sunrat was only responsible for a small fraction of them. Yet, this was the stepping stone. It was the moment she began to involve herself in the realms of time and emptiness. Furthermore, this was a matter of dominant control, not mere learning or comprehension. Compared to the human world, this was a fundamental change. Perhaps only at this moment did Qiu Wuji truly feel a profound perception that this was indeed the heavenly realm. Otherwise, what would be the difference from the human world? The difference lay in the fact that the heavenly realm was already a matter of governance and office. This office should have granted it the power to overwhelm me, Qiu Wuji said, a faint sheen of cold sweat appearing on her forehead. No matter how refined its comprehension, it cannot compare to something that inherently represents the concept itself. Qiu Wuji had been watching her internal growth. Only then did he speak. You have me. Qiu Wuji looked at him and smiled faintly. Cheater, if I did not cheat, you would at least be injured. I cannot bear that. Qiu Wuji turned and flew toward the direction of Mount Buzhu. Come and see. This is also a ruin. It belongs to the jurisdiction of the Void Sun Rat, which was responsible for guarding this place. It was originally a star deity subordinate to the Black Tortoise, a traitor through and through. If we kill it, the Black Tortoise will be pleased. In the Arctic Ocean of the present world, the Black Tortoise smiled. Yes, thank you, Father God. Watching the mountain from a close distance sent a wave of shock through the heart of Qiu Wuji. Although she had been mentally prepared, knowing this was the pillar of heaven, and that it would be unimaginably thick and tall, it was still difficult to comprehend the visual impact without seeing it in person. It had no discernible limits. It did not seem like a mountain, but rather a horizontal wall that encircled the entire heavenly realm. The seawater could not flow out, piling up here without anywhere to go. It reached into the sky, supporting the dome of heaven. The sun and moon circled around it, as if a large piece of the heavenly curtain were missing. No words like majestic or spectacular could describe such vastness. The Black Tortoise itself was not that large. It could still hide within the Arctic Ocean. How could a single severed foot evolve into something this massive? The four symbols are merely concepts, their scale defined by a single thought. Qiu Wuji reached out and gently stroked the mountain body, his divine sense projecting rapidly toward the cross-section. The sole of the foot rested in the seabed, with the cross-section above. The bloodstains on the summit remained, seemingly still spreading. The dome of heaven was formed from that blood, evolving into the sky of the northern pole. From certain angles, the full moon looked like the color of blood. A piercing ferocity gathered there. One could vaguely see the cold gaze of the heavenly emperor, flickering in and out within the moonlight. Qiu Wuji felt a massive pressure once again, with sweat appearing on his forehead. Qiu Wuji gave a low chant. Go. The true martial sword pierced toward the moon. The brilliant sword light severed the gaze of the heavenly emperor. The pressure on Qiu Wuji lessened suddenly, and he let out a long breath. In terms of true strength, the two of them were indeed no match for the heavenly emperor. The gap was immense. After all, that was the top-tier ability of a golden immortal. Just like the mountain evolved from the giant turtle foot before them, supporting heaven and earth, that feat was accomplished by the heavenly emperor, not by Qiu Wuji himself. Writing a scene like this in a book, and having it manifest by the hand of an immortal, were two fundamentally different things. Qiu Wuji spoke in a low voice. The Heavenly Emperor is severely restricted. This is our opportunity to act. We must not miss it. Qiu Wuji hummed in agreement. His divine sense probed rapidly into the color of blood. Qiu Wuji placed a palm against his back, injecting the time law she had just obtained. Immediately, both of their minds exploded with a deafening roar. Mount Buzhu was gone. The North Sea was gone. Even the sky had dissolved. Only chaos remained. Vast, dark, and distorted. One could not distinguish east from west, nor up from down. Stars circled in the surroundings, appearing near and far. In a distant place that seemed separated by an age, one could vaguely see living beings traveling toward this location. As they approached, the surrounding stars began to light up, gradually outlining the forms of the four symbols. This was the ascent of the four symbols, the process by which the heavenly realm began to construct itself. The sun, moon, and stars each returned to their positions. The upper, lower, and four directions began to order themselves. Every law began to have a star deity responsible for its administration. This was the establishment of the four extremes. It was not merely the opening of heaven and earth, but also the process of injecting various laws and evolving the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. However, this process was interrupted the moment it began. Qiu Wuji clearly saw an old man wearing an official cap and a wide belt perform a strange distortion of space and time in the distance. He was clearly coming toward this side, but the overlapping and layering of space prevented him from ever arriving. The form of the azure dragon, which had ascended first, flickered and changed, drilling away until it vanished. Qiu Wuji knew that it had gone to the present world. That was why the azure dragon held the least resentment toward him. It had simply walked into a trap, knowing nothing. The ascent of the four symbols did not occur simultaneously. The black tortoise in the distance saw where the azure dragon had gone, discovered that something was wrong, and prepared to stop. The Heavenly Emperor appeared before it. Father God has given the order. Why stop? The location where the azure dragon went is unexplained. Space and time seem to have overlapping intentions. I should clarify the situation first and contact the azure dragon. I will assist you in finding the azure dragon. The Heavenly Emperor launched a sudden sneak attack. An earth-shattering battle erupted in the void. This was a historical process everyone had already known about before. Looking at it now, there was no great novelty. It was nothing more than the black tortoise being defeated in battle, the Heavenly Emperor severing its 4 feet to establish the extremes, and because he could not obliterate the original body of the black tortoise, he banished it to the present world. This was the formation of the old heavenly realm. But Qiu Wuji knew that new complications would still arise, because this was the heavenly realm 2.0, with an entirely new story overlapping with the old days. Just as she was thinking this, the stars around them began to flicker. The stars that had been lit and pulled by the ascent of the 4 symbols had already constructed a new world. The world had already evolved and given birth to the emperors of the 4 extremes. Among them, the Northern Emperor was located in the North Sea, echoing across the distance with the 7 mansions of the Black Tortoise. This was Zenith. Zenith stood beside the South Dipper well, observing the stars at night, frowning in deep thought. Why have the 7 mansions of the East suddenly lost their trace? The resonance between heaven and man is becoming blurred. The human world is breaking away. Who is severing the connection between heaven and earth? The Heavenly Emperor suddenly flew down from the sky. Zenith flew up to meet him and asked, "Where are the 7 mansions of the Azure Dragon?" "They have been erased by the Heavenly Tao." Zenith frowned. "You should know that the realms of heaven and man were both established recently. We were born from chaos as the embodiment of the 5 directions. And so what if we were? However, why is it that even now, chaos is only half opened and living beings have not yet been formed, with only a few of us here?" The Heavenly Emperor spoke calmly. "It is because, in fact, the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind have not yet taken form. The Heavenly Tao wishes for the 4 symbols to take form in the human world to lead the birth of living beings." Qiu Wuji felt a slight stir in her heart. The ascent of the 4 symbols from the human world to the heavenly realm, in the heavenly realm, corresponded to the stars descending to the world to take form. Who was the heavenly realm, and who was the human world? This setup by Qiu Wuji was extremely interesting. It thoroughly shattered the superdimensional nature that compared the heavenly realm to the human world. She heard Zenmu say, "The thoughts of the heavenly Tao have their own reason. You and I need only follow them." The Heavenly Emperor said calmly, "However, with the so-called evolution of the 4 extremes, you and I will cease to exist. We will be nothing more than a concept. Specifically, only by establishing the pillars of heaven and earth can the 2 realms be stabilized. Tell me, are the pillars alive or dead?" Zenmu said nothing. "The evolution of earth, water, fire, and wind. Is it performed by living people or by the dead?" Zenmu remained silent. The Heavenly Tao is unkind. He only cares about completing his own composition. In his eyes, there is no difference between the living and the dead among all creatures. This is heaven. You should know that my words are not false." Zenmu frowned and asked, "Then why have you come here?" A Buddha appeared in the rear left. A Taoist appeared in the rear right. The Heavenly Emperor smiled faintly. "The 3 of us have received the order of the Heavenly Tao to erase the Zenmu of the North." Chapter 495. The assault on the Black Tortoise and the assault on Zenmu shared a superficially similar background, but they held a fundamental difference. It was not merely a distinction between the form of a beast and the form of a human, but a deeper divergence concerning whether the heavenly realm existed in a chaotic state, or had already established its 4 cardinal emperors. It was a question of whether the heavenly realm had been opened by the hand of the Heavenly Emperor, or the hand of the heavenly Tao. The true conflict was a struggle for the power of definition. Was it the ascent of the four symbols to establish the four poles, or the descent of the four symbols to evolve the mortal world? This was a battle for narrative authority. Even more intriguing within this shift between the old style and the new was a detail Qiu Wuji had inserted. A trace of dark energy appeared at the center of the brow of the heavenly emperor, the mark of an invasion by an otherworldly demon. The reason for the rebellion of the heavenly emperor was sparked by that demon. This explained the current split in the psyche of the heavenly emperor, while serving as a metaphor. Where did the otherworldly demon come from? Were certain people in the present world not also otherworldly demons? The logic closed in a complete loop, arranging everything with clarity. Qiu Wuji finally understood why Qiu Wuji had been so exhausted during those first days of writing the heavenly realm. The extreme tearing required in this process of overriding the old with the new, the overload of spirit and energy, was far beyond what outsiders could imagine. The heavenly emperor was not simply tormented into a split personality, for the current situation was hard won. She thought of her husband, finding him magnificent. The minds of the two retreated like a tide from the distortion of time and space, returning to the present moment. Qiu Wuji stroked the mountain known as Bushu and spoke in a low voice. I was not entirely certain before if the changes in heaven and earth would follow my arrangements, but I can confirm it now. Viewed from this perspective, under the new definition, the four poles of heaven and earth had long been established. The leg of the giant turtle was not needed to support them. It was a redundant gesture. I shall reclaim this leg and return it to the black tortoise. Qiu Wuji nodded. Do you need help? Send a little magical power to me, or I fear my spirit will collapse, and I will have to go home before I finish the job. Qiu Wuji smiled brilliantly. What a weak heavenly Tao. Qiu Wuji tapped the tip of her nose, and she crinkled it in response. Though she called him weak, her heart betrayed her. It was really a playful jab, a way of saying she admired his prowess and needed to find a way to tease him, lest she feel inadequate herself. She pouted slightly, took his left hand, and channeled her power into him. Having practiced dual cultivation for so long, their powers were so compatible they functioned as one. Qiu Wuji reached out with his right hand and pressed it gently against the mountain. As the weakest heavenly Tao, he possessed the power to extinguish flames with a thought, to charge a laptop battery, or to transform the clothing of Zhu Mengmeng into that of a servant girl. Yet, shrinking a mountain that spanned thousands of miles and touched the sky back into the form of a giant turtle leg was still beyond his range of ability. In particular, the heavenly emperor would not allow his template of severing the turtle leg to stand as the four poles to collapse. Under the premise of the violent interference of the thoughts of the heavenly emperor, the combined strength of the couple remained agonizingly difficult to apply. Sweat beaded on their foreheads. They had to seize this opportunity, for if the split personality of the heavenly emperor ever ceased to be fractured, the chance would vanish forever. It was so close. If only they had one more helper. The thought of the heavenly Tao fell upon Yan Qinli. Yan Qinli stepped into the Four Directions Well. The place known as the Four Directions Well was nothing more than the 4 stars of the ghost mansion. The 4 stars were arranged like a wooden cabinet, and the white mist in the center was the accumulated corpse energy. The corpse energy of heaven was far more terrifying than that of a mortal. The demonic disciples who had previously stumbled into this place were already reduced to pus, with not even a scrap of cloth remaining. Yan Qinli knew that this belonged to the jurisdiction of the vermilion bird, governing the life and death of living beings, the guiding of souls, and the control of corpses. It was the duty of a heavenly god, and a rule of the heavenly Tao. Never mind these disciples, even he could not touch it lightly. Yet, he possessed the Antarctic longevity emperor scripture. What was recorded in the scripture was the key he was given to control it. The heavenly Tao had arranged everything in a series of interconnected rings. Yan Qinli silently circulated the technique recorded in the emperor scripture. Behind him, Shi Huazu and the others watched as the massive, incomparable ball of accumulated corpse energy began to shrink. It formed a small, dense mist that landed in the palm of Yan Qinli. The death energy contained within that tiny mist made one shudder even from a distance. With this item under his control, would their master not become invincible under heaven? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Yan Qinli pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and sent the small mist straight up into the sky. Before long, a mass of clouds appeared vaguely among the ghost mansions in the sky. He had actually returned the hard-won accumulated corpse energy to the heavens. Shi Huazu widened his eyes. What was happening? Was this man acting with such integrity? This was a treasure that could make him invincible. If he did not want it, he could give it to him. Yan Qinli gazed at the sky for a long time before he spoke. Shi Huazu. The pig demon responded quickly. I am here, master. I thought your name was a nickname, but I see now that it is your real name. Shi Huazu remained silent. Yan Qinli continued. You were originally a star of the north, belonging to the ranks of the top star lords under Zhen Liu, possessing at least the level of a late-stage profound immortal. Why did you fall to this state, to the point where you cannot even defeat me? Shi Huazu fell silent for a long moment before speaking in a low voice. Has the master already fully obtained the inheritance of the Antarctic Emperor? Why are you so certain? Yan Qinli commanded. Answer the question. I did not ask you to question me in return. Shi Huazu sighed. Zhen Liu has passed, and the stars have no master. One must either rely on the Heavenly Emperor or scatter to the four directions. The Heavenly Emperor acts in the place of the Heavenly Tao, and those who cannot rely on him naturally lose their original power. I am a fire star. I traveled south to this place merely to see if the fire of the vermilion bird could allow me to rise again. Are those who do not rely on the Heavenly Emperor considered demons? It is also because of the long-term sinister environment. My temper has changed. I used to be honest and simple, and I suffered great losses because of it. When you were in the northern city, were the words you said to Qiu Wuji intended for her to overhear? Qiu Wuji was speechless. He had thought these ascenders were opposed to one another, and the division between righteousness and evil was obvious, so he had placed bets on both sides. Now seeing this, he realized he had been played. Everything he said to Qiu Wuji was known to this man. The two of them were clearly colluding. Wait, if someone could make the righteous and the demonic work together, who could that person be? Qiu Wuji finally understood the logic behind it all. He no longer concealed his thoughts and spoke directly. Qiu Wuji appears to be the successor of Zenith. Strictly speaking, I am her subordinate. If she can truly regain control of the northern polar heaven, I am willing to return to her command. I hope the master will not blame me. Yin Qinli remained expressionless, thinking to himself that the heavenly Tao was biased in such an open and honest way. He could not even complain without appearing petty. Forget it. He spoke coldly. The mansion of the room is the departing palace, the villa of the emperor. The gate of the northern fall is the southern gate of the northern imperial forest. Your official duty was ordained from the beginning. The heavenly Tao is quite interesting. Qiu Wuji did not reply. Yen Qinli added, the north is currently experiencing a change in heaven, and it requires your aid. Go. He extended a finger and tapped the spirit platform of Qiu Wuji. The pig demon shuddered as 1,000 thoughts rushed into his mind, and the duty of the room fire that he had lost came rushing back. The soul fire of the vermilion bird guided his past and present lives, drawing together the destinies of heaven and man once more. The star mansion of the vermilion bird in the south seemed to open its eyes, and the corpse cloud sent into the sky seemed to fill the chaotic consciousness of the deceased vermilion bird. At the head and eyes, the ghost mansion shone as brilliantly as a scorching sun. At the same time, the star of the room in the northern sky slowly lit up with a brilliant glow, as if awakening. A spark of starlight descended from the sky and fell into the northern sea of darkness, as if adding the final layer of protection for the revival of Zenith in this place. Thus, between the earth and water of the north, there was finally the fire that had been missing. The North Dipper and the South Pole shone upon one another. The resistance of the Heavenly Emperor could no longer be sustained and began to recede. The spirit of the Black Tortoise gradually showed signs of awakening. Mount Buzhu began to burn. The mountain range, which seemed infinitely solid, appeared to melt and shrink. It slowly transformed into a giant turtle leg, suspended in the void of the North Pole. The northern sea of darkness cascaded down like a waterfall, but it had no end and no target, as if returning to the Milky Way in a cycle. Mount Buzhu collapsed, and the northern pillar of heaven disappeared, yet it did not shake the earth or tip the sky. The realm had no need for a pillar of heaven. The north was like this, and the south was the same. Yen Qinli sat cross-legged in the well. The light shed by the head and eyes of the vermilion bird merged with him, and the battle of the ancient times appeared before his eyes. That was the scene of the fall of the vermilion bird, the greatest mystery that Qiu Ji had arranged for him to find. Chapter 496. The four directions well mirrored the southern Dipper well in the Zenith Palace perfectly. Both echoed the constellations in the sky. Both served as nodes where the old celestial order shifted into the new. Yin Qinli sat by the well, though to Qiu Wuji and his followers, he had simply vanished. He had arrived at the southern heaven pole. There he witnessed the old vermilion bird surrounded by enemies. Unlike the black tortoise, the vermilion bird was the final target. The azure dragon, the black tortoise, and the white tiger had already been dealt with. The trio of the heavenly emperor, the Buddha, and the Taoist venerable had begun plotting for future dominance, no longer acting in concert, each harboring their own schemes. Yin Qinli watched with surprise as the Buddha quietly saved a remnant of the vermilion bird's true spirit. The heavenly emperor and the Taoist venerable remained oblivious. The body of the vermilion bird lay shattered. Since it constituted 1/4 of the world's foundation, the rules of this reality forbade its total annihilation. The attackers resorted to their previous solution. They exiled it to the human world. The consequences were predictable. The azure dragon had traveled with a complete body, and still suffered devastating injuries from the turbulence of space. Even its dense, durable bones had fragmented. The black tortoise had possessed stronger bones and managed to survive with its skeletal structure intact, though its flesh was stripped away. The vermilion bird, however, did not rely on physical hardness. It was reduced to scattered bone fragments. The vermilion bird possessed one singular advantage. It could exist as pure, manifested flame, needing no physical form. Realizing the dire situation, it chose to consume its own body. It transformed into endless sparks of starlight, scattering across the human realm. This dispersal of attributes and duties was the direct cause of Zhu Mengmeng gaining her ability to manipulate fate and causality. The dust settled. The heavenly emperor and the Taoist venerable had departed. The remnant of the vermilion bird, rescued by the Buddha, spoke to its savior. "Why save me?" the spirit asked. "I am nothing more than a faint wisp of spirit, stripped of all my power." The Buddha offered a gentle reply. "My heart could not bear to see you end." The spirit demanded the truth. The Buddha nodded. I speak of cause and effect, as do you. I speak of nirvana, as do you. I fairy souls, as do you. Our essences align. Do you wish to inherit my divine office? The spirit asked. The Buddha shook his head. To be honest, I have no need to inherit your office. Naturally, if you were gone, these duties would fall to me, but that is inconsequential. My own mandate transcends this. The vermilion bird spirit did not know whether to believe him. It asked coldly, regardless of the motives you conceal, I ask one thing. Was the reason for your attack truly what you claimed, a mandate from the heavenly Tao? The Buddha answered slowly. We acted within the heavenly Tao, and this affair remained free from outside interference. If not a mandate from the heavenly Tao, then what else could it be? The vermilion bird erupted in fury. How ruthless the heavens are. Yan Qinli understood the source of the demonic intent he had inherited, and he sighed to himself. It was no wonder the vermilion bird hated the heavenly Tao so intensely. After all, the reasoning of the Buddha held a terrifying weight. Yet, the vermilion bird had no way of knowing that at that time, the heavenly Tao was merely in its conceptual phase. During the primeval era, when the world was evolving from chaos, even the heavenly Tao itself knew nothing. Qiu Wuji, watching through the perspective of Yan Qinli, felt a surge of irritation. That bald donkey, just you wait. As the rage of the vermilion bird flared, the scene distorted. The vision of the old heavenly realm faded, replaced by the new. The figure under siege changed from the bird to a woman in red robes, with a flame mark upon her forehead. She was the Antarctic Longevity Emperor. Yan Qinli twitched in shock. Everyone assumed the Antarctic Longevity Emperor was an elderly man with a white beard, yet here was a woman, her features blurred and indistinct. The true spirit saved by the Buddha shifted from the shape of a bird into the likeness of a female ghost. The ghost asked the Buddha, "You have saved this remnant of my spirit, but can you conceal it from the heavenly Tao?" The Buddha replied, "You are so weak, yet you must have a way. You only need to ensure he cannot sense the essence of the vermilion bird." The ghost fell silent, then asked, "Do you govern reincarnation?" The Buddha nodded. "Indeed, though this has nothing to do with you, Majesty. You are eternal and need no reincarnation. You need only reshape your body. You may accompany me to the Buddha kingdom, where I possess the Bodhi." The ghost refused. "No, only through the ignorance of reincarnation can I evade his perception, and he will never find me." She gritted her teeth. "I shall cultivate once more. When my consciousness awakens, I will see what benefit the human world holds that required him to slaughter us and sever the bridge between heaven and earth." The Buddha stared in stunned silence. Yan Qinli and Qiu Wuji froze in disbelief. Could she have reincarnated into the human world? Qiu Wuji turned to look at Qiu Wuji, who wore an expression of intense focus. He seemed to have reached a critical juncture. Did he have a plan? The Buddha sounded troubled. "Majesty, the bridge between heaven and man is severed. Sending you into reincarnation is difficult. I can barely manage to cast you into the cycle, but I cannot control where you arrive." The implication hung in the air. He would lose track of her, wasting all his efforts to save her. The female ghost looked at him coldly. "You possess many powers, but your mastery of flame is inferior to the heavenly emperor and the Taoist venerable. I can lend you my fire jurisdiction in exchange." This explained what Zhu Mengmeng had sensed. In the lotus fire of the Buddha, the fire of the vermilion bird seemed to be a colleague, or a partner. Perhaps this was related to the temple fires in Southeast Asia. The Buddha pondered for a long time. Whatever his considerations, he eventually agreed to the exchange. He stated, "I will say this plainly. Reincarnating through my hand may require you to study Buddhist techniques, or utilize Buddhist treasures, to tread the path of immortality once more. Any other path may lead to your demise." The ghost sighed. "You ultimately intended to subdue me." The Buddha remained silent. The ghost commanded, "Do it." A flash of Buddhist light enveloped her, and the ghost tumbled into the bridge between heaven and man. The Buddha had not lied. Once she crossed the bridge, he could no longer control her destination. The reincarnation was purely random. That was why he had to leave a contingency, ensuring she would have to rely on Buddhism to cultivate immortality, lest she break free from his grasp. Yan Qinli stared, watching as a female infant was born into an ordinary household. A mortal might not recognize the difference between a great being and an infant, but with the cultivation of Yan Qinli, he could see the essence at a glance. This infant was unmistakably Qinjian. Yan Qinli's mind went blank. His spiritual ripples faded, severing his connection to the time regression, and he could no longer see what followed. Yet, there was no need to see it. Because the true spirit of the vermilion bird had reincarnated, she lost the memories of her past life, yet she retained an innate affinity for fire, and carried demonic intent. Entering the fire prison sect had been a foregone conclusion. Because she did not practice Buddhist techniques, she had met a tragic end. Her soul had been cruelly refined by her rebellious disciple, trapped by his side, denying her any chance at another cycle of reincarnation. Yet, the resurrection of Qinjian utilized the lotus throne in the Hongfa temple, the so-called Buddhist treasure. She had begun her second life of cultivation. Qiu Wuji turned and glared at Qiu Wuji. "You arranged this. How did you manage it?" Qiu Wuji took a deep breath. "I did not. This was truly a coincidence. However, after I learned that the fire of the vermilion bird was linked to Buddhism, I harbored suspicions. A connection to Buddhism, a cultivator of fire, female, possessing the demonic intent of the vermilion bird, and Yan Qinli, the successor to the Antarctic emperor I had ordained. Only one person fit all the criteria. This was merely confirmation." Qiu Wuji whispered. "No wonder you never believed Meng Meng was the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, even though she acted so similarly. You had other suspicions in your heart." You said before that the vermilion bird could not have dispersed completely, and a core must remain. It seems this is the place. Both felt a profound sense of strangeness. The vermilion bird hated the heavenly Tao with deep resentment, yet Qinjian was a devotee of the heavenly Tao. Of course, Qinjian had not yet recovered the memories of her past life. Even if she did, it would only be a remnant of her true spirit. Due to the withering of the laws, she was far from being the true vermilion bird. However, once she recovered her memories, what would she become? In the sea of his soul, a frantic transmission from Yan Qinli suddenly erupted. Do not tell me the vermilion bird is Qinjian. You arranged this mess. Do you even know how to write a book? Even if you erase me, I will curse you. Screw your grandmother. Qiu Wuji sighed. Why are you so worked up? What is wrong with the vermilion bird being Qinjian? You inherited the mantle of Qinjian in the human realm, and you inherit the mantle of the vermilion bird in the heavenly realm. This is destiny. I am the one with the headache. My faithful follower wants to rebel against me, and I have to yield this time. Destiny be damned. Yan Qinli jumped in anger. After she recovers her memories, will she still be my Qinjian? Will she still be her? How is that any different from being possessed? Is that what you care about? Qiu Wuji asked. Obviously. You have your Qiu Wuji awaken a past life, and see what happens. No matter how powerful her past life is, can you endure that? Qiu Wuji shook his head. Have you not understood the arrangement of the new heavenly realm? The four symbols will all take their places as constellations. They will not exist in the world. The intent of the vermilion bird within Qinjian must be stripped away and sent to the stars along with the other laws of the vermilion bird. At that time, Qinjian will at most receive a portion of the inheritance of the vermilion bird. She will not become the vermilion bird. Yan Qinli let out a long breath. Then what must be done? Apologies, I did not intend to. Qiu Wuji cut him off. I am going to give Qinjian a boost so she can ascend with Debei. During this time, I will first collect the intent of the vermilion bird scattered throughout the human realm. Then, we shall decide what comes next. Qiu Wuji did not dwell on the shifting mood of Yan Qinli. His eyes were filled with the satisfaction of having unraveled the mystery. I already know what must be done. Chapter 497. The southern heaven pole possessed a pillar of heaven just like the north. Qiu Wuji replicated his previous efforts, reshaping the massive pillar back into the form of a giant turtle leg. This single act laid bare the twisted nature of the heavenly emperor. The legend claimed that slaying a turtle allowed one to establish the four poles of heaven. Noah had severed only one leg, which explained why the black tortoise constellation appeared as a three-legged turtle in the human world. This heavenly emperor, however, had taken that concept to an absurd extreme. He had severed all four legs, creating four literal pillars of support. Whether this stemmed from a lack of culture, or simply a result of a cruel and twisted nature, was open to debate. Qiu Wuji did not dwell on the thought. He gathered the turtle leg and returned to the southern imperial mausoleum with Yan Qinli. Qiu Wuji said, tapping Yan Qinli on the shoulder. Hand over the rubbings of the first chapter of the Antarctic Longevity Emperor scripture. Yan Qinli stared blankly, a question mark hovering in his eyes. Forget the rubbings, I will just take them myself, Qiu Wuji muttered. Wait, Yan Qinli demanded. Why do you need that? To teach a young lady the art of destiny and karma, Qiu Wuji replied. Yan Qinli glared, his tiger-like eyes wide with indignation. That is mine. Qiu Wuji rolled his eyes. Be reasonable. You do not even want the vermilion bird to return. It is better for these functions to be dispersed. That applies to the vermilion bird and all four symbols. The emperors of the four directions will eventually govern the land, but that does not mean they must hold every single duty. Those tasks should be delegated to subordinate star officials. For you, mastering the fundamental flames is enough. Are you truly interested in the menial task of controlling corpses? Yan Qinli considered the proposition and shook his head. No, he admitted, I have no interest in that. He had no interest indeed. He had discarded the incredibly powerful accumulated corpse energy without a second thought. Although Qiu Wuji had directed the action, Yan Qinli felt no regret. He looked down upon such crude trifles. What about Qiu Wuji? Yan Qinli pressed. Does she only control one aspect? Qiu Wuji's smile stiffened for a moment. She is not the Northern Emperor, so why are you concerned about her? Then what is she? Yan Qinli asked. Damn it, she is my wife, Qiu Wuji snapped. I would give her everything if I could. I think you want to shove everything into her, Yan Qinli retorted with a smirk. Bang, bang, bang. Yan Qinli, having spent too long mouthing off at the father god, received several hammer blows that flattened him into a tiny, flickering flame. His eyes spun in circles as he lay motionless on the ground. Qiu Wuji snatched the rubbings with an annoyed huff and turned to leave. The tiny flame struggled to lift its head. A pig-faced creature appeared above him. Master, you have awakened, the pig said. Did I not tell you to return to the north? The flame hissed. Qiu Wuji keeps pigs, so you fit in perfectly. The room fire pig sighed. Her Majesty ordered me to return to you, claiming she does not need manpower there at the moment. She phrased it slightly differently than you, however. She said Yan Qinli is the perfect companion for a pig. Damn it, the flame cursed. Qiu Wuji returned to the Zenith Palace and completed his work. He packed his laptop and manuscript, then gathered the clone of Qiu Wuji and Zhu Mengmeng for the journey back to the present world. This journey into the novel with Zhu Mengmeng had been a wildly successful overload of potential. Before this, they had only hoped to steal a few days to store manuscripts and drawings with Qiu Wuji. Yet, in these short few days, they had connected the north and south, reclaimed 2 giant turtle legs, and solved the mystery of the vermilion bird that had lingered in their minds for so long. All of this had happened simply because they decided to bring Zhu Mengmeng along on a whim. It was a stroke of incredible fortune. Such a lucky talisman must be nurtured. Qiu Wuji selected several magical treasures, such as jade bracelets and necklaces, from the palace to adorn Zhu Mengmeng. Qiu Ji gifted her the first chapter of the Antarctic Longevity Emperor scripture, the section on destiny and karma. He was determined to raise her into an auspicious beast of good fortune. Yan Qinli had put it well. Qiu Wuji kept pigs, and so did Qiu Ji. Living next door to a lucky little pig would be an incredible asset. Qiu Ji's own heavenly Dao powers were useless in the real world, but Zhu Mengmeng's good fortune would be beneficial in any reality. Zhu Mengmeng was startled by the enthusiasm of the couple. "Hey, what are you doing?" she shouted. "Do you really want to sell me to a brothel? I will fight you." Qiu Ji could not help but laugh. "Have you not realized that you are already home?" "Ah." Zhu Mengmeng spun around. She found herself standing in her own villa in the human world. The gardener in the outside courtyard stared at them through the window, his jaw hanging open in shock. Zhu Mengmeng regained her senses and immediately cried out, "You can just teleport into my house whenever you want. You pervert, what do you want?" Qiu Ji rubbed his forehead in silence. He turned to Qiu Wuji. "Teach her to cultivate. I must find the black tortoise immediately. I do not have time to play around here." He vanished into thin air. Qiu Wuji glanced sideways at Zhu Mengmeng, her arms crossed. "What do you think my husband wants from you, you fatty?" Zhu Mengmeng widened her eyes. "Because of a little jealousy, you would say something so vicious. Who called me fat? This is classic baby fat. It is called being cute." The next moment, the plastic best friends were locked in a scuffle, completely forgetting about the training they were supposed to be doing. Qiu Ji flashed and flew until he reached the Arctic Ocean. Night had fallen once again. He dove to the bottom of the glacier and opened the mirror seal. He stood face to face with the eyes of the black tortoise. The man and the beast gazed at each other in silence for a long moment. Finally, the black tortoise lowered its head. "Thank you, Father God." "Do not," Qiu Ji said. "I owe you." He retrieved the 2 giant turtle legs and offered them to the creature. "There are 2 more. I will continue to work on it. It is not that urgent." The black tortoise smiled. "Father God, you know better than anyone that we are but form and intent. We are the manifestation of laws, the transformation of constellations. We can exist perfectly well without physical bodies. I see clearly what you are doing by covering the old heavenly realm with the new. In the future, we will return to the constellations, while human immortals on Earth will serve as the emperors of the 4 directions, echoing our presence." "That is correct," Qiu Ji agreed. "Returning to the constellations will grant you even more freedom. You will be formless and intangible, traveling the world without restraint." "If that is the case," the black tortoise asked, "what is the purpose of these legs?" "My heart would not be at ease," Qiu Ji replied. The black tortoise chuckled. "I misunderstood you in the past. I believe the vermilion bird will understand soon as well." Qiu Ji looked at the creature. "You and the azure dragon have been communicating with the vermilion bird, have you not?" "When did you guess that?" the black tortoise asked. "If the vermilion bird has scattered throughout the world, it exists in every place where there is fire," Qiu Ji reasoned. "You hide in the deep sea, and though it seems unrelated, there is fire in the ocean as well. I checked on the internet." The black tortoise blinked, confused. Qiu Ji coughed. The black tortoise did not understand what an internet search was, but it continued. "I will not hide the truth from you, Father God. Although communication has been difficult and intermittent, we have indeed spoken. Its hatred for you is boundless, and we have been unable to persuade it otherwise. We kept its whereabouts a secret because we wanted to observe your actions. After all, it is hard to believe that I was completely unaware of what was happening at the time," Qiu Ji finished. "Indeed," the black tortoise agreed. "There is no need to speak of that now. We have only one desire. We want to fight our way back to the heavenly realm and destroy those 3 scoundrels. After that, we leave our fate in your hands, Father God. Whether we return to the constellations, are split among the star officials, or simply scatter into the world as silent laws, it does not matter to us how we exist. We only despise betrayal and deception." Qiu Ji nodded slightly. This was true divinity. They did not truly care about their own existence or death. Their meaning lay in the persistence of the laws they represented. Just as the black tortoise had cleared its mind the moment it saw that Qiu Wuji held its inheritance, this was not the human connection of teacher and student, but the divine connection of the continuation of law. The persistence of law was, in the end, for the sake of bearing the heavenly Tao. The source of all their anger had been the feeling of being sold out by the very authority they served without explanation. Once that was revealed, all other issues vanished. "I will not hide this from you either," Qiu Ji said. "To return to the heavenly realm, we must establish a stable space tunnel. That can only be achieved by gathering the combined power of you 4 symbols. I will set out to find the vermilion bird in the next 2 days. I hope you and the azure dragon will assist me." "We will do so at any cost," the black tortoise pledged solemnly. Chapter 498. Qiu Ji returned home to find Qiu Wuji already back. She smelled fresh and clean, her hair still damp, as she lounged on the living room sofa, watching the television drama. She turned, a bright smile gracing her lips as she caught sight of him. "Fair is still quite beautiful," she remarked, gesturing toward the screen. Qiu Ji glanced at Qin Fair on the screen. He did not find her particularly stunning. If she held any beauty at all, it was only because she was imitating Qiu Wuji. A sense of unreality washed over him. Was everything that happened earlier actually real? In the real world, Only one day had passed, yet the shifting tides inside and outside the book had been turbulent. A moment ago, Qiu Wuji had been the Northern Emperor, fighting the Suri red alongside him at the North Pole to reclaim the Pillar of Heaven. Now, she was simply lounging at home, every inch the modern young woman. A surreal sense of temporal displacement lingered, much like Zhu Mengmeng had experienced earlier, as if he had just woken from a dream. A copy is just a copy. She is far worse than you, Chu Ji murmured, leaning against her side and inhaling the faint, weary scent of her hair. Do not underestimate Fair, Qiu Wuji laughed. Without her, this show might not have become such a hit. How popular is it now? Chu Ji asked. Qiu Wuji blinked. Only one day has passed. It is as popular as when you last saw it. How long do you think it has been? Chu Ji paused, letting out a heavy sigh. That is true. Although I should be used to this by now, it still feels like a dream. She reached out, playfully ruffling his hair. Your cultivation time is still too short. Habit comes from experience. Once you have lived for 10,000 years, then you will truly be accustomed to everything. Yes, yes, old lady, he teased. She let out a soft, mocking hum. He was truly shameless now. Qiu Wuji sighed, her tone as gentle as a passing breeze. I have saved up enough drafts over these past few days. I also designed a rough template for our new home renovation, though I was too lazy to work out the details. It is more like you do not know how, Chu Ji countered. You are just bragging. You claim to understand home feng shui and design, but you cannot even locate a circuit board. Qiu Wuji narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning dangerous. Say that again, louder. Chu Ji grumbled, burying his face against the curve of her neck in silence. She squirmed, feeling ticklish, but when he leaned in closer, she shoved him away. Go wash yourself. You stink. Chu Ji was left speechless, caught between laughter and tears. Despite being an immortal untainted by worldly dust, Qiu Wuji was more obsessed with bathing than he, a modern man, ever was. He gave in. Washing it was. As Chu Ji rummaged for fresh clothes, Qiu Wuji pouted. I gave the template I designed to Meng Meng and asked her to find an interior design firm to handle the rest. By the time we return from Southeast Asia, it should be finished, and we can start the renovation. By the way, how many drafts have you saved? You seemed even busier than I was while inside the book. It was not busy. I was writing while you and Zhu Mingmeng were out shopping, Chu Ji called out from the bathroom. His voice echoed through the door. I will write more tonight. It is not that I lack drafts, but I need to prepare the plot for Qinjian's ascension. By the time we reach the critical moment in Southeast Asia, the story should align with her ascension, creating a connection. Qiu Wuji listened to the splash of water against the tile, finding Chu Ji's strange confidence in timing rather peculiar. How can you be so certain about how the timelines will correspond? From within the rush of the shower, Chu Ji's voice drifted out, sounding distant and ethereal. We have already recovered nearly half of the heavenly Tao laws represented by the four symbols. Do you know what those laws truly are? Qiu Wuji's heart skipped a beat. You can think of them as my laws, he continued. In the past, I had too little contact with them to trigger a qualitative change. Now, however, the intuition is growing clear. Cause and effect, fate, time, and space, they are within my grasp. They obey my command. Qiu Wuji stood frozen, listening to the faint voice amidst the water. She experienced a bizarre sensation, as if she were a character in a book listening to the voice of the heavenly Tao. The man was just on the other side of a door, washing himself, yet she could not shake the feeling. Perhaps it was not an illusion. After all, she was a creation of his pen. She harbored an innate, mystical awe for the heavenly Tao, a feeling she could not fully shed even after transcending her own narrative. In the past, he had not been a complete heavenly Tao, the most useless one in history, but now, everything had changed. From his control over the counteroffensive in the heavenly realm to the widespread popularity of the television show, his influence was undeniable. The show aired in Japan, Korea, and Vietnam, so surely other Southeast Asian countries had it too. The reality and recognition of this world were approaching their peak. It did not require universal approval, it only needed to reach a certain critical threshold. Across all dimensions, both real and fictional, the concept that Chu Ji was the creator of this world was rapidly becoming an established truth. However, Qiu Wuji asked, her voice filled with hesitation. I do not doubt your mastery of the heavenly Tao, but can you wield such power in the real world as well? I can inherit a portion of it in the real world. Once you have learned something, it does not simply vanish. Perhaps it is because the real world also contains the four symbols. At the very least, my intuition is much sharper regarding matters related to them. He paused. I even have a vague, preordained calculation regarding that temple in Indonesia. I have a sense of what will happen, though it still needs to be verified. Qiu Wuji was left speechless. She had recently taken charge of many laws from the Suri rat, feeling stronger than ever before. Yet, seeing him now, she realized how unfair it all was. What have we been cultivating for 10,000 years? In a way, were they just cultivating on his behalf? No, that was not right. It was not cultivating for him. It was that he was using them to achieve the Tao. This is my path. His words from long ago echoed in her mind. Every one of his pronouncements was steadily becoming reality. Time passed, she knew not how long. Chu Ji walked out of the bathroom, drying his hair. The episode on television had ended, and the credits were rolling. Qiu Wuji sat there, dazed and staring into space, unable to tell if she was listening to the music, or drifting in her own thoughts. Why are you staring off into space? He asked. She snapped back to reality. Oh, she scratched her head. I was thinking that it is inevitable that you will eventually surpass my strength. I am not jealous, it is just. Qiu Wuji laughed softly, sitting beside her and pulling her into a gentle embrace. Do you feel that your potential might be limited by mine, preventing you from seeing the path to the summit? Yes, Qiu Wuji admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. I am a cultivator, after all. When I look for the end of the road, I feel as though my upper limit has already been set in stone. I claim to have broken free from the heavenly Tao, but in truth, I am still influenced by it. Qiu Wuji answered. If you only practice the things within the book, even if you master every law to its deepest level, I suspect you will never break that limit. But are you truly only practicing things from the book? Qiu Wuji paused, startled. Is it useful for me to learn these things from the real world? Qiu Wuji kissed her forehead gently. Have you forgotten why you wanted to learn to write and paint in the first place? My power comes from my ability, yes, but you have your immortal arts. All roads lead to the same destination. That is certainly how I thought about it. Do you feel it is too ethereal? That it is different from the path you are used to, so you have no certainty? She nodded. In truth, Kayakyu, you are still treating yourself as the Qiu Wuji from the book. You are too immersed in the role. Qiu Wuji stared at him, unblinking. Since you have broken free from the heavenly Tao, there is no need to view yourself as a character in a book any longer, Qiu Wuji said. He pointed to the scrolling credits on the television, where the words composer, Qiu Wuji flashed across the screen. That is who you are. The real Qiu Wuji who exists in this world. Conversely, the Northern Emperor in the book. That was just you acting for my sake. Chapter 499. The next morning, after Qiu Wuji scheduled his automatic updates, the couple boarded a plane bound for Indonesia using documents Qiu Wuji had arranged. Having already experienced air travel, Qiu Wuji found no more interest in sitting by the window, which felt cramped even for Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji, however, still favored the view. He sat by the window, gazing at the sea of clouds, while Qiu Wuji watched him from the seat beside him. He looked handsome. He looked even better than before, not just due to the aesthetic benefits of his cultivation, but because of the temperament he now carried. His expression, lost in thought as he stared at the clouds, resembled the way he looked when he stood high within the pages of his book, overlooking all living things. Memories of their conversation the previous night caused her heart to race. She wondered if the man who once knelt while balancing a durian on his head at her command, and the man sitting beside her now, were truly the same person. Back then, their relationship felt like she was raising him, like an older sister protecting and teaching him. Perhaps, in his mind, it was the other way around, with him protecting and teaching the ancient person he had picked up. The past, when they acted as teachers to one another, had faded. The dynamic of him as the little husband and her as the assistant had solidified. He had grown into a towering tree, capable of standing on his own and shielding her from the wind and rain. Even during her battle against the Suari rat, he had provided the help that determined the outcome. Without him, the winner would have been uncertain. She had raised her cute little husband. Master Qiu's historical mission was complete. A sense of loss washed over her. Why do you keep staring at me? Qiu Wuji asked suddenly. Is there a flower growing on my face? You look ugly, she replied. You are only getting worse. You were actually quite cute when you were a child. Qiu Wuji pointed to his own face with a smirk. Is it possible that your eyesight is failing? Take another look. Go on. Take another look. Look at your head, Qiu Wuji retorted, her voice filled with indignation. What are you thinking about while staring out the window? Are the clouds more beautiful than me? Qiu Wuji rubbed his temples. I am thinking about something serious. Qiu Wuji immediately found a way to hide her recent infatuation by turning to business. What are you thinking about? The goo god. Qiu Wuji paused. Why are you suddenly thinking about him again? The vermilion bird affair has nothing to do with him, does it? I am thinking about this, Qiu Wuji mused. I can predict and sense the chaotic situation of the vermilion bird here in the real world. Since the goo god is also a character from the book, if he has emerged, why can I not sense him? Can he be more troublesome than the vermilion bird? Perhaps he is weak, Qiu Wuji suggested. If he is weak enough, like the reincarnation of Qinjian, his spiritual consciousness would be obscured, and you would not be able to sense him. After all, the goo god is only a cultivator from the human realm. He cannot be that strong. A cultivator capable of crossing the tribulation and ascending is not that weak, unless he dispersed his cultivation. Qiu Wuji chuckled. If he did that, given his age, would he not be dead? Qiu Wuji hesitated. Reincarnation? Perhaps he is a fetus right now. The real world should not have rules for reincarnation, though it remains a possibility. Qiu Wuji sighed. Everything feels tangled and messy. It is such a hassle. I still think the vermilion bird issue is the most troublesome, Qiu Wuji said. The body of the vermilion bird has scattered into starlight, affecting the entire world. If you want to reclaim the essence of the vermilion bird from the whole world, do you have to strip the abilities from everyone who possesses them? If that is the case, it will be incredibly difficult. That should not be necessary, Qiu Wuji replied. Their abilities are their own talents, which were merely activated by the essence of the vermilion bird. It is not like they are possessed by the vermilion bird. There is only one reason their abilities would vanish. Because they fade as the spiritual energy disappears? Correct, Qiu Wuji whispered. At the very least, they will stop growing. By the time this generation reaches the end of their lives, the next generation will naturally have no abilities. Qiu Wuji nodded, choosing not to discuss why he hoped for the disappearance of spiritual energy. She felt the same way. From the moment she arrived in the real world, she had loved the peaceful, harmonious life of ordinary people. Ever since she became entangled with supernatural abilities, the world had lost its charm, even though she possessed the strength to crush most of those who opposed her. She had lived through enough of being an invincible force within the world of the book. That was not the life she wanted to lead in the real world. She suddenly understood why Father Qiu, despite being the strongest SSS rank individual in the world, preferred to lock horns with the authorities, rather than allow the resurgence of spiritual energy. He was likely longing for the days he spent with his wife, going to work, coming home, raising their child, and cooking meals. While she was lost in thought, the plane arrived in Indonesia. Their destination was not the capital city of Jakarta, but Yogyakarta. This city contained Mount Merapi, one of the most active volcanoes in the world. It had been erupting throughout the current century. Most of the soil in the western part of the city consisted of lava and volcanic ash, making it one of the most fire-rich human habitations in existence. Any place with a higher concentration of fire would likely be uninhabitable. Furthermore, Yogyakarta housed both the Buddhist Borobudur Temple and the Hindu Prambanan Temple, making it one of the places with the highest concentration of religious history. The Bara temple mentioned by Zhang Xingguo most likely belonged to the Buddhist faith and shared a close connection with Borobudur. Fire and Buddhism brought together the most critical points of the Vermilion Bird incident. If the scattered body of the Vermilion Bird had a core, this location represented one of the highest possibilities. Of course, this was hindsight. Without the information from Zhang Xingguo, they could have spent 10 years searching and never thought of this place. Qiu Wuji might have ended up searching in Africa for years. Once the information aligned, however, it became obvious. In truth, the Azure Dragon resided quite close to this place. So much for sibling affection, conspiring together to keep secrets from their father. Upon leaving the airport, someone stood waiting to meet them. It was Yue Ying, who had arrived early to scout the location. She waved at them, having managed to secure a vehicle from somewhere. "Come over here," she called out. The two walked over, curious. "Where did you get this car?" "I rented it," Yue Ying answered. Qiu Wuji clicked his tongue. "When did you learn to drive? You actually had the leisure time for that?" "I learned on the spot," Yue Ying replied matter-of-factly. "I do not even have a driver's license." Qiu Wuji stared in disbelief. "You can rent a car without a license? Are the regulations here really that lax?" Yue Ying offered a rare smile. "They cannot manage it anymore. There are too many things to regulate, and everything here has descended into chaos." Qiu Wuji raised an eyebrow. While they spoke, several cars screeched to a halt around them, boxing the three in. A group of punks exited the vehicles, clutching daggers as they swarmed forward. They shouted in broken Chinese, "Chinese, hand over your money." Qiu Wuji glanced toward the nearby airport. The security guards stood right outside, turning a blind eye to the scene. Qiu Wuji looked stunned. "Is this place really this chaotic?" Yue Ying smiled. "Yes. Since the rise of supernatural abilities, the world has become a place where spiritual energy has returned and martial might is supreme. Government functions have collapsed into a mess. Now, the temples are the only places that maintain order. First, because people still hold faith, and second, because the monks have stronger fists." Qiu Wuji stood in silence. The group spoke too quickly for the thugs to understand. The punks swarmed forward, shouting, "That woman looks good." Before they could finish, the light of Qiu Wuji's sword flashed. The thugs clutched their swords simultaneously and collapsed backward. Qiu Wuji did not stop to ask if they were dead. "Go, get in the car," he urged. "We are going straight to the temple. I will explain everything on the way." Chapter 500. Yue Ying kept her eyes on the road, navigating the car toward the temple. "I asked around," she explained. "It was not this exaggerated 2 years ago. Things have escalated in the last few months. First, the military structure collapsed. Powerful espers seized power, followed by coups and civil wars. It has become a mess, like the spring and autumn period." Qiu Wuji frowned. "What about the other nations, like us? We cannot just watch from the sidelines." Yue Ying caught his gaze in the rearview mirror. "Everyone is stirring the pot, us included." Qiu Wuji let out a thoughtful hum. "Chaos creates opportunity for us. State affairs seem to work that way. I heard the North might be, well, never mind. I truly do not understand these political maneuvers." Qiu Wuji stayed silent. "My clearance level is not high enough to know the details of the situation here. This falls under General Qiu's scope. You ask me, but I find it humorous that you do not know. General Qiu handles too many things. I cannot ask him about every little matter. We do not discuss these things at home. We do support a certain side," she continued. "I have received instructions, and I will follow up later. That is a separate mission, unrelated to why you are here." Qiu Wuji nodded. "That is better. I have no desire to know about high-level politics or foreign civil wars. My interest lies only in the espers. As for the abilities, it resembles the social structure in those supernatural novels," Yue Ying said with a mischievous smile. "You know more than I do." Qiu Wuji mused. "Everyone gets ranked by ability, right? If you lack an ability, you are trash. Anyone rated A-class or higher gets to enjoy the envy of the masses and climb to the top of the social ladder." Yue Ying laughed. "That is about right. Gangs and factions are becoming more prominent. Forget A-class. Even B-class makes you a master of the world." Qiu Wuji interjected. "What about other social operations and talent selection?" Yue Ying sighed. "If things ran normally, it would not be called chaos. The country is on the verge of collapse." Qiu Wuji fell silent. Qiu Wuji waved a hand dismissively. "There are non-combat abilities too, which could build other things, but in times of chaos, those get ignored in favor of the combat types. Perhaps they will form a new, reasonable order after the chaos settles. It has not happened yet. This setting is quite interesting. If I were writing it, well, sorry. My brain is wired wrong. Qiu Wuji chuckled. It was an occupational hazard for a writer. Anything unusual prompted thoughts of how to write it, or if it could fit into a plot. Even she had developed such strange thoughts during her early writing days. Qiu Ji took it to the extreme. She wondered if writers were inherently unsuited for life with other girls. Writing his own perfect match seemed to be the only solution. She did not realize that such thoughts were hardly normal. Yue Ying remained focused. Japan and Korea show similar signs, though they differ slightly. There, prepared and knowledgeable people are more common. They thrive amidst the changes, keeping the overall situation relatively stable. Qiu Wuji cast a sideways glance. Do you have contacts there? Yue Ying kept her expression neutral. We have colleagues. For instance, Sister Heroine is stationed in Korea. Qiu Ji pondered the double standards of his father. On one hand, he limited Esper development at home, training only an elite few. On the other hand, he pushed for the rise of abilities abroad, creating chaos. He wondered what his father was doing now. Was he causing trouble in North America, dealing with the White Tiger? He turned his attention back to Yue Ying. I have the general picture. What about the temple? The temple is relatively stable, she explained. The monks possess genuine skills. They are formidable. By leveraging faith, they have rallied a large armed force. They have become an invisible warlord faction, though they avoid the war itself. So we are heading into a stronghold guarded by heavy troops? Yue Ying turned solemn. Infiltrating it would be difficult, even with my abilities. Walking in openly under the guise of worshipping or tourism is easy, but finding any secrets with a normal excuse is unlikely. Qiu Ji decided. Then we will go into worship openly and sneak into the deeper areas once inside. Yue Ying warned him. Others have tried that. They were turned into jerky and hung outside the barracks. Qiu Ji looked thoughtful. What about the small woods behind the temple? They are gone. It is a barracks now. Qiu Ji turned to Qiu Wuji. Remember when you first arrived? You said you wanted to go to a war-torn land to rally an army. Is this the place for you to mix with the chaos? Qiu Wuji glared at him. Forget that. You are the one suited for mixing with these trashy places. We are almost there. I can see the top of the stupa. The surrounding army exudes a murderous aura that reaches the sky. Yue Ying asked. What is the plan? Qiu Ji stretched his arms. Worship first, then sneak in. Yue Ying looked confused. Make us into jerky? Qiu Ji sneered. The people who want to turn us into jerky are not them. It is the Buddha they worship. Unfortunately, even their Buddha cannot do it. Who do they think they are? The car sputtered, the engine dying on the side of the road. Qiu Wuji looked at Yue Ying. Yue Ying, do not be like this. Even if we said something scary, there is no need to dump us on the road. Yue Ying felt like crying. The car broke down. Yue Ying jumped out and kicked the vehicle in frustration. What a piece of junk. I thought Japanese cars were indestructible. Qiu Ji squinted at the temple ahead. Heavy murderous intent and deathly air permeated the area. The heat from the flames in the air was intense enough to damage the aging wiring of the vehicle. More importantly, he sensed the nature of the vermilion bird within the fire. While the light of 1,000 homes supposedly meant the vermilion bird existed wherever there was fire, the intensity varied. He had seen many flames before without sensing anything. Here it was crystal clear. It was so clear he could feel the rage and avoidance of the vermilion bird itself. It must have instinctively sensed his identity, even if it lacked clear consciousness. Its true spirit currently resided with the azure flame. How much remained in this body? Let us go, Qiu Ji said, his voice calm. They probably already know I am here. Strategies are meaningless. We head straight for the objective. Yue Ying, you should leave and meet the people you support here. The changes in this place might prove useful to you. Yue Ying hesitated. How can I leave you behind? Qiu Ji sighed. Yue Ying. Yes. Once, you were our combat unit. I was 1/3 of the shadow. Yue Ying went silent. But now, Qiu Ji placed his hand on the hood of the car. My opponents are the gods and Buddhas of the heavens. The hood popped open automatically. Under Yue Ying's stunned gaze, a strange force swept over the engine. The faulty wiring repaired itself. It felt like the time he used his administrator permissions in the book to restore a save. Qiu Wuji watched, seeing the truth. This was not a save restore. It was the manifestation of the reality-bending ability his father had passed to him during the new year. God said let there be light. The Buddha said let a flower bloom with a thought. A simple wire became whatever he willed it to be. The Qiu Ji of the real world was no longer a burden. As he integrated his abilities with his cultivation, he had evolved far beyond the scope of what Qiu Wuji had taught him. She remembered the day she had hoped for this. Without the book, he was still a god. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.